Chapter 151 Did it pop out of the crack in the stone? Chapter 151 Did it pop out of the crack in the stone? After asking for a long time, Wang Chen was just selling out, and Li Long didn't care if he saw it. Anyway, you will know after a while, you can't hold back. But since it is a weapon, the development process must be dangerous. Li Long also reminded Wang Chen to be careful. May just passed, and in June, an extra large box was finally delivered to the factory gate. Looking at the tightly packed objects, Li Long quickly helped to dismantle the box together with Wang Chen. Inside the R2 square piece is about 16 meters in length. There is a space reserved for unknown reasons on the inside, and the light golden luster looks quite gorgeous. Couldn't help but reached out and knocked on the two pieces of metal. Listening to the dull echo, Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction. I have to say that the processing skills on this top R still is very nice. These two big guys are the main gun barrels of the electromagnetic gun. The latest high-pressure alloy is used, which is hard and durable. The barrel is divided into two pieces. When closed, it is a hexagonal rectangular gun body, and in the middle is a circular gun hole. When is charged, the barrel will be separated from left to right, and the electromagnetic track in the middle will firmly fix the projectile in the center of the muzzle through electromagnetic force. And there is an inlay hole at the base position. The projectile will be directly stuck in it when it is not activated to prevent problems. It's just that the gun barrel is still only on the surface, and the internal core component, electromagnetic rail, is still in the raw material stage. The design of the guide rail Wang Chen intends to make it directly with graphene material. Graphene doesn't need to be said more, the perfect conductive material is very suitable for the design of electromagnetic weapons. Several Hercules quickly transported the gun barrel to the workshop and placed it in the two installation slots by hoisting. The next step is to wait for the parts of the electromagnetic rail to be made, and then slowly fill it up. Li Long can now be seen looking closely. This is obviously a cannon. Although it looks a little strange, it is still not out of the concept of a cannon. I just don't know how Wang Chen's cannon was designed. Li Long silently measured, the barrel length was 16.5 meters, and the muzzle diameter was 380. No wonder Wang Chen would say that this is an object that was changed during World War II. Isn't this trademark the caliber of the main gun on the battleship back then? Could it be that Wang Chen wanted to study the cannons of the past? But is there really a market for that stuff? Or is it a legendary electromagnetic weapon? But electromagnetic weapons are not that easy to study, and they have been tossing around for a long time without seeing much progress. If Li Long at the beginning of June just suspected that this thing might be an electromagnetic weapon, he got it at the end of June, and looking at the electromagnetic track that had already been installed, Li Long was basically able to determine the identity of this thing. After all, although I haven't seen the real thing, this thing is so famous that anyone who's seen a few movies should be able to recognize it. Especially the iconic electromagnetic track. It's really hard to pretend you don't know it. It was clear that Wang Chen was tossing with electromagnetic weapons, and Li Long not only sighed with emotion, but also informed the boss at the first time. Hearing that Wang Chen was researching this thing, Du Gang's interest immediately arose. As a new weapon that may change the rules of war in the future, many people around the world have studied the possibility of things. Among them, the research and development progress of rabbits is the fastest. Eagle Etchen's research is very early, but it seems that they are about to give up research in this area. The reason is also very simple: it cannot pose an effective threat to the aircraft carrier. If it is only used as an upgraded version of the artillery, it is really not important to the Eagle source, who attaches great importance to the dominance of the ocean. After all, electromagnetic weapons are not necessarily more secure than the vertical attack of an aircraft if they are affected by the curvature. As for the roadbed defense, who can hit the mainland of Eagle Source, It is not an electromagnetic weapon that can turn the tide of the battle. Therefore, Ying-Jin doesn't have much interest in this thing now, but is more interested in laser weapons. But then again, although laser weapons seem to be more overbearing than electromagnetic weapons, but the technical content is not something that can be broken through in a short period of time. On the other hand, electromagnetic weapons have many disadvantages, but economical benefits are really a big advantage. Although it needs a lot of electricity to drive, for Tanque, who has mastered the nuclear power technology, that little electricity is no different from giving it away for free. Besides, when Eagle Source scared people before, he also proposed a so-called space-based weapon idea. Even if the rhetoric is a bit exaggerated, it is theoretically fine. If electromagnetic weapons can really be placed in space, even if they can't destroy a city with one shot, it's still no problem to destroy a building, or any military target. Therefore, the research and development of rabbits in this area has never stopped. As for the progress, we cannot say that there is no progress, but there is still a long distance from practical application. Du Gang asked Li Long to take a picture of the structure inside the barrel of this cannon. Of course, Wang Chen allowed it. Du Gang was first taken aback when it was filmed. This thing is too big, and it's so long? After confirming that there was no mistake, he made two TSK, and passed the picture to a secret agency. This is a domestic design team specializing in the development of electromagnetic weapons. Du Gang hopes that they can give a general evaluation of these pictures. As soon as the picture was sent, I received a call from the person in charge in less than 10 minutes. The words were very excited and even asked if this was a big killer made by Eagle Source. It's no wonder they were so anxious. The first time they saw the picture, these big guys were shocked. Let's not talk about why the barrel is so big and golden. The dense electromagnetic orbital element here is no joke. How much kinetic energy does an electromagnetic orbit generate once it runs? In addition, the design of the distribution of various wires on this track is also different from the current conventional scheme. Obviously this must be an institution's unique technique. They are familiar with all electromagnetic R&D institutions in the world. In their opinion, there is only a certain black and white chicken that can achieve this level. After all, it's not surprising that something comes up after so many years of technology accumulation. If this is true, then the pressure on them is a bit high. Light is not a good thing from this caliber. Du Gang also quickly explained when he heard the words. Tell them that this is not the stuff of Eagle Source, but made by a company of their own. Is still in the research and development stage, let them help to see if there is any problem. Domestic. Hearing this, the man on the other side also had the expression that you are making fun of me. We are the most powerful electromagnetic weapons research and development institution in China. Are you sure you are not kidding? Although this thing also uses electromagnetic rails, the method is completely different. Who is so awesome in China? Why haven't I heard of it? Did it pop out of the crack in the stone? Chapter 152 Fishing Boats. Chapter 152 Fishing Boats. But Du Gang didn't tell them who was developing this thing. Just asked for their current opinion. Aware that there may be a non-disclosure agreement, the person in charge was curious but didn't ask any further. After all, it was Du Gang who called, and they were not a threat organization themselves. If he could tell them, Du Gang would definitely not hide it. If you don't say it, it can only mean that the level of confidentiality on the other side is higher than theirs. After carefully looking at the pictures that came, the person in charge spread his hands for a while and said that he could not make enough judgments. Because the technique shown in this photo is totally different from them. There is no relevant information, and even an experienced hand can't see the details from the photos. But it is certain that it can be inferred from the size of the guide rail and the dense components on it. If this thing can really be done, the power will definitely not be small. It's just that the person in charge is a little confused. Can the current alloy technology withstand such a lot of pressure? Of course, compared to this, they still hope to have a chat with this organization. After all, everyone is engaged in electromagnetic weapons, maybe they can communicate with each other. In this regard, Dugang can only say that there is still no chance, and when the time is right, the two sides will meet. Asked some more questions, and Dugang hung up the phone. Touching his chin, Dugang also sounded an alloy formula submitted by Wang Chen some time ago. Said to ask them to find a factory to produce according to this formula, and then process it and send it to him. If I remember correctly, the alloy should be this color. And the factory that helped to refine it also made a report, saying that the formula is amazing, although there are defects, but it is very suitable for some specific directions. Also applied for permission to use this recipe. But Dugang did not agree for the time being. After all, this thing was sent by Wang Chen, just to ask you to help. If you use it without discussing it with Wang Chen, you will become a bandit. Thinking of this, Dugang pondered for a while and took out his phone again and called out. He wanted to remind the person in charge of the previous manufacturer that this formula must be rotten in my stomach, so don't make a fuss about it. At the same time, the confidentiality level of this recipe is further improved. If Wang Chen can really toss out large-caliber electromagnetic weapons, then the effect of this formula will be quite obvious. The reason why Eagle Etienne gave up is not because the alloy has always been limited, so he is lazy to toss. I didn't expect that this Wang Chen, in addition to being good at software and Grafton, also knew electromagnetic technology. Is this the so-called genius? After all, this guy doesn't seem to even go to university, so it's a bit of an exaggeration to be able to learn these things on his own. Wang Chen didn't know that the bunch of photos had scared a lot of people. I agreed that Li Long took pictures, but just wanted to report it to the top. After all, the design of this electromagnetic gun has entered the middle and late stage, and it is impossible to hide it. There are still a lot of things to do later, such as shooting and testing, and report it early so that there will be a preparation for it. Now Wang Chen spends his time here every day. The design of the guide rail is installed. In order to ensure that the projectile can be accelerated to 15 times the speed of sound, Wang Chen did not adopt the current general design scheme for the guide rail. Instead uses a technique called composite electromagnetic backlog. The biggest difficulty in using this technology is Grafton. By laying multiple composite pipelines, the electromagnetic can pass back and forth in the shortest time to accumulate enough energy, and finally launch the projectile at a very high speed. Theoretically, as long as the pipeline is complex enough and the material can withstand the backlog of energy, it can be superimposed infinitely on the track. In order to use this technology, Wang Chen specially uses high-purity Grafton for the production of accessories. Even transformed a lot of equipment in the production line in order to make the purity and precision of these Grafton parts reach the level they expected. It should be possible to use this technology through special arrangement and installation. But even with Lu Ban at his side, Wang Chen's research and development progress is still not too fast. This kind of composite pipeline design is too detailed. Even if there is 3D modeling, many places need to be debugged a little bit. Because Wang Chen himself only has technology and no parameters. There are many things that cannot be avoided in the application of a technology. Even if Wang Chen is a hanging bee himself, he can only reduce the time required for this as much as possible. In order to test the circuit, Wang Chen has connected the extra-large battery next to it. The first thing to do every day when he wakes up is to check the test results of Lu Ban when he is sleeping. As time goes by, the design of the entire pipeline is almost completed. At the other end of the factory building, the Hercules cooperated with Erguzi to finally extract the special projectile materials they needed. Through the molding machine, Wang Chen has obtained a small purple stick the size of a cannonball. About the size of a middle finger, dark purple, with a rounded front like a bullet. When the real thing came out, Wang Chen was also very excited. Maybe this is the violent factor in human blood. Most people are actually born with the potential for destruction. Anyway, what Wang Chen thought in his mind when he saw this thing was how to blow up the mountain. But in order to cooperate with the test, you also need a device that can drive the projectile to 5 times the speed of sound. This thing Wang Chen has already designed. It is not difficult to push objects to 5 times the speed of sound with current technology. It's such a big gun battle, and it is estimated that any university who is engaged in science and engineering can set up a track to launch it. In the corner of the factory building, Wang Chen asked Lu Ban to build a simple device about the size of a washing machine last month. This is a basic set of electromagnetic orbital accelerators. In terms of power, it can accelerate the cannonball in Wang Chen's hand to about 6 times the speed of sound, and it can fully reach the impact speed where the material itself changes. With the real thing, Wang Chen immediately put the track-laying task in his hand. I'm getting dizzy trying to debug my brain every day. Just took this opportunity to go out and relax. Came to Li Long and told him that he was going to bomb the mountain. Li Long also immediately called Du Gang and asked him to arrange a venue. Du Gang was very straightforward. 3 days later, he flew directly to the gate of Wang Chen's factory. Said that he has found an absolutely safe place for Wang Chen, and he came here to take him there. There is a special place. Only people of his level can take outsiders in as a guarantee. Wang Chen didn't care. He packed up and went with Du Gang. It was only after he got off the plane that Wang Chen was numb. Is this Nima sick? I want to fry mountains, not to fry fish. What do you mean by taking me to the fishing boat? Chapter 153. Chapter 153. Look around. This fishing boat looks familiar. Nearly 300 meters in length, a wide deck, and a leaping platform that slopes up in front. At a glance, you can tell that this guy is not the treasure of the Rabbit family's townhouse. Although I didn't recognize whether it was 001 or 002, I could feel the aura of a powerful country just by standing on it. How, this boat is not bad. Du Gang, who also got off the helicopter next to him, also asked with a smile when he saw Wang Chen looking left and right. It's pretty good. No, I was looking for a place to test. Why did you leave me here? Touched his head, but Wang Chen still didn't quite understand. I just want to find a mountain and blow it up to see its power. I can't use an aircraft carrier to test it, right? This is going to blow up a hole. Are you sure the top won't fight me? There is development around the magic capital. If you want to find a hill, you have to go to Kunzu. It happened that the Navy was going to shoot targets today, so I thought about bringing you here and doing it together. Du Gang waved his hand to explain. Target? Wang Chen looked at the surrounding sea, and sure enough he caught a glimpse of a small boat not too far ahead. That's it. Stretching his finger, Du Gang looked in the direction and almost didn't roll his eyes. That's the aircraft carrier's guard with a knife. 055. You have to make a hole for that guy. Today, the two of us don't even think about getting off the ship. The forehead is too far to see clearly. When he heard it was 055, Wang Chen touched his head a little embarrassedly. Whoever can see this Nima clearly from far away can vaguely see the outline. Originally, the aircraft carrier target was a BVR attack. You can only get closer when you are here. It will take about 30 minutes to arrive at the position. Glancing at his watch, Du Gang also calculated the distance and said. While Wang Chen and Du Gang were chatting, a square-faced man walked down the stairs on the conning tower next to him. Looked at Wang Chen a few times before shouting to Du Gang, "What the hell are you doing?" My training today was disrupted by you. Isn't this a test? If you can't find a place for a while, let's test it with your target boat. Du Gang said with a smile and a salute. After he finished speaking, he introduced Wang Chen. This is Captain Wu, the boss of this fishing boat. Wang Chen, the CEO of Science and Technology Gate, is also an important cooperative manufacturer above. Hello Mr. Wang, I have long admired the name. Hello Captain, I just don't know if this is 001 or 002? They exchanged polite words and shook hands. Wang Chen pointed to the feet and asked curiously. This is 001, 002 in other waters. Oh, it was 001. Wang Chen raised his brows slightly and couldn't help sighing with emotion. This first aircraft carrier is not easy to come by, and it is of great significance to the rabbit or the entire flower family. And he was married from the big brother, and his fate was rough. But after so many years of tossing around the rabbit, it can be regarded as rejuvenated. Compared with Misk, it can be considered a kind of luck. After chatting with the captain for a while, Du Gang took Wang Chen to the side of the splint. The relevant charging facilities have been prepared here, and the splint has also been emptied for Wang Chen to test the weapon. By the way, he also assigned a few ground workers to come and help remove the equipment from the helicopter. Wang Chen first activated Lu Ban, who came with him. Remotely let Erguzi access in through the network on the warship. The test is to collect data, and Erguzi must be asked to help. As soon as Lu Ban appeared, he also immediately attracted the attention of countless ship and personnel around him. Many officials on the deck of the aircraft carrier couldn't help but look over. This is the first time the big guy has seen a robot that can move. Looks quite handsome, and seems to be very flexible. On the tower, Captain Wu, who was also watching silently, also clicked his tongue. Wang Chen's test on the ship was suddenly arranged by the top. I was a little emotional at first, but now it seems that the water here is a bit deep. Even if you don't know what to test here, it's probably not an easy thing to do with this posture. Thinking of this, Captain Wu pondered for a while that he also notified the fleet through the internal channel, so that everyone should do a good job of security, and do not let ships from other countries approach at will. 30 minutes later, the aircraft carrier had approached a mottled fishing boat. This is a decommissioned fishing boat bought by the Navy for target shooting, which has undergone simple defense reinforcement. The purpose of is to test the attack accuracy and damage strength of carry-based aircraft. At this time, the aircraft carrier is less than 2 kilometers away from the target ship. This is what Wang Chen requested. After all, the equipment used for temporary testing cannot be used too far. Come on, your stuff. After waiting for another 10 minutes, seeing that Wang Chen had almost finished debugging, Du Gang handed over a wooden box the size of a humidor. Wang Chen, who was adjusting the position through the instrument, picked it up and opened the wooden box after making sure that the hole was aimed at the target ship. Captain Wu, who had already wandered down at this time, couldn't help but looked up. The small box contains a total of 6 dark purple long objects, which look very high-end. Took out one, and Wang Chen carefully stuffed it into the excitation device of this test instrument. After successfully locking, he also took a deep breath. For the sake of safety, Du Gang had already taken the Meloniating officers around to hide behind Lao. Wang Chen also crouched behind a simple bunker on the deck. Seeing that everything was ready, Wang Chen held the remote control and squinted slightly and pressed it directly. There was a slight sound of hum, and a large amount of electric energy in the instrument in front began to run fast along the electric circle. Simple electromagnetic rail. There was also a dazzling blue light on the road. In less than 3 seconds, with a soft sound of bang, the originally fixed projectile was immediately activated. Slammed into the target ship ahead at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Then there was a delay of about a second, and a more violent explosion erupted from the inside of the target ship. The almost transparent shock wave spread out. Fortunately, the projectile was small enough. Although the explosion was very violent, the impact was too mild for an aircraft carrier. I can hardly feel any shaking, but some of my face is cold from being blown. However, this is not the most important thing. The important thing is that Dugang and Captain Wu have already looked stupid at this time. The two of them held binoculars and looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. That is a target boat specially used for testing. Although it is also a one-shot cargo for carry-based aircraft, the aircraft uses his mother's missiles. As a result, a gunshot the size of the middle finger has blown the target ship into flowers. What kind of hook is this? Nuclear weapons? Such great power. But no mushroom cloud yet? Looking at the target ship that was slowly sinking, a group of bigwigs couldn't help but fell into contemplation. Chapter 154 Sexy Aircraft Carrier Online Bayonet. Chapter 154 Sexy Aircraft Carrier. Wang Chen was not surprised that the target ship was sunk by a cannonball. If it just explodes on the outside, it is estimated that it will open a hole. But this thing is an internal blow. The ternary backlog of explosives takes about a second delay from collision to detonation. And the projectile shot at this high speed of sound is enough to open a small hole in the hull. When it exploded, it was already inside the target ship. And don't look down on such a small piece of artillery. The light power is equivalent to 2 or 3 bricks of C4, and it was blown from the inside. This is a ghost if it can't sink a broken fishing boat. Compared with the shock caused by the sinking of the target boat, Wang Chen was happier that his first test sounded. There is no mess. In the distance, Dugang, who finally recovered his senses, ran over immediately and directly pulled Wang Chen, who was about to walk over. "Is that what you said is a little more powerful?" Dugang asked with an ugly expression. "It's a little big, this is not a target boat." Wang Chen nodded and said seriously. "This trademark is called a little? What if it blew up on the plane before?" Dugang almost yelled at Wang Chen. Originally thought it was just a cannonball battle, how powerful can it be? As a result, he still looks young now. Asshole, Dugang felt his forehead twitching when he thought that Wang Chen was still playing on the plane just now. It's okay if something happened to me. If Wang Chen was blown up by the game, then the problem would be a big deal. Captain Wu, who was walking beside him, was also a little booing. What the hell is this? Just such a big size can burst out such great power. As soon as he thought that there were 5 more in that box, Captain Wu instinctively wanted to throw this thing into the sea. With this power, it seems that it is not difficult to open a hole in the deck of one's own aircraft carrier. Okay, don't be nervous, this thing is a kinetic explosive, it must reach 5 times the speed of sound before it can explode, or you're going to bake it with a lighter, and you'll be fine if you fall in a gun battle. Seeing that the two were so nervous, Wang Chen couldn't help laughing twice. While speaking, he took out a lighter from his pocket as if he was going to show them. Dugang was quick-witted, and directly took the thing from Wang Chen's hands. "What are you kidding? Don't know it before, but now that you know it, it can make you mess up. Still roasting? Do you think I have a big heart? To be a little exciting on purpose? Stop talking nonsense, I'll tell you. Let someone else do the next test, please stay away from me and here." After seeing the power of this thing, Dugang couldn't say anything to let Wang Chen continue the test. "No. This target boat is gone, I don't have a place to test it." He couldn't help but rolled his eyes, and Wang Chen was speechless with his hands spread out. This. Dugang's face was also stiff, he turned his head and looked. Except for some debris on the sea, there was no shadow of the target ship. Cough. "So, I know a stone island, there is nothing on it, we can go there to test." Captain Wu next to him thought about it and suggested. "This thing, the power is really too much, and it is somewhat inappropriate to continue using the target ship. After all, although this target ship was broken, it was also bought by the Navy. You can pay for one gun battle, who can afford it? Let's go to the bombing mountain. There are uninhabited islands around, and the destroyer's naval guns are usually fired there. Anyway, there is no one or no animals there. Shoot casually, open the fight. Wang Chen had no opinion on Captain Wu's proposal. I originally thought of going to blow up the mountain, but Du Gang, who didn't know the situation, was dragged to the sea. Now the target boats used for training are being reimbursed, and Wang Chen is somewhat embarrassed. Captain Wu, I'm sorry, I didn't know that the target ship was so unscathed. Should I pay you one? No, it's just a target boat, it's not worth much anyway. But your weapon is quite powerful, is it an electromagnetic weapon? Captain Wu waved his hand. Although he had a headache, the boss of a fleet of his own would not feel bad for a target ship. Compared to this, he was more curious about what Wang Chen was holding. The power of this thing is a bit scary, if it can be used on a ship. Yes, electromagnetic weapon. This is a miniature version, used to test this special projectile. The real big guy hasn't been done yet. Big guy? Captain Wu was a little curious, looked at Du Gang and seemed to want to ask. Du Gang shook his head with a wry smile and said, Mr. Wang built a platform on the other side of the factory building. The test direction is the naval guns of warships, but the caliber is indeed larger. How big? 130? Captain Wu was even more curious now. The direction of the test is the naval gun? That's even better. 130? If I remember correctly, it's the caliber of the main gun of the 055 Big Drive. Although it's enough, it's still too thin. My gun is 380 caliber. Wang Chen said with a smile. What is 130 toothpick? Only if it is above 300 can it be called a heavy artillery. How much? Captain Wu asked in disbelief. 380? Let me go, what is that? Can the destroyer carry it? Captain Wu couldn't help but think of the Iowa-class Missouri he saw at Yingchen's house. If I remember correctly, the caliber of the main gun of that ship is 406 millimeters. Just standing in front of the main gun can feel an amazing pressure. No, who is such a large caliber for? Although I don't understand it, I also know that even 055 can't carry such a large caliber, right? Captain Wu frowned in surprise. Hearing Captain Wu asking about this, Wang Chen smiled and said, who can use this for more consideration? The key is power. Just such a small gun battle can kill the target ship. If a 380mm caliber main gun is used, a projectile capable of attacking a target within 1,000 kilometers at 15 times the speed of sound. Captain Wu can think about this picture. Besides, if you can't use it for expulsion, don't you have an aircraft carrier? It's not bad to use an aircraft carrier as a self-defense weapon. This. Captain Wu was stunned. 380 caliber, 15 times the speed of sound. 1,000 kilometers. I go, small nuclear bomb? Also, what is meant for an aircraft carrier? The aircraft carrier is used to release the aircraft. Why is the gun on it? Sexy air mother, fighting bayonet online? But then again, if this main gun can really be designed, it doesn't seem to be a problem for aircraft carriers. The caliber of 380, and that power, just thinking about Captain Wu makes you drool. Even a primary school student at the level of the 055 Dixie can't hold the 380mm caliber main gun into the soul. Especially when flying so fast. In this era of expulsion all over the world, isn't that really hitting someone and getting pregnant? Let's not say anything else, just the elementary school students from Yingjiang's house, who can stand it. This is the love from the eldest sister of the battleship during World War II. Chapter 155 Big Ship Cannon. Chapter 155 Big Ship Cannon. Seeing that the captain was very interested, Wang Chen also had a good chat with him while he was free. After all, the captain of No. 01 belongs to the absolute leadership in the Navy. If you can get the love of these powerful officers, it should be a lot easier when you promote them in the future. This can be considered a crooked fight. Originally, I didn't intend to contact the Navy at present, but Du Gang's operation directly caused a showdown. Of course, with the idea of not deceiving people, Wang Chen also took this. The shortcomings of this type of ammunition are explained. He's nothing but an expensive character. Especially the main gun of the 380, as soon as it is sent out, $100,000 will fly in the sky. Hearing this quotation, Captain Wu's originally excited heart calmed down a little. But after thinking about it, it doesn't seem to be a big problem. If the price is still cheap, it is probably impossible. Just want to measure whether a weapon is worth it not just by its cost, but by the damage it can cause. If the $100,000 shell can only knock out a car, it must be a loss-making product. But if you can get into the soul of the main force of other people's expulsion or aircraft carrier, it will make a lot of money. Now it seems that the power of this thing is not bad. If the main gun can really reach the 15 times the speed of sound that Wang Chen said, considering the accuracy of the electromagnetic gun, it is estimated that no one will dare to sway within the attack range of their own. This is not like a missile. That thing can be intercepted more or less. After chatting for more than 2 hours, a small dot finally appeared on the sea level ahead. Not surprisingly, it should be Ranchi Island. Seeing the destination, Captain Wu let go of Wang Chen and let him continue the experiment, but he slipped upstairs and didn't know what to do. After the aircraft carrier stopped, Wang Chen took a look with the binoculars. This island is not too big. There is a small rocky mountain in the middle. There is no trace of any creatures on the barren island, not even a tree. There are also a bunch of large or small bits on it, and it looks like it has been attacked by the Navy many times. Commissioning equipment, installing ammunition. The 5-shot test that follows has little to do with Wang Chen. It was all Lu Ban tossing there silently. Wang Chen could only hide from afar and watch with binoculars, which was somewhat boring. After testing for almost an hour, the remaining 5 shells also all hit the stone mountain not far away. After doing his best to destroy the surrounding environment, Wang Chen has also obtained all the relevant data. Lu Ban carries several kinds of exploration instruments, and all data will be uploaded to Urguzi through the instruments, and then inductive analysis will be carried out. In terms of power alone, it can fully meet the goals set by Wang Chen before. There is nothing wrong with stability. At least there is no abnormal reaction under the high voltage of the electromagnetic device. This shows that the internal structure of this kinetic explosive is very stable and will not mutate due to high temperature. This is what Wang Chen needs to see the most. In front of the floor-tussling windows on the aircraft carrier conning tower, Captain Wu also transmitted the test images to the Navy headquarters through a small camera. The old man with his mouth open on the screen at this time is the captain of the Navy. Although domestic electromagnetic research has always been ahead of the world, it still takes a lot of time to use it on ships. But now, Wang Chen's research and development speed has given them hope. This is obviously a very mature technology. Although it is not clear how they did it, from the current test, they already have a certain actual combat capability. After all, even his own electromagnetic gun can only shoot projectiles at more than 5 times the speed of sound. Not to mention the range. Even now, the chief can't believe Wang Chen's 1,00 kilometer range. How big a gun would be to shoot a projectile this distance? Even if it can be played, I am afraid that it has to cooperate with nuclear power to drive it normally. These words reminded Captain Wu. Yes, why are you so happy? This is obviously not a weapon that 001 can equip. Without nuclear power, where can the electric energy come from? In other words, there is currently no ship in the Navy that can be properly equipped. Maybe only the aircraft carrier that hasn't been launched has this ability. But the aircraft carrier has also been folded normally, so we can't open a firing port on the bow, right? For a while, Captain Wu didn't know what to say. But the chief is still very excited. Even if this kind of big killer can't be equipped temporarily, at least he has it. The rest is nothing but a matter of time. After told Captain Wu to cooperate well with Wang Chen, the captain was also going to make a phone call to the boss. As your own identity, you should be able to know more about this weapon, right? This is for the Navy, you can't hide it from me. However, when he received the call from the boss, he was also confused. Ternary extrusion explosive? What it is? Can a gun battle knock out a target ship? Real or fake? Holy shit, 15 times the speed of sound? Can you fly more than 1,000 kilometers? Where? I don't know. Who? Wang Chen? Oh, that's all right, I'll ask when I look back. I really don't know what this stuff is researching. Navy Chief. It was already the afternoon of the second day after returning from the aircraft carrier. I slept on the aircraft carrier for one night, and when I got off the helicopter, Wang Chen felt that his stomach was a little swollen. I have to say that the food on this aircraft carrier is really good. All kinds of seafood seemed to be free of money. Even when it was time for dinner, officers and soldiers from several other destroyers came over to eat. No, Wang Chen, who opened up to eat, held himself up. When I returned to the factory, I hadn't digested it yet. Paralyzed on the sofa, Wang Chen made a summary of this aircraft carrier trip. In general, the test results are very good, and the power of the ternary extrusion explosive is also expected. By the way, it also promoted a wave to the Navy. When was leaving, Captain Wu clearly said that he must notify them when the naval guns were tested. The target ship is enough. Wang Chen is also very happy to say that there is no problem. The Navy is now a serious rich man. With the rapid development of the domestic economy, the Navy, which originally broke 3 Otter ships, now has a bit of heroism of the Eagle sauce. Getting off the boat is like getting off a dumpling. It is estimated that it will not be long before the so-called To-3 island chain can be completely broken. However, this gun is not designed for destroyers. Although the aircraft carrier can be installed, it is somewhat inappropriate. The best way to make this naval gun flourish is the only way. Looking at the blue sea outside the factory, Wang Chen's mouth couldn't help but raise a lot. Wait, that big guy should be back soon. Big ship and big gun. It's a man's romance. Chapter 156. Chapter 156 anyway. Boom. With a dull thunder, outside the window, the heavy rain like a diarrhea, please pour down. Wang Chen, who was tossing things around in the factory, couldn't help but glance outside the house. Fortunately, the base has been put up with a shed, so it is not to be said that it was watered and destroyed by wind and rain. After returning from the test on the aircraft carrier, my mobile phone started to get busy. The Navy, the Army, the top, and some scientific research units have all found themselves. Said everything, and even Du Gang called to ask if he wanted to help himself. In this regard, Wang Chen is also very straightforward to push it all down. You are a jerk, and you want me to help you train new people for free. Can you give me a face? Do I look like I'm busy? In addition to this matter, Jin Sanxi also took time to come over. While asking Wang Chen to sign some documents, he chatted with Wang Chen about the current state of the gate of technology. As time goes by, the automotive market has entered a climax. The car companies in Europe and the United States have been forcing each company to quickly reach a cooperation with the above in exchange for artificial intelligence technology. And the politicians in the halls continued to pull with them. This has led to a lot of opinions from foreign car companies now. In addition to this, in the face of the situation that domestic car companies have begun to exert their efforts, those old car companies are also working together as much as possible. At the same time, he wants to reach an agreement with himself through official operations. Even German cars are willing to open up exclusive internal technologies in exchange for the authorization of artificial intelligence. It can be said that in the field of automobiles, its own camp already has the upper hand. It's just a pity that the new cars of most domestic car companies are still in the conceptual state, and it is estimated that they will have to wait until the end of the year if they want to focus on the outbreak. BID is now actively discussing with Jinsanshi whether to force European and American car companies to release restrictions on overseas markets based on artificial intelligence. It is only a matter of time before the above agrees that the technology exchange will be reached at the most next year. A year is not a long time. Since the opponent will have artificial intelligence sooner or later, why not maximize the advantage at this time? For example, the sight of German cars can be fully entered first. Go straight to the point when their in-house brand isn't even working. This proposal was also approved by Jinsanshi. However, artificial intelligence is managed by the top after all, and the decision is not on them. No, Jinsanshi came over and asked Wang Chen if he could open some of the licenses to individual foreign car companies now. Wang Chen thought about it for a while and then agreed. But if you want to get the authorization of artificial intelligence now, you must pay a certain price. Take German cars as an example. They can provide them with the authorization of domestic artificial intelligence for a fee. But in exchange, we have to give up the construction of 5G base stations in Germany, and at the same time open the mobile phone market to manufacturers of the Hongmeng camp. These requirements may sound excessive, but it is not too much of a problem to think in another direction. The brand of German cars is originally for the world, otherwise, how can we support such a large number of car companies? The domestic market is one of their most important markets. As long as the technical advantages here can be exchanged, it is absolutely worthwhile to exchange it with the market of its own site. As for the 5G network, it is no problem. With the continuous rise of rabbits now, the domestic market is a piece of cake that Hanscat cannot give up. Great power game. Interests first. This kind of thing has long been said by the ancestors of the flower family. The world is bustling with nothing but a word for profit. Of course, even if Wang Chen agrees, he still has to do it. This matter has to be reported to the top, and the German car manufacturers can be officially contacted only after the decision is passed. In addition to the German car incident, Jinsanshi also brought a piece of good news. That is, in Mao Zedong's house, the manufacturers of their own camp have already occupied a great advantage. Because of the situation, Ford, General Motors and BMW have all announced to withdraw from the Demojia market to a certain extent. The full withdrawal of these manufacturers has given their own camps an opportunity to grow and develop. In March of this year alone, the sales of domestic smartphones in the Mao's family have doubled. According to MTS, the sales of Huachang mobile phones increased by 300% in the first 2 weeks of March, Oppo and Vivo increased by 200%, and ST increased by 100%. In addition, sales of older button phones also increased, but only by 12% year-on-year. In the automobile market, although Chery is not the most top-notch domestic brand, in the family of De Mao, Chery's influence should not be underestimated. According to some information, Chery has sold 37,118 vehicles in Demojia, a year-on-year increase of 224%. The sales volume of another domestic brand Havel also reached 39,126 units. a year-on-year increase of 125%. This wave of dividends made the whole team eat with oil. Especially now that the domestic high-tech industry has begun to survive together. Once the flower factory is fully entered, the gate of technology that has been hiding at the back will naturally follow. It can only be said that this good thing came too suddenly. Jin Sanshi's face was full of laughter when he got the news. Giving up a market in vain. This kind of good thing is not always encountered. Not to mention that the Damao family has already started to settle in RMB. The source here is hard to detail, after all, it is a family matter, but this matter gives a clear signal. In the future, more and more companies will go to Damao's family to do business. I heard that there is still cooperation between the officials and they are negotiating. Although I don't know if it's true or not, the overall situation is indeed getting better and better. Wang Chen also smiled after listening. This is indeed an opportunity. Then let's increase cooperation. This kind of good thing must be fully supported. If you can stand in an area, stop first and then talk about it. It won't be a loss anyway. Chapter 157 Helium-3. Chapter 157 Helium-3. The heavy rain continued for 3 or 4 days. The magic capital, which was still a bit hot, has become a lot cooler. Today is a good day. The first Hercules production line at the Gate of Technology Production Center has been put into operation. Wang Chen currently has only 3 Hercules left, and the rest have been sent to the factory. Although it cannot achieve 100% work efficiency, it can basically meet the most reluctant production needs. This production line will also be the world's first intelligent production line that does not require human participation. The whole process is under the supervision of Erguzi and the robot. It is estimated that it will not be long before the Hercules produced can meet Wang Chen's daily needs. But sending out most of the robots in his hands still affected the development progress of the electromagnetic gun. So Wang Chen simply gave himself a half-month leave, except for Lu Ban to continue to assemble the remaining 3 Hercules slowly. I slipped to the island and carefully observed the progress. At present, the island is fully under construction. The venue with tens of thousands of people is also very lively. There are 4 or 5 freighters going in and out every day, constantly bringing in materials and equipment. Especially in the central mountain location, 70 or 80 devices are digging day and night. The original hut of Wang Chen has now become the command center of the construction site. In order to ensure the quality, CCCC has also stationed an inspection team here. And next door is the third-party supervisor hired by Jin Sanshi. Their task is to check the incoming materials with instruments and equipment every day. Even if it is a project undertaken by CCCC, the process that should be done still has to be done. After all, this is a big list of more than $60 billion, and there is too much oil and water in it. After wandering around the island for a few days to check the construction progress, Wang Chen pondered for a while in the port area. When I designed the port before, I set aside a third of the open space. Even before the start of construction, Wang Chen hadn't thought about what to put in this open space. But now Wang Chen has figured it out, to place a large shipbuilding platform in the port area. With this remaining space, 3 huge enclosed workshops with a length of 500 meters and a width of 200 meters can be placed. In addition to building conventional ships, Wang Chen also set his sights on deep space. With its current technological strength, it should only be a matter of time before it goes to the universe. Wang Chen thought that it was time to start the construction plan of the dock. When the research and development of electromagnetic weapons is completed, Wang Chen will take time to complete the research on nuclear fusion. Even Wang Chen intends to directly hand over the technology of nuclear fusion to the above. After all, this thing and artificial intelligence are almost not controlled by a single company. However, Wang Chen is still pondering this matter. and the only thing that is certain is that the time to unlock nuclear fusion will not be too far away. Once nuclear fusion is unlocked, the corresponding space program will naturally begin. It is an inevitable process for human beings to go to deep space. The Earth is a cradle and a cage. The development of civilization requires more and richer resources, if it cannot enter the universe before the Earth's resources are exhausted. There is only a dead end waiting for human beings. Then the Earth re-enters a new cycle of reincarnation. After hundreds of thousands of years or millions of years, new intelligent life will appear and take the road that human beings have already walked. But now it seems that the development of human technology is quite stable. Even if Wang Chen does not appear, it is only a matter of time before nuclear fusion is unlocked. It may be 100 years or 200 years, but it should be no problem to rush out of the Earth. As long as we can go out of the Earth, the problem of resources will no longer limit human beings. It is estimated that it is possible that gold will become the price of cabbage in the future. There was even a wave of renaissance, and traditional energy vehicles directly rose for the second time. After all, the reserves of petroleum gold are limited on Earth, but in the universe, it is about infinite. But these are a bit far-fetched. Wang Chen is most concerned about helium-3 on the Moon. While helium-3 is not the only option for nuclear fusion, it is the best option. This thing is too rare on Earth. Helium-3 was originally formed on the Sun due to thermonuclear reactions, and then spread to matter in all directions by the solar wind. Because of the resistance of the atmosphere and the magnetic field, it is difficult for them to fall on the surface of the rock formation, so the helium-3 storage capacity of the entire Earth is only 500 kilograms. Can be described as pitiful. As a perfect energy source, helium-3 can undergo nuclear fusion reaction with hydrogen isotopes, but unlike general nuclear fusion reactions, helium-3 does not generate neutrons during the fusion process, so the radioactivity is small, and the fusion reaction process is easy to control, both environmentally friendly and safe. Therefore, with this raw material as the basis, human beings can conduct nuclear fusion power generation efficiently, safely, cheaply, cleanly and without pollution. And if helium-3 is used, 100 tons of helium-3 is enough for the current annual power generation in the world. Wang Chen's idea is to use deuterium and tritium, which are the easiest to achieve fusion reaction, for fusion first. The reserves of these two raw materials on Earth are very rich. Even if there is no helium-3 on the Moon, the deuterium stored in the Earth's seawater alone is enough for humans to use for tens of billions of years. The fusion energy produced by deuterium extracted from 1 liter of seawater is equivalent to the energy released by the complete combustion of 300 liters of gasoline. It's just that tritium, which fuses with deuterium, is a little troublesome and needs to be made manually. After all, the global natural reserve of this thing is only a few kilograms. This is also the reason why Wang Chen is so jealous of helium-3 on the Moon. Because the fusion process of deuterium and tritium is too cumbersome, a large number of supporting devices need to be designed. And helium-3 is much simpler, and this thing is rare on Earth, but there is quite a lot in the universe. In any direction, it will be the best energy partner of mankind in the future. Deuterium-tritium fusion can be used as a transition product at most. So Wang Chen's next goal is very clear. That is to unlock nuclear fusion and create a spaceship to go straight to the Moon. Wait until helium-3 is available to upgrade nuclear fusion before considering the possibility of flying to Mars. Compared with the Moon, Mars is the springboard that human beings need the most attention in the future. That place doesn't look like it's a dead place now, but as long as the technology is in place, Mars also has the opportunity to become the second Earth. Once Mars is successfully transformed, humans will have a perfect springboard to the universe. Wang Chen is also looking forward to the day when his spacecraft will land on Mars. I believe this time will not be too long. As long as nuclear fusion is unlocked, anything is possible. You can vote if you like it. Stop for a day to adjust. Stop for 1 day adjustment. 151. I didn't expect that the title of this chapter is still harmonious. I changed the one that was swallowed in front of me, and then continued to adjust the outline. Writing a book is really hard. Really can't touch it at all. Chapter 158, Cannon Test Fire. Chapter 158, Cannon Test Fire. What is a man's romance? Everyone has their own say about this. But one thing is certain, that is, toys full of violent factors can stimulate the nerves of most male compatriots. Guns, cannons, planes, tanks, extreme sports cars and more. Someone once said that the human male body is full of violent factors. Although they are suppressed by various education and culture, their nature cannot be changed. For example, when Wang Chen is standing next to this 380mm caliber pale gold cannon, the restlessness in his body is already very obvious. After a whole summer vacation, Wang Chen finally completed all the assembly work of this electromagnetic gun on the day when the beasts all over the country returned to school. As the last 3 parts are stuffed into the cannon, the merger is officially over. In order to get this baby out as soon as possible, Wang Chen has pushed everything away in the past few months. The above originally wanted Wang Chen to continue to bring the research group on artificial intelligence in August. But Wang Chen still asked them to line up the time backwards. Your own research and development has entered the most critical time. At this point you ask me to lead someone? That's not just shitting and shitting half a pure disgusting person. Pushed everything down, even when Jin Sanshi almost forgot that he had a boss. Finally, this project entered the final stage. Today, the weather is very good, there are no clouds, blue sea and waves. De Gang and the Captain Wu also came to Wang Chen's factory early. 3 days ago, Wang Chen had already submitted an application for the test launch. After a day's review, the Navy will provide all the help for this test, including a large freighter just bought. This is not comparable to the previous small fishing boat with a length of 5 or 6 meters, but a large freighter with a length of about 130 meters. And it has thickened a lot of armor. It is said that its protection has reached the standard of cruisers during World War II. In other words, it is tougher than the current aircraft carrier. In addition to this marine target, there is also a small uninhabited island in the sea about 800 kilometers away from the factory. It is only half the size of a football field, and it is full of various stones. Is a state of being completely unmanned. And this will also be used as a land target to test the power of the ammunition. Just this morning, the Navy also blocked the nearby waters and emptied all the fishing boats. Captain Wu of 001 came to observe as a representative of the Navy. TSK, it's really siffy from a close distance. No, at this time Captain Wu was stroking the shell of the naval gun with both hands, and the heat in his eyes was about to overflow. Wang Chen, who was next to him, got goosebumps, shook his body and laughed. This is actually not a complete version. According to the final design, this naval gun should be the same as during World War II. It adopts a triple-mounted design and can shoot 3 projectiles at the same time. Triple pack 380? Captain Wu couldn't help but groaned. Well, it really is because I have a small layout. I think about single shots, and people have already turned their attention to the combination. But there is one thing to say, enough excitement. Should the caliber be bigger? Go directly to the 460 caliber triplet. The Yamato of that year was indeed a giant ship that made the whole world envious. Although it was ended by the aircraft carrier era. But its sturdy protective ability has been recognized by the majority of military fans. After all, Yamato was already fighting alone at that time, and it seemed that even the formation did not come together. And he was hit by 10 torpedoes in the indiscriminate bombing of Eagle Source, and he lost his ability to move after 24 bombs. Is really full of resistance. Although there are no heavy warships in the world today, it does not mean that such warships have no value in existence. Still the same sentence, the fundamental reason for the elimination of large ships and giant guns is not the battleship itself, but because the guns are not long enough and fast enough. Today's warships have basically used missiles for long-range fire strikes. Compared with whoever has more pits, this is actually similar to whose caliber was larger than in those days. And the battleship is wide and fat, theoretically able to accommodate more weapons. Now that the problem of the guns is solved, it is only a matter of time before the return of the battleships. After all, even a 10,00-ton destroyer can hardly supply the electricity needed by the electromagnetic gun. And the nuclear power plant has relatively high requirements on the size of the hull itself. If you want to have nuclear power and electromagnetic cannons at the same time, getting bigger is an inevitable choice. Captain Wu, as the commander of the aircraft carrier, naturally has obsessions with large ships. Even though the world is designing destroyers now, there is a limit to destroying. Not to mention the fact that the current 055 Tuxu is no longer considered an expulsion, that is, the physique of half a cruiser. Bigger ships, stronger guns, longer missiles. This is the philosophy that our own Navy will always pursue. Test work preparation took about 3 hours. While Captain Wu and De Gang were circling the cannon, Wang Chen had already opened the connection between the 2 large batteries and the cannon in the factory. With a slight noise, the huge cannon with a low muzzle started quickly. Rotated half a circle at a speed that did not fit his body, aiming the muzzle position on the ocean ahead. Wang Chen, don't test fire here. The startled De Gang quickly turned his head and shouted. Wang Chen made an OK gesture, and then held a notebook on the table in his arms. Soon, a visit car transported the 3 of them to a small hill behind. This was proposed by De Gang. After all, the ammunition in this test shot was a stick made of ternary extruded explosives. In case of any accident, with the power of this thing, I am afraid that it will not be able to blow up the factory in an instant. Therefore, for the sake of safety, not only did most of the equipment in the factory be transferred out, but also all the nearest factories were temporarily evacuated. And he took Wang Chen and the others to hide on this hillside. There is a simple fortification here, even if it does blow up, it can block subsequent shock waves. Got out of the car and found an open space to sit down. Wang Chen took his notebook and started to tap quickly. De Gang and Captain Wu were holding an extra-large telescope and focused their attention on the giant cannon diagonally below. Tell the fleet that my side is ready to fire, and have them move to a safe distance. Quickly entered the coordinates of the ship into the command box on the display screen. Wang Chen turned his head and shouted at Captain Wu. Captain Wu nodded and took out a communicator from his bag. Attention all ships, stay within 2 kilometers of the ship and keep moving. Mom tilde. Chapter 159 Freighter Torn Apart. Chapter 159 Freighter Torn Apart. After 5 minutes, all nearby ships had been evacuated. Through the professional channel built by Erguzi, Wang Chen has already received satellite support from above. The integrated positioning of ships, satellites and radar makes the muzzle correction very fast. And below, Lu Ban also took the Hercules and started to load the first round of ammunition. This is an oversized alloy projectile with a dark body. It looks like a short spear in shape, but this thing is obviously not something that people can dance with. Quickly push the projectile into the cannon's magazine through the loader. Only a click was heard. The inside of the cannon was locked, and various parameters were quickly fed back to Wang Chen's notebook. It's time to start. Okay, be careful. De Gang, who was narrating, nodded, took the binoculars and stared at it. After getting the agreement, Wang Chen tapped the enter key and shouted, "Aguzi, recharge." Wang Chen gave an order, and a large amount of current immediately rushed towards the cannon along the line through the special cable. And at the moment when the current entered, the huge barrel at the front of the entire cannon immediately split into two. On the looming guide rails inside, strips of light blue energy began to rotate rapidly. It can be clearly seen on the notebook that the charging speed of the cannon is also quite impressive. 5 seconds later, the blue light in the muzzle was brighter than the scorching sun overhead, and even from such a long distance, one could feel the terrifying energy in it. The track is charged. The projectile is locked, the muzzle is locked, the angle is locked, and the target is locked. As each indicator turned green, at the 8th second, Wang Chen ruthlessly hit the space bar. Poof! The moment when the electromagnetic gun fired, there was no deafening sound of the cannon as imagined. Is just a low but very clear muffled sound. Then I saw a blue light on the sea disappearing into the sky with a long tail flame. The cruise ship is about 300 kilometers away from the shore. Since the location of the factory belongs to the high ground, the muzzle is almost at a small negative angle and the projectile is ejected with maximum pressure. With an almost negligible arc, the cruise ship not far away suffers. On the surrounding warships, countless officers saw blue light flashes. The cruise ship in front made a violent noise. Then the entire hull tilted more than 20 degrees to the left. Fortunately, the weight of the boat was large enough not to be overturned by a single shot. However, in the subsequent inspection, a huge hole with a diameter of about 3 meters has been opened on both sides of the hull. As a last resort, the Navy quickly activated the cargo ship's subsilo isolation to prevent the cargo ship from sinking after seawater backflow. Although there was no explosion, Captain Wu and De Gang were still a little shocked after the picture came back. This is just conventional ammunition, a shell is not too cheap. But the power is really amazing. This freighter is bigger than a destroyer, and the armor installed is also the level of a World War II cruiser. Can easily hit a pair of piercing, which shows that the kinetic energy of the projectile has been able to cause a fatal threat to all ships in the world. Although the damage to wear is not high, if it comes several times, even the gods can't save it. With a 3-meter hole, how many rounds can an average destroyer withstand? If a shot hits the keel, or the engine position, the ammunition bay? I'm afraid it's not going to fall into the soul at once. However, before they could finish their emotion, Wang Chen was already directing Lu Ban to reload the second ammunition. Looking at the purple projectile in the binoculars, De Gang and Captain Wu immediately breathed a little faster. This peculiar purple light, that's right, is the formula used in the cannon battle at that time. Ternary extrusion explosive. Attention all ships, retreat further, the force behind is a bit strong. Without saying a word, he took out the communicator, and Captain Wu ordered his ships to retreat a little more. My own staff has roughly calculated that this one is almost equivalent to 10 155mm caliber high explosive grenades. With such great power, Captain Wu was really afraid that this thing would fall on his own ship. This is no joke. The aircraft carrier can't hold it when it comes. Wang Chen also waited for a while, and only started charging after the ships had withdrawn some distance. The same steps, the purple light after a second broke through the air. That's right, once the ternary extruded explosives travel in the air at more than 5 times the speed of sound, they will dye the originally blue electrical energy tail into purple due to violent friction. Wang Chen also gave it a nice name called Purple Comet. Means comet-like power. The warships who had been hiding far away also saw a purple light on the horizon again, followed by a deafening explosion. This time, the freighter didn't even have time to tilt, and was blasted into 4 sections by the projectile that exploded in the center. The left and right were broken into two pieces, and the plywood and bottom were also blown apart. Can be said to be torn apart. Don't talk about the water tank. The freighter almost sank into the sea at a speed of relief, and there was no interest in fighting again. In the same scene, even though he was already mentally prepared, when he really saw the power of the special projectile inspired by the 380 cannon, Captain Wu still felt a little sweaty in his palms. Is exciting on the one hand and frightening on the other. There is only one thought in Captain Wu's mind now, and that is, fortunately, this weapon belongs to us. If this trademark is given to Eagle Source, what kind of warship can resist this a haircut of something? To really revive the battleship, even an aircraft carrier would not dare to get close to the 500-kilometer range of the battleship. Not to mention evictions and the like, it's all dishes. Especially now that the global Navy ships are protruding with a thin skin and a large filling. It can be said that hit is the core. Is really powerless in the face of this terrible armor-piercing damage. Moreover, not only is it a great threat to ships, but even Luki is also afraid. Take care of your bunker and give you a scoop directly. To really fight, the sure troops directly call the ship's firepower. No matter how strong you built the bunker, I can use regular projectiles to break your armor first, and then use special projectiles to kill you in one shot. It can not only deal with solid positions but also cover the rear artillery fire points and even the logistics department. Don't forget the range of 1,000 kilometers, which is far beyond the range of artillery. Even the howitzer that the rabbit's house opened can only hit 100 kilometers. 2 rounds sank the freighter, but Wang Chen was not surprised. After the closer range shooting has been measured, it is time to try the long-range shelling. Whether can accurately hit the reef more than 800 kilometers away is the key to future orders. After all, what an electromagnetic gun needs is a quasi-word. Said hitting your window will never hit your door. Chapter 160 We Want It. Chapter 160 We Want It. The range of 800 kilometers can no longer be used directly, but needs to be projected with the help of an angle. This has high requirements on the calculation ability of ballistics and the energy regulation of weapons. It took nearly half a minute to prepare the ballistics in the early stage. It's not just about the angle but also the wind speed, humidity, the curvature of the earth and so on. The muzzle is slightly warped, and the entire electromagnetic gun has entered the correct angle. The environmental information collected by 4 or 5 warships is being collected continuously at Urguzi. As the energy is injected, the muzzle is still being fine-tuned based on real-time information. Soon, the muzzle energy is gathered, the target angle is locked, and the shell is in place. Wang Chen didn't dare to delay, he directly tapped the keyboard to launch the projectile. Different from the straight line like a sharp sword before, this time it was a serious shot from a small angle. The speed of burrowing is only 10 times the speed of sound, but it can accelerate to about 12 times the speed of sound in the process of falling. This is also to better use the curvature of the Earth to correctly attract the projectile to the target point by the action of gravity. The piercing sound of breaking the air cut through the blue sky, dragging its long tail and finally landing on the reef. The warship next to recorded this moment in detail. It can be seen from the picture that the projectile is still a bit biased, with an attack error of about 1 meter. Actually, this is pretty good for a range of 800 kilometers. That is, the speed of the projectile is very fast, and the possibility of being disturbed by the surrounding environment is greatly reduced. If it were conventional ammunition, it would have to travel tens of meters or even hundreds of meters to fly such a long distance without an auxiliary alignment device. The last one that could hit such precision at such a distance was a precision-guided missile. But the cost of that thing is much more expensive than this projectile. And from the point of view of power, it is also quite good. Blasted a big hole directly on the island. Although there is no explosion, the power has been clearly demonstrated. The armor-piercing ability given by the powerful kinetic energy is a nightmare for countless bunkers. After all, in theory, there is no upper limit on the damage of kinetic energy weapons. The first shot successfully hit, and Wang Chen fired the second projectile immediately. The purple light descended directly with an aura of destruction, equivalent to the power of 10 155 high explosive grenades. The entire sea reef was instantly destroyed. Is also a mass of shock waves that are as if they are nothing, sweeping around, and even the surrounding sea water is repelled for a few seconds. Seeing the live footage sent back, Wang Chen applauded himself with satisfaction. The power is good, the accuracy is very high, and there is basically no major problem. And judging from the various data fed back on the cannon, the entire cannon body was not damaged in any way. The pipes built with various formulas can withstand the energy in them without pressure. All 4 hits, Wang Chen also lost the mood to continue the test. Since the problem is not big, then we can continue with the following research. For example, how about a triple pack design, and also the technology of the electromagnetic cannon to the drawings of the electromagnetic high-speed gun? By the time Wang Chen and his party returned to the factory, Captain Wu looked at the huge cannon with eyes that could not be dissolved. He kept touching the barrel of the gun like he was looking at his lover. Looking at it like that, I wish I could just take it apart and carry it back. Okay, don't look at it, there will be some in the future. Du Gang next to him couldn't take it anymore, and poked his hand to remind him. There are still people here, can you not be so embarrassing? Cough. I'm sorry, I lost control. It seemed that he also noticed that there was something wrong with his behavior, and then Captain Wu walked over with restraint. But the light in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Captain Wu likes it. Wang Chen took a can of drink from the refrigerator, took a few sips, and asked with a smile. Of course, I definitely like it, but unfortunately this thing can't get on our family's aircraft carrier. Or at present, only the Eagle's family's ship may be able to supply the energy this guy needs. Sighed with some pity, Captain Wu said helplessly. Although I like it very much, but I don't currently have a large ship powered by nuclear power. Can only be greedy at first, maybe we can solve this problem after RO-03 sails. But RO-03 has also completed the hull closing, and it seems unrealistic to add the gun firing position now. After all, the original aircraft carrier design did not have a place to store the main gun. Do you really want to make a hole in the bow? What was it like? Regarding Captain Wu's regret, Wang Chen nodded understandingly. Indeed, it is impossible to get on without nuclear power. This is just a gun. If it is a triply mounted main gun, the energy required to activate it once is even more terrifying. So, we can only wait and see if there is any plan in this regard. I don't think 004's drawings will be slightly changed. Patted Wang Chen on the shoulder, Captain Wu shook his head and smiled. It doesn't matter, anyway, this thing is here, and it won't run with long legs. Is nothing more than to wait. I am still young, I should be able to see the day when this thing is on the ship. Wang Chen, this is the end of the test. Du Gang, who was next to, also finished his report at this time, and turned to look at Wang Chen and asked. Wang Chen snorted and made an okay gesture. It's okay, please everyone. What's the trouble with this? Then Captain Wu and I will dodge first, and there will be a team dedicated to the security of this weapon. Please let Li Dong pay attention to the handover. Du Gang waved his hand to remind. Everyone knows how important this weapon is now. The top will definitely send someone to guard it. After all, this thing is so grandly placed outside, and no one is worried. If Wang Chen still needed to do some follow-up research, Du Gang would definitely find a cave to hide this weapon. However, as the research on the electromagnetic gun enters the final stage, Wang Chen will not stay in the factory for too long. In the follow-up, The samples of this electromagnetic cannon still need to be handed over to the superiors for safekeeping. Okay, I'll remind Li Long, is there anything else? Yes, can you sell the technology of the electromagnetic gun? Du Gang asked straight to the point. Captain Wu next to also straightened his ears. If you want to sell this thing, the Navy will definitely be the first to take it. This is definitely possible, but let's talk about you and Gin Sanshi specifically. I don't care about that. Wang Chen thought about it and said in a grand manner. The biggest reason for developing weapons is still mainly for self-defense. But if you can make some money easily, it is not bad. Now Jin Sanshi is running out of money and is going crazy. If he can, Wang Chen will definitely help relieve the pressure. Seeing Wang Chen's promise, both of them were happy. If you buy this level of technology, you can earn it without worrying about losing money. It's just that I don't know how to negotiate terms with Wang Chen. Give money directly? Or say something else? Of course, this is not in a hurry. The detailed situation still has to wait for the approval of the superior after reporting it. Compared to Du Gang, Captain Wu is much more direct. He directly said that the Navy wants this weapon. Now go back and apply for funding. Then bring someone to talk to Jin Sanshi. Chapter 161 Range is the Truth. Chapter 161 Range is the Truth. While Wang Chen and Du Gang were chatting in a secret room, more than a dozen bald eagles were looking solemnly at a pile of photos just taken. It can be seen from the pictures that these are the pictures taken vertically by those eyes in the sky. In some blurred photos, there are almost two bright lights, one blue and one purple. Because the flight speed is too fast, even the eyes of the sky cannot fully capture the origin of this thing. Only know that it is the new weapon of the opposite house. No, it immediately attracted the attention of Eagle Source. This thing looks like an electromagnetic weapon. But will this strike distance be too far? As you can see from the last few photos, the eye in the sky has discovered the test firing point of this weapon. And there are more than 800 kilometers from the roadbed to the target location. Is this the distance that the artillery can reach? When did the Rabbit's electromagnetic gun make such great progress? Although Eagle Source temporarily gave up the development of kinetic energy weapons, she has always been concerned about the progress of the neighbors. Now suddenly there is a weapon that I don't know about. This is literally slapping the face of his own intelligence department. But soon, Yingjin also realized that something was wrong. The location of this road-based launch point can be determined to be in the Technology Gate factory after investigation. It was reported some time ago that Wang Chen had already left the company and is currently developing a new project in a secret place. According to my understanding of rabbits, if there is this weapon on the opposite side, it will definitely be hidden and pinched. The only possibility for such a high-profile test launch is that the technology of this weapon is not in their hands. Then since it is not in the hands of the rabbit, it is in the factory of the Gate of Technology. This situation is obvious. Most of them were vacated by Wang Chen. Although some don't believe it, considering that this guy has a wealth of experience in Grafton, it is really not too evil to come up with a kinetic energy weapon. It is not so much that Yang Jiang is surprised that Wang Chen has come up with an electromagnetic weapon, but rather that he is surprised by the power of this weapon. The eyes of the sky can see clearly, this weapon should have 2 attack modes, or 2 special ammunition. The power of blue light is not great, but the thing that emits purple light is a bit outrageous. Comparing the previous satellite images, there was a big crater at the location of the island reef. Soon there were related professionals who conducted energy conversion, and the conclusion was very outrageous. It is absolutely impossible to hit this kind of power close to the kinetic energy weapon. Or it's not the kinetic weapon that doesn't work, but the curvature that prevents the projectile from accelerating to the speed needed to cause this kind of damage. After all, The top speed from the sky is about 15 times the speed of sound. According to the kinetic energy conversion, although the power is not small, it will not be so outrageous. So, the question is, what method did Wang Chen use to make the projectile cause such great destructive power? Considering the two tail flames, one blue and one purple, Eagle Source also has reason to suspect that there may be differences in the projectiles fired. Not only broke through the technical barrier of electromagnetic weapons, but also developed a new type of explosive for kinetic energy weapons. This is a bit too much. There are many manufacturers of kinetic energy weapons in the world. Why are you the only one? Could it be that you are the legendary son of destiny? Of course, this is a bit of a joke. Let's not say whether Eagle Source believes it or not, even if the letter is more important for capitalists. It is how to deal with this situation. Not to mention the son of destiny, even Jesus cannot stop the wealth of the capital bosses. But that's where the problem is now. This Wang Chen, who was obviously guarded by rabbits, is not something they can move now. Don't forget, we haven't talked about artificial intelligence yet. Even if you are jealous of this technology, you need to wait for the artificial intelligence to negotiate. And cannot use unconventional means. As you can tell from the nose, the current rabbit must be in pain like Wang Chen is a baby. Who dares to trouble Wang Chen at this time, then wait for the rabbit to clean up? Even Eagle Chen doesn't dare to mess around with this. On the black belly, the opposite is the professional. Don't make trouble doesn't mean you're afraid of trouble. So, there are only two ways to solve this problem. First, get this technology from Rabbit through official channels. But the odds are very low. Don't look at the fact that the Rabbit is willing to talk to them about artificial intelligence, but that is because the Rabbit knows that this thing involves too many aspects and will affect the balance of the existing structure, so it is willing to talk to everyone. But the electromagnetic weapon is really strong, but it is not so strong that the Rabbit can't protect it. Second, simple, go directly to Wang Chen for cooperation. Gate of Technology, as a private company, is only in a cooperative relationship with the above. Theoretically, it is possible to purchase technology. Even if it is not possible, you can purchase finished products and come back for reverse research. But this method also has a big problem, that is, whether Wang Chen will sell it. Or maybe the boss will not allow the king sold to them in the morning. No one is so generous when it comes to national defense. Anyway, Yingchen felt that the chance was not big. In addition to these two methods, there is no other better choice for Eagle Source for the time being. So in the end, Yingchen decided to take the second step and let his own military enterprise negotiate in the name of cooperation. Some things have to be done to know the result. Even if there is only a 1% chance, try it. In addition to Yingjiang, I noticed that Wang Chen's 4 artillery pieces were quite a lot. Soon they came up with an analysis similar to Eagle Source. But their attitude towards this is not as easy as that of Eagle Source. There is no way, the confidence is not enough. A railgun of this power would be a disaster for the trumpet tanku. Refers to where to play, with great power, high precision, and outrageous range. The range of nearly 1,000 kilometers is farther than that of many trademark missiles. Now the war is farther than who's urinating. No matter how powerful a weapon is, it is garbage if it cannot be thrown into the face of others. The truth is only within the range of the cannon. If I can hit farther than you, then I have reason than you. Not to mention that Rabbit's military is already very strong. If you equip this weapon again. Good guy, just thinking about it makes me feel like I can't play, let's cast it. The pressure is great. Although they were worried, they didn't have the right to chat with Rabbit directly. They could only find Eagle Chen and hope he could chat on behalf of peace. Eagle Source was very happy on the surface, but behind the scenes she didn't want to open her mouth at all. The negotiation of artificial intelligence has entered a critical time. It is clear which is more important and which is more important. Now is not the time to trouble the rabbit. Don't give this guy an excuse to keep dragging his time. Take down the eye in one go and then talk about this weapon slowly. Chapter 162. Chapter 162 Too many lice and not itching. 156 is being swallowed and modified. Rabbit has been waiting hard these days. I originally thought that someone would come to me and ask about electromagnetic weapons soon after the open-air test. As a result, after waiting for a long time, there is no fart reaction. Eagle Etchin doesn't care as if she doesn't see it, and she is still discussing artificial intelligence with herself. There is nothing the rabbit can do about it. Eagle Source is not stupid and will not give herself the opportunity to continue to delay time. However, at present, in the cooperation negotiation of artificial intelligence, both the self and the other party have already given a lot of concessions. If I hadn't delayed paying it back, I guess I could talk about it this year. It can be seen that their family's capital has begun to worry. The changes in the global market have seriously affected their business. In order to survive, it is okay to suffer a little loss. Fortunately, the current progress of my family is also good. Whether it is a mobile phone or a car, I am walking step by step. As long as your own high-tech products can gain a firm foothold in the global market, then it would be very difficult to kick yourself out. After all, flower growers are also famous for their business skills. The culture accumulated over thousands of years may be trading besides farming. After the summer vacation, Wang Chen also successfully completed the experiments on electromagnetic weapons. With the complete production process and data, the follow-up things can be handed over to Erguzi. Is that Jin Sanxi has been a little numb recently. He really didn't know what Wang Chen was doing at the factory, but it was definitely not a simple thing. As it turned out, his own boss actually directly started to enter the arms market this time. That is a special business no less than selling white powder. And the first customer is the Rabbit's Navy Department. To be honest, when Captain Wu came to the door, Jin Sanxi was still a little nervous. This is the commander-in-chief of an aircraft carrier formation, and he is also an absolute power figure in the military. Now he brought several negotiators to discuss the sale and purchase with himself. Is somewhat magical. Jin Sanxi doesn't know much about electromagnetic weapons. But Wang Chen had already asked Erguzi to send the corresponding information to his computer. After watching several times before and after, Jin Sanxi also touched his nose with some emotion. It can only be said that as expected of his own boss, this thing is also an epoch-making object. It is completely different from the new weapons in the existing arms market, and it is quite mature. As long as it works properly, this is another profitable business. As for the negotiation with the above, Wang Chen meant that the technology could be sold to them, but Wang Chen himself did not know what the company needed at present. Do you want money, land or people? Therefore, Jin Sanxi has to discuss this matter with the boss. Whatever you need what you need. Anyway, your own technology is very good, so you don't have to worry about buyers. Indeed, from Captain Wu's fiery eyes, Jin Sanxi could see that what Wang Chen said was true. As for the company's current shortage of gold and 3 stones, after thinking about it for a long time, it is very sincere to express the lack of money. Seeing that Jin Sanxi asked for money, Du Gang was relieved. To be honest, whether it is electromagnetic weapons or artificial intelligence, in the final analysis, they are all treasures that money cannot buy. Wang Chen is willing to sell it to them, but it all owes favor. Fortunately, Du Gang now has the feeling that he has more lice than to worry about, and he owes it as much as 1 or 2. And his family and Wang Chen also belong to the kind of mutual help. Wang Chen needs a safe environment, and he needs some absolutely top technology. Since Jin Sanxi asked for money, De Gang and Captain Wu discussed for a long time and finally decided to acquire a complete set of technologies related to electromagnetic cannons at a price of $5 billion. Sounds like a little bit? It's not over yet. According to Jin Sanchi's request, the superiors will agree that the Gate of Science and Technology will manufacture military electromagnetic weapons in China in the form of a private enterprise. Then directly join the global arms market with the help of the channel above? To put it bluntly, as long as the cooperation is reached, the door of technology will be brought on the sales in the future. This is equivalent to using his reputation for so many years to promote the Gate of Technology. The treatment is absolutely appropriate. And this is exactly what Jin Sanchi wanted. A one-shot deal is good, but it's even better if it can develop into a long-term deal. Arms are very profitable. As long as they are good, they will not be able to sell. Although rabbit's arms have always been despised by European and American counterparts. But it's quite good at the big dog owners in the Middle East. Besides, our new generation of equipment such as electromagnetic weapons, there are several halls that can withstand the temptation. Of course, in order to ensure that it will not pose a threat to itself, the exported things will definitely be limited in part of their performance. The two sides had a friendly exchange on these conditions. Almost all the terms were negotiated in about 3 days. Just as it was about to enter October, Wang Chen and De Gang officially signed a contract in their own laboratory. This is not like the secret P of artificial intelligence at the time, but a serious transaction with official contract certification. The news of also quickly spread to the village. Everyone frowned but said nothing. From the day we knew that this technology was developed by Wang Chen, everyone knew that it was only a matter of time before the rabbit got the relevant technology. After all, Wang Chen and the good ones above are just short of wearing a pair of pants. At the same time, on the other hand, on September 20 Wang Chen also reached a new contract with the person in charge of CCCC. 3 superlarge enclosed shipyards will be built in 1/3 of the reserved area of the port. However, only the construction of the outer body and the construction of the logistics channel with the central mountain range were handed over to CCCC. The construction of the core equipment of the shipyard is in Wang Chen's hands. And changed the current construction core to a shipyard. Will specially allocate manpower to build the outer body of the shipyard at the fastest speed. This project will not last long. All the drawings have been drawn by Guzi. They just need to build as required. Wang Chen did the math. The construction of the outer body could be completed at the beginning of next year at the most. By that time, a sufficient number of Hercules have been stored in the factory. That's right, Wang Chen will use his own robots to build all the construction inside the factory. Not only Hercules, but also the production line of Luban will be put into production in November. The investment in this alone has accounted for 60% of the company's current profits. In addition, the robot designed for big dog owners has also entered the debugging stage. These 2 robots are controlled and built by Guzi, and Wang Chen did not participate in the whole process. By the time Wang Chen returned to the laboratory from the factory, the prototype design of these 2 robots had entered the final stage. Chapter 163 War Machine. Chapter 163 War Machine. Not bad. Boss, according to your request, I adopted a foldable design inside Dabai, which can fit the entire robot into a large suitcase. It also comes with a learning mode, which can not only better cooperate with the family, but we can also pass newer ways to expand. In the laboratory, Wang Chen touched his chin in amazement as he looked at a white box in the corner that was charging. Narrator The Luban robot controlled by Guzi was standing beside Wang Chen and kept introducing. Through the design ideas provided by Wang Chen, the bones inside the entire Dabai robot can be contracted and folded. In this way, the space can be reduced as much as possible as in the movie. Although it is inflated, due to the existence of various devices in the bones, The weight of the entire dabai is about equal to an adult male. Is about 150 pounds. But it looks chubby, and the shell is also made of a special flexible simulation material, which can reach the body's favorite livable temperature after heating. And it is also very safe. Even if a child hits it on the head, there will be no problem. In the system, in addition to the added emotional modules, the learning mechanism can also allow everyone to experience the feeling of customization. Every dabai, whether in a family or a hotel, will quickly conduct an in-depth analysis of the person in need of service according to psychology, and then select the corresponding communication mode. In simple terms, the longer dabai stays in your home, the more he will understand you as a person and become more intimate. Of course, this function requires a lot of data processing. Even Urguzi can't guarantee 100% accuracy. Big data also takes time to accumulate. But this dabai does not have the ability to probe the human body in the movie, which means that dabai in reality is not a medical assistant. On the contrary, dabai in reality is more like a full-time nanny. In the basic settings, it has many functions: cleaning, cooking, laundry, babysitting, dog walking, grocery shopping, tutoring, etc. And with the subsequent in-depth development, more capabilities will definitely be added. Not only that, dabai will also be a top psychologist. His analytical skills will not only be used in his communication and selection of customers, but also when necessary, he will also subtly help correct the three views of children when bringing children. In the words of Urguzi, dabai is better at bringing children than many parents. What kind of child is ignorant, quarreled with parents, or was scolded by teachers, etc.? Dabai can make corresponding analysis and solutions. It may be a bridge or buffer zone for communication between children and parents in the future. Especially in the rebellious period of the bear children, the effect is more obvious. After all, not all parents are qualified. Especially when children are young, the impression of parents has a great influence on their future growth. Many so-called criminals are actually directly related to family reasons. Even Wang Chen thought about adding the ability of bodyguards to dabai, but after thinking about it, let it go. Dabai only needs to be a qualified babysitter. After all, bodyguards will have a certain fighting power. In this era when no one understands artificial intelligence, it is best not to be too advanced. I interacted with dabai for most of the day in my laboratory, and the overall feeling is also very good. Although it is a customized version of the Middle East, Wang Chen has already negotiated with His Royal Highness that Prince. This big white is not only used in the Middle East, but can be sold all over the world. However, the big dog owners also made a small request, that is, they should mention their big dog owners in dabai's advertising. Simply put, it is a joint name, using dabai to promote dabai to the global elite. And it's just the image of dabai. Another big police patrol robot dog does not plan to open it to other halls. After all, the big dog owners are not short of money, what they want is uniqueness. Even if he agrees with Wang Chen's idea of selling dabai to the outside world, he still requires the dabai to be sold to them in a different color. They think black plus gold is good. Wang Chen could say anything else, he could only agree with a smile. Black gold is black gold. I really have no interest in creating a civilian version of the image. Save a little when you can. In addition to checking dabai, Wang Chen also took a closer look at another police patrol robot. This guy doesn't have the simple and honest appearance of dabai. Referring to the image of the sledgehammer in Ao, although not so bloated, his physique is similar to that of a muscular man. It is pitch black and has edges and corners. Its design direction and big white are two extremes. Dabai is a home nanny, and it is a violent machine responsible for social security. So in design, Wang Chen asked Urguzi to use a black alloy inside the upper head. This is also taking into account the issue of gun ownership in the Middle East. This black alloy can effectively resist full-power AK bullets, is 7.62mm caliber, and even 12.7 caliber ammunition can block effectively. And this thing is wearing 3 layers of armor. The defense is quite powerful. After the simulation test of Urguzi, it is difficult for even an RPG to smash it with one shot. In order to ensure its mobility, it can not only walk on both feet, but also has a universal roller skating under its feet. If you really want to run, this thing can even reach the theoretical limit speed of 140 km/h. Of course, with the current 4-wheel drive balance software, it is impossible to maintain high-speed running for a long time. This software, like Dabi's learning mechanism, requires a long period of use to accumulate data and improve it continuously. In terms of firepower configuration, the entire robot is also quite violent. There is a special place for storing tactical props on the waist. Can hold 8 grenades or smoke grenades and flash grenades. There is also the same grenade mount point on the chest. In addition to these, there is a pistol storage compartment on each of the left and right legs, which can hold 2 pistols at the same time. There are 2 multifunctional large mount points on the back. Not only can be hung on rifles but also on large individual equipment. Up to the explosive box, down to the battering hammer and axe, it can basically be installed. Even if you carry a Gatling and carry a bullet box on your back, it's okay. On the chest, there are also 4 special magazine openings. The magazines for conventional weapons, such as rifles, are stored in the robot's body. There is a special magazine supply structure inside, and a standard 30-round magazine can store 20 pieces in one go. Not only that, the used magazines will also be inserted directly from the special compartment. In the design, the robot can not only store a large number of magazines, but also carry more than 3,000 rounds of bullets in one breath. Used magazines can be automatically reloaded directly in the body. Simply put, this robot can't see anything except large weapons. But once you really need to use it, then this is a proper war machine. Chapter 164 20% off. Chapter 164 20% off. When Wang Chen was evaluating the 2 robots, he also reported their parameters to Du Gang. To be honest, Du Gang wanted to reject Wang Chen at first sight. This trademark can also be called a police-shaped navigation multipurpose robot. Are you sure this is not the version used for defense? With this amount of firepower, a machine may not be able to press and beat one platoon. Wang Chen also had something to say about Du Gang's words. The first one to sell to the big dog owners must be the castrated version. Although the firepower configuration is very good, the battery life has been looked at a lot. The entire robot only has a cruising range of 800 kilometers, and it cannot carry external batteries. Although it is outrageous, it is indeed a big knife. And Wang Chen did not integrate various exploration equipment on it. To put it simply, in Wang Chen's original vision, these robots could all carry 3-dimensional individual drones. Accurately scan the enemies around your area directly from the perspective of God. This is the same as when you are playing a game. If you have a vision, you don't want to kill as much as you want. But in the end, Wang Chen was very self-aware and castrated him. Only the infrared thermal imaging and night vision goggles on the robot body are retained. And there is a setting for this kind of individual soldier. In addition, castration was also performed on the armor. The original setting was 5 layers of armor, but it was cut into 3 pieces by Wang Chen. The top speed has also been cut by 30%. Even the air propulsion that was supposed to be added has been put on hold. So Du Gang's worries are completely unnecessary. This thing is used to support the appearance of the big dog. Although it is still a high-end weapon in their realm, It does not pose any threat to large halls. After listening to Wang Chen's explanation, De Gang's expression became better. But this matter has to be decided by the top. The above views on this matter are similar to Wang Chen. Indeed, although this thing integrates very high-end technology, it does make a big cut in hardware configuration. In addition, the intelligent networks of the big dog owners are all under their control, so it doesn't matter if they are sold to them like this. Anyway, it's impossible to turn around and hit yourself no matter what. If it is sold to Eagle Source, they have to think carefully about it. But having said that, these two robots still need to come forward and talk to the big dog about something that cannot be elaborated. But some things still need to be made clear. To put it simply, these two robots will all be under the supervision of the top. From maintenance to use, the manpower can only be done by yourself. And this is for your own good. First, this technology is already very high-end, and secondly, it also prevents Eagle Source from being difficult to shirk when it comes to you. Now everything is handed over to us to maintain. Even if Yingjin wants to peep, there is no excuse. I didn't see Yingjin saying to give me a glance at their big baby. If you don't show me, can I show you? Normal operation. And after these conditions were reported to the big dog owners, they agreed within 2 days. The big dog owner agrees, and the boss agrees, so the rest will be easy. Jin Sanshi flew directly to Dubai by plane, where he had a good look at the future with a group of local tyrants in the United Arab Emirates. By the way, I brought samples of the two robots to show them. Let's not talk about it, the power of this police robot really opened the eyes of the big dog owners. It turns out that robots can be so powerful now. Then why do they still want those old men? No matter what you can do, eat first. With the best equipment, you can't win even a group of people wearing slippers, which is simply detrimental to the face of Krypton Gold players. It's alright now, with these robots working with drones, at least I can hang and fight the group of people wearing slippers, right? As long as the situation can be stabilized, then their travel plans can be pushed forward normally. So after a week of discussions, on October 18th, the big dog owners officially decided to purchase 3,000 Dabai and 6,000 police robots in Dubai first. At the same time, for convenience, what after-sales center, maintenance center? Although the 6,000 police robots are not many listeners, the calculation is actually quite good. What do the big dog owners want? It's not economical, it's a full set. As your big dog owners, it's not too much to equip each police robot with a single soldier missile canister, right? And then there is the tracking, the kind of empowerment attack. What other fully equipped rifles, high-precision bullets, customized pistols, etc. can be operated? Or you can use a domestic Gatling. We guarantee that we will never get stuck, and if you buy more, you can get a 20% discount. Relying on this operation, the price of the bare metal of the two robots finally reached 150,000 to 400,000, which is still as dollars. Just selling equipment is 450 million plus 2.4 billion. Is the price of nearly $3 billion. And the profits here are even more exaggerated. Jin Sanshi may have learned the essence. 150,000 and 400,000 are the prices of their own costs, or RMB. You can get 6 times the profit by directly changing it into a US knife. In this wave, a net profit of 15 billion yuan. And that doesn't even count the matching equipment and factory centers and so on. More importantly, this is the first purchase, just use it in Dubai to test the water. If the effect is good, the big dog said that the follow-up orders are the big ones. To be honest, Wang Chen was a little suspicious that these guys might be trying to use this police robot as a combat force. But it doesn't matter. Robots are essentially consumables. If they are really used for fighting, it will become a long-term business for them. As for whether it will cause more casualties, but he can't control the affairs of other people's houses. The original intention of developing weapons was just to protect themselves, and by the way, to protect the entrance of their home. The world is never peaceful, and war is the main theme that will never be outdated. The only thing he can do is to make himself stronger. As for other people's homes, I don't care. Even if you don't sell it yourself, people will buy it elsewhere. Then it is better to let this money earn for yourself. Chapter 165 Brain-Computer Interaction Technology. Chapter 165 Brain-Computer Interaction Technology. Wang Chen, the big dog's contract, didn't care much. With Jin Sanchi's ability, he would definitely be able to handle it well. Wang Chen, who has returned to the laboratory, has continued to, in addition to improving the robot-related design, it also received an order from above. Anyway, this robot is really amazing. Its powerful combat potential can completely replace soldiers charging at the forefront. And man is the limit, but the machine is not. As long as the structure is not damaged and the energy supply is not cut off, they can keep fighting. It is hoped that Wang Chen will be able to develop and design a robot for internal use in the military. As long as it is reasonable and okay, the military's orders will definitely not be less. They even asked about the possibility of exoskeleton mechs. In addition to this kind of robot that can be controlled remotely, it is also hoped that part of the robot's capabilities can be given to humans. Just like the Iron Man in the movie, he is a god with a body of steel. Wang Chen's first reaction after listening to it was that he wanted to eat farts. Iron Man? If nothing else, the thing on his chest is something that the current Earth cannot produce. That can no longer be called nuclear fusion miniaturization, but miniaturization. Secondly, even if the corresponding exoskeleton mecha can be developed using graft and batteries, and the battery life problem is thrown away, there are still many difficulties that need to be overcome. The main reason for the above question is because the use of the robot is based on the wireless network. If the network takes a hit, the bots will be instantly incapacitated. That's why the top wants to cover part of the robot's capabilities to humans. Exoskeletons are being researched all over the world and are also a hot topic in the military. Also has various images in the movie. But without exception, power and violence are basically the labels they can't get rid of. Wang Chen had the idea of developing individual mechas before, but he gave up temporarily. The main reason is that the development is too difficult and there are too many technologies that need to be unlocked. Although now has battery technology, even artificial intelligence is unlocked. But in order to complete the development of individual mechas, there is still a very important technology that has not been broken through. That is brainwave interaction technology. This is a very metaphysical technique. Only by unlocking it can human beings be able to truly master the weapon of mecha. After all, there will be a delay in controlling the mecha, and the fastest way to match is to connect the brain. Connect the control software of the hardware with the EEG information of the human body itself. Assisted by artificial intelligence to achieve the lowest theoretical operation delay. Just what I learned in the library. The powerful civilization can even optimize the exoskeleton mech so that the existence of delay is almost imperceptible. Is like an arm, flexible and casual, just like wearing a piece of clothing, and even the senses can be coordinated. Of course, Wang Chen is definitely not able to do this at present, and the materials on the Earth are not supported. But the importance of EEG interaction remains the same. If you want to unlock the individual exoskeleton mech, you must unlock this technology. Otherwise, the delay problem will be very serious if the mecha is controlled by induction or other methods. According to the plan, Wang Chen will concentrate on completing the research on nuclear fusion in the next time. But after thinking about it for a few nights, I finally decided to take up this demand. This is not Wang Chen's idle pain. He came to find something to do for himself. Instead thought of the importance of the technology of brain-computer interaction to the future. This thing can not only be used on individual mechas, but can even be connected to battleships. Imagine that a commander, in a naval battle, can stand on the deck and control the activities of the ship by constantly observing the situation. And the control method is very simple. Just pass the command through the device, and the artificial intelligence inside the battleship will immediately make the corresponding operation. This delay is more accurate and efficient than human-to-human transmission. And the outcome of the war is sometimes the difference in such details. Even if war is not considered, the application will be of great use in other areas. For example, in medicine, if the EEG device of the brain can be accurately read, the accuracy and efficiency of medical prosthetics may not be able to make a leap in an instant. And the study of individual mechs will also help to explore space in the future. Whether it is a spaceship or a base in an alien galaxy, you need to use the aviation suit. In essence, this thing can also be made into the form of a mecha. Both the defense and the convenience of action will definitely be much better. Therefore, considering all aspects, Wang Chen temporarily decided to toss out the brain-electric interaction technology before studying nuclear fusion. The biggest difficulty of this technology is how to accurately identify the current signal in the human body. After all, there are a lot of commands issued every second in the human brain. To extract key information from it, not only an accurate dictionary is needed, but also a sufficiently flexible and efficient software. The software is simple, nothing is more efficient than Ergoozy. All that's left is to write a dictionary about EEG signals. After all, only if you know what the signal is saying qualified to discuss reading issues. This is actually too long. Through repeated comparisons, and then summarizing the types of signals, a relatively correct result is finally obtained. At present, all the research institutions in the world that are researching this technology are still stuck at the difficulty of dictionary. If you don't get this stuff written, you'll never get to the next step. Judging from the current global progress, it has actually been perfected very well. According to the news, a certain team of Eagle Source can now let people use their thoughts to type through devices. Although not very fast, the accuracy is very good. In addition to these, there are also those who can use the EEG to control the mouse to browse the web, use the EEG to control the game and so on. Although there are more or less problems, it is only a matter of time before the breakthrough. Wang Chen doesn't need to be so troublesome, or this research should be the easiest for him. There are devices, and the latest EEG pickup device has been able to read very stably. Then you only need to write this dictionary. To put it bluntly, it means copying all the technical documents in your mind. Then cooperate with Ergoozy to make it pack it into software, and finally adapt it with the hardware. It is precisely considering that this technology will not take too much time, that is why Wang Chen will make it upside down before studying nuclear fusion. Anyway, the nuclear fusion thing can't be done in a day, so just relax. Chapter 166 Yang Conspiracy. Chapter 166 Yang Conspiracy. Just when Wang Chen was thinking about unlocking the brain-computer interaction technology before studying nuclear fusion, Europe and the United States suddenly announced on October 20 that they will restart the moon landing program at the end of this year. At the same time, we will increase investment in nuclear fusion to accelerate comprehensively. The world's first permanent base in outer space is expected to be built within 5 years. This matter was officially announced by NASA. The first time the news was released, it caused a violent response from the global network. Europe and the United States are going to restart the outer space program. Real or fake? There will be no fucking conspiracy, right? No, Demao, who was drinking at home, felt a familiar smell inexplicably. Without saying a word, he called Rabbit and told him to be careful not to be fooled. The first time they received the information, they thought it was an old trick from the opposite side. But after careful study, something is not right. First of all, these are the tricks that have been used before. No matter how stupid they will be on guard. Secondly, with your current strength, even if you want to play this trick, in the end you will be the one in Europe and America who will be unlucky. The current domestic economy is not at all comparable to that of the Big Brother back then. No, after a few days of detailed investigation, it was found that Europe and the United States were playing for real. It is said that the EU has signed a joint agreement with EagleSource, and it is expected to invest a budget of at least $500 billion in the next 10 years to restart the moon landing program with NASA as the mainstay. These include a new generation of aerospace equipment, more powerful propulsion units, and even a brand new International Space Station. At present, more than 20 churches have joined this plan, and these are undoubtedly the main force of the global economic system. If it's really just for the sake of getting a punch, then this investment is too exaggerated. Risking an economic collapse to play big with yourself? The above does not think the opposite is so stupid. Eagleson is a shrewd businessman and will not do anything without profit. Moreover, the rabbit also found out that the cause of this incident was also related to the secret news of the moon landing that year. Even involved the legendary Area 51. An internal spy has already sent a secret report, saying that Yingqian is ready to take a risk to execute a top-secret plan in order to compete with the technological development here. And its core is on the moon. It's just that there are less than 10 people who know this plan in detail, and most of them are the heads of top-level tanker families. It is very difficult to know this clearly from their mouths. The top of this news is also a little numb, and it is impossible to tell whether it is real or a smoke bomb released by EagleSource. Using the legendary District 51 as a bait, he seduced himself to increase its investment in space, thereby affecting the domestic economic development and obtaining a certain buffer time for European and American capital. This plan is also it is reasonable to leave Demao and Rabbit aside, even if they try to use artificial intelligence as a threat. But this time Yingqian's attitude is very tough. The exchange of artificial intelligence can only be discussed according to the previous exchange conditions. As for their space program in Europe and the United States, unless the above agrees to fully open the Tiangong program, they will not be discussed. This time, the above is completely frozen. Open Tiangong plan? How can that be? I didn't get a dime from the dividends of the International Space Station before. Now you want to pick up ready-made. Not to mention, even if you have money and technology, it will take at least 3 to 5 years to build a new generation of the International Space Station. For such a long time, it is estimated that his own space station can complete several rounds of expansion. And maybe this is the conspiracy of EagleSource. The target is Tiangong? Being in a dilemma, I can only temporarily press the negotiation with Eagleson in this regard. The information we know so far is too little, so let's inquire about it first. Stop by Demao's house and ask, and see what's wrong there. After all, if there were any secrets about the moon landing back then, the only one who might know about it would be Demao. But in the face of the above inquiry, Demao said after consulting a lot of inheritance of his ancestors, there is no direct information to prove the existence of the secret. Well, the situation is getting weirder now, and on the internet, with the great publicity of Europe and the United States, it is time to return to the moon plan. The domestic network also began to appear restless. With the development of the domestic economy in recent years, most of the Chinese people have become more and more straight. Although there are some cartilaginous shrimps, in general, I have become a lot more confident. Especially in the past few years. The emergence of the gate of science and technology has made the global center begin to accelerate the transfer to its own hall. In this big environment, facing the sudden restart of the moon landing plan in Europe and the United States, even though many people knew that it might be a trap, they still issued the slogan of catching up with them. After finding this situation above, It is strange that there is no obstruction. Seems to acquiesce to the spread of this situation. Until the beginning of November, even Wang Chen, who was hiding in the laboratory, was shocked by the news on the internet. Through the various information collected by Erguzi, Wang Chen is actually a little unsure of what Yin Jiang is going to do now. The so-called lunar secrets, Wang Chen did not deny the possibility of their existence. As a cheater, he knows very well that there are too many civilizations in this vast universe. It's just that the universe is so huge that humans have never encountered intelligent life. But this does not mean that no other civilization visited the solar system before the birth of civilization on Earth. Even Wang Chen dared to buy tickets, not to mention far. If there are no other civilizations in the galaxy, he will directly eat the table. My own Plyusian can record a lot of science and technology related to the civilization of the galaxy in detail. Although I don't know whether it is in this space-time or a parallel space-time, it all shows that the alien civilization is definitely not far from the Earth. However, it is unlikely that Yin Jiang will master the secrets of the outer civilization. It is important to know that the development of a civilization is highly random. Even if they belong to the same scientific and technological civilization, depending on the different environment of the parent star and the different cultural environment, the technology created will be very different. It is basically impossible to crack it as easily as in the movie. There is no reference. What do you use to decipher other people's things? So, even if Eagle Source really knows something, Wang Chen is not worried. However, from the current situation, it is within a reasonable range for Europe and the United States to return to the moon. Removing the so-called secrets, returning to the moon can not only bring back some confidence, but also make the originally loose European and American alliances closer. In this era of continuous development and growth, this move is undoubtedly the right choice. And judging from the current technology of the Earth, it is only a matter of time before returning to the moon. Not only for political reasons, but also for the arrangement of military and development directions. In general, Wang Chen was not surprised by their choice. On the contrary, in Wang Chen's view, it was a very rational decision. Can not only contain the above decisions, but also reorganize the pace of Europe and the United States in one breath. Sure enough, the Eagle Source that was able to reach its peak during World War II was not a fuel-efficient lamp. This trademark is a conspiracy. Chapter 167 Decades of Skill. Chapter 167 Decades of Skill. Sure enough, since November, Du Gang, who had been pestering him every day, seemed to have evaporated from the world. Wang Chen called in the middle. Du Gang said that he was going crazy now. The above needs more information to make judgments, but Europe and the United States are too tight, and so far I haven't heard any useful information. However, the pace of Europe and the United States is very fast. This resolution was already signed when it was announced. The labor force of nearly 4 million plus nearly 10,000 supporting manufacturers has already been mobilized. In terms of funding, from the perspective of NASA, the first $100 billion in funding has also entered their account. The rich NASA is no longer a human being, and has restarted hundreds of projects that were originally shelved. Among them is the research and development plan for a new generation of space shuttles. And there will be a lot of progress in energy, and I even heard that Eagle Source has found a way to reduce costs. It is said that a nuclear reactor will be used as the energy core of the new generation of spacecraft, and a special device will be used to free the spacecraft from the constraints of rockets. That is to say, our new generation of spacecraft will have the ability to freely enter and exit the atmosphere. It is said that the related pre-research work Eagle Source has been completed as early as 30 years ago, and now it is nothing more than modernization and optimization. What is certain is that if it can be produced, the spacecraft will definitely be much larger than the spacecraft of the year. Especially this batch of restart plans, many of which were aimed at the backhand of Big Brother back then, and now they are all used on rabbits. The pressure above is a lot now, but fortunately, I don't panic. The existence of the Tiangong plan makes the above current situation not bad. However, considering that the large spaceship that is about to be developed on the opposite side is also pondering it now. The madness of that era was experienced. There were countless whimsical designs in that era that were left out because of the constraints of the times. But Yingjiang invested in many possible technologies in order to deceive people. Even if you didn't use it all, you have accumulated a lot of money. Many people joked that Demao is now an archaeological research and development, but in fact Eagle Source is the real archaeological one. Eagle Source in that era absorbed countless talents from all over the world, and frantically tossed it for decades with abundant funds. No one knows what they have studied, but it is clear that once the Eagle Source is serious, it is not a fuel-efficient lamp. If Yingjian is determined to enter outer space, then her family must keep up. This undoubtedly disrupted his original deployment. But no way, naked conspiracy. A rabbit who has already been behind once will never tolerate being behind again. Outer space is the direction of human development in the future, which is the consensus of all Tongku. And whoever can master outer space first, can become the leader of the next 50 years. New energy, new material. It is a treasure that cannot be abandoned. Therefore, even if the above is annoying now, we can only increase the investment in space. And this will inevitably squeeze the weight of internal development. No matter what the purpose of Eagle Source is, this wave has successfully pulled a certain space for the whole of Europe and the United States. Although it has not been officially announced, domestic space agencies have begun to restructure and allocate. A large number of scientific researchers are ready to go, and the above is also beginning to gather funds to prepare for a protracted battle. Wang Chen, who was debugging the equipment, was also a little hesitant. Would you like to build a nuclear fusion device first? But after thinking about it, let's forget it. I'm almost done with my preparations, so I can't give up halfway, right? Besides, no matter how strong Yingjian is, it cannot be deployed in a short period of time. Even if it is a variety of technologies from archaeology, it will take time to optimize and process. Not to mention that Eagle Source has no space station to use. That old-fashioned thing in the sky can't afford the needs of the new era. At least for a year or two, the advantage is still on his side. But the problem is also coming. If a new generation of moon landing spacecraft cannot be developed within these 2 years, then Eagle Source will be able to catch up in one go. After all, the capital accumulated over decades. Once it erupts, even the current rabbit can't resist it. That was a gift package for the Big Brother back then. Fortunately, now Demao is still firmly on his side. Let's not say anything else. If you really want to play a space race, then there is an archaeological site on your side. Sure enough, in the face of the actions of the old opponents, Demao also came over immediately. In this case, it is absolutely impossible for even the top to fight against a group of halls alone. Although I have pulled a lot of hips, I still have a strong background in aerospace. Don't forget, the International Space Station in the sky is still relying on its own life. In the previous Tiangong plan, Demao also cooperated deeply with the above. Is also the only hall with independent positions. If it was like this before, and it is even more impossible to separate now. I heard that Demao has promised to show the rabbit their big baby. Including the top secret information of the blizzard that year, etc. can be opened to the above. And there is only one requirement, and that is that this battle must not leave them behind. After all, Demao has no money. If you don't rely on it, you will never be able to compete with European and American capital. But as a super eloquent, they cannot tolerate being abandoned by the times. Fortunately, although they can't keep up with this era, they have the ability to destroy this era. So both above and in Europe and America have to be careful. For Demao's request, the above agreed very happily. This is really nothing to say. Now basically all the people in the world who can help themselves have gone to the opposite side. As for the remaining friends of the family, if you don't even understand how to live, can you count on them to help you land on the moon? Demao can be said to be the only super-duper who can help. This kind of help cannot be let go. In late November, although there was still no plan to enter outer space, the above and Demao reached an agreement on space development. In the spotlight both sides signed the contract. So far, the two major forces of space development have taken shape. The neighbor next door was very calm after seeing it. Demao is the default ally they give to the opposite ally. Now that you're ready, let's get started. They are also confident about the current plan. Although it will cost countless funds, as long as they can win, the final profit will make their mouths full of oil. Even if they don't win, they are sure to force a draw. In general, they won't lose money anyway. See above, the last piece of unsettling factor has been removed after accepting Demao according to their plan. Then, see the real stamp in your hand. Just let you see how terrifying the skill that has been held for decades. Take another day off today to get injections. I'm going to take another day off today and have an injection. Took a strengthening needle, and the whole person is not right. I slept all day yesterday, but today I slept for most of the day and still can't wake up. The whole person was so drowsy that he couldn't write anything at all. Forcibly writing 1,000 words is no different from shit. Everyone should also pay attention. The recent epidemic is very serious. Don't catch it. According to previous experience, the third day's tomorrow will be much better. Stop talking, continue to sleep, and tomorrow will update everyone no matter what. Chapter 168 Generalized Eeg. Chapter 168 Generalized Eeg. The big hairy snowstorm has been in the warehouse for a while. With the passing of Big Brother, this thing has been undermaintained. Even so, the above patiently accepted all the information about this thing. Even for this era, Blizzard already belongs to the spacecraft of the old man level. But as the pinnacle of Big Brother back then, many of the internal design ideas are still of great reference value. In addition to these, through archaeology, Demao and Rabbit shared all the space data collected by his family back then. Not only includes things on orbital exploration, but also various parameters of the Moon and even Mars. Not to mention that it is not necessary, at least the attitude of cooperation is no problem. With the full cooperation of Demao, the above is also relieved. After all, in the field of heavy-lift rockets, compared to Demao and Eagle Source, there is still a gap between their own. Although it is certain that the heavy-lift rocket will be eliminated, it is not now after all. Not yet in everyone until spacecraft can freely enter and exit the atmosphere. Heavy rockets are still the only way for them to get to the sky. Demao's rocket, not to mention anything else, is still very safe. With the cooperation here, our Tiangong can also complete the subsequent expansions at a faster speed. Until the end of the year, the eyes of the world seem to be focused on the new round of space race that is about to start. Once this thing really unfolds, the industry involved will almost cover most of the world. After all, aerospace is the crystallization of science and technology, and the technology and various materials you contain are a masterpiece. Even in terms of impact, it has attracted more attention than the current artificial intelligence. It's almost December, and the related popularity has rushed to the hot search again. Eagle Source officially announced that in order to speed up the deployment in outer space, the International Space Station, which was originally planned to be decommissioned, will be delayed again. However, considering that this thing is already a product of the last century, it cannot effectively match the current technology. Therefore, starting from next year, the European and American alliances will replace all positions at the fastest speed. In simple terms, it is to use the frame of the existing space station as a carrier to replace the original old warehouse as a whole step by step. This process is no different from dismantling and redoing. The only benefit may be that the original old space station in the sky can ensure the safety of astronauts. After the reconstruction is completed, the entire space station will integrate highly modern electronic equipment, and will provide astronauts with a better living environment. And Eagle Source also proposed to put 8 emergency transit warehouses on the Earth-Moon orbit. Centered on the International Space Station, it can ensure that when the Earth and the Moon fly, once it appears, the astronauts can drive the escape cabin to hide. There will be a basic life support system, and the food can guarantee the astronauts' expenses for nearly half a year. In addition to these, the first generation of CG animations about the permanent lunar base was also announced. Said that within 5 years, a team of more than 200 people will be thrown on the Moon, and at the same time, the lunar base must be able to complete the most basic self-sufficiency. After gaining a firm foothold, factories will be built, including repair stations for spaceships, mining stations, and more. Anyway, the whole disclosed plan is very detailed and huge, and it seems that there is no joke. Even domestic netizens have to say exaggeration after reading it. This is simply throwing money into it. Ying Jiang is so desperate to develop aerospace projects, is he really not afraid of killing himself? In the face of the various plans that are constantly being released, the above actions are very calm. Seems to be completely unreasonable idea. The space agency also did not put a fart. The calmness of the rabbit made Yingjin a little puzzled, but it doesn't matter, the opposite is the same as her. Some people think that they just want to start the space race again and then pit the other side. In fact, this idea is very naive. If you really play like this, I'm afraid it will be yourself who can't hold on first. Therefore, Eagle Source is really ready to join everyone to gain a firm foothold in aerospace. In particular, several of our own projects have made rapid progress, and some resources on the Moon are quite precious. If you take a move from the opposite side, then be tough and don't take the move. That's the best thing. When you have a firm foothold, the advantage will be on your side. Moreover, from what he had investigated, the opposite party didn't say anything, but the power inside had already begun to gather. Obviously did not intend to lag behind in space flight. On this matter, Wang Chen received a call from Du Gang. We hope that Wang Chen can give the greatest support in space flight. Especially in terms of technology, artificial intelligence, robots, graphene batteries and other things will definitely be used in aerospace. As the creator of these technologies, Wang Chen's support is particularly important. Aerospace is not comparable to running on the ground. Considering the complex and changeable environment, many things need to be customized. Wang Chen happily agreed to the request from above. Aerospace development is a process that human beings must go through. The resources of the Earth are too few. Compared with the vast starry sky, it is a grain of sand. Apart from this matter, after this period of preparation, Wang Chen has almost prepared the materials for the research on EEG interactive devices. 2 computers, a high-precision EEG acquisition device specially provided by the top, plus a bunch of red, green and green wires. It is also very simple to use. After wearing it on the top of the head, the device can automatically read the current that exists in the human body all the time. It's just that these signals are messy and disordered, and it is difficult to perform effective analysis even if they are read out. As far as the device in Wang Chen's hands is concerned, they only use it to read some specific frequencies. Wang Chen tested it himself, and the effect was really strong. Looking at the series of unknown barcodes on the display, Wang Chen started to ask Herguzi to analyze these signals in detail as planned. I now have a complete set of testing equipment on my body. Bracelet ankles, including a black ring around the neck. These are electrical signals used to analyze the brain's control of the limbs. Compared with the others, the above signal is undoubtedly much stronger. Start with the simplest and go deeper. Although I have a general-purpose EEG map, many things still need to be tested and compared. This is also a thing that needs to build a large database, not only Wang Chen himself. The more people who use the data, the more accurate it will be. At the same time, Wang Chen also started to write the first external extension plugin for Ergoozy. The purpose of is to cooperate with our own general-purpose EEG information spectrum for better analysis and cooperation. EEG reading will fluctuate to a certain extent due to various influences. At this time, artificial intelligence is required to make corresponding adjustments. The new plugin added to Ergoozy is to strengthen this aspect. Chapter 169 Exchange Meeting. Chapter 169 Exchange Meeting. It didn't take much time for me to write a general EEG map. On the contrary, it was the deployment software that made Wang Chen a little overwhelmed. From the first time the map was entered, his Ergoozy has been able to accurately identify and control the currents of the limbs and trunk. Specially recruited Luban for testing. Through parallel connection, Ergoozy can easily control the robot to make the same physical movements as Wang Chen. But in other aspects, such as using the mind to control a mouse to look up the website, or typing to send a message. Although you can do it, you have to be very focused. If there is a slight interruption, it may affect the accuracy. Wang Chen can only maintain the accuracy at about 82% after debugging for a long time, although it is undoubtedly a lot stronger than the current EEG interactive devices. But there is still a certain gap compared to the finished product in my imagination. The solution given by Ergoozy is still to continuously improve by collecting big data. Everyone is different, and the general-purpose EEG map can only play a convenient role. But if you want to perfectly fit everyone, it takes a lot of time to make individual corrections with the current scientific and technological strength. Therefore, it is a bit unrealistic to want to complete the EEG control of the vehicle in a short time, or completely replace the hands and control the computer and mobile phone through the brain. But it does not prevent this technology from having the ability to be promoted to commercial products. Even though the accuracy still needs to be improved, it is no problem to complete some simple use with the current level of accuracy. The big deal is to cooperate with the voice, and Ergoozy's current analytical ability is basically sufficient. In-depth EEG communication is not as simple as you think. Being able to accurately read the limbs is already a big step. And for the current situation, being able to accurately read the EEG signals of the limbs means that the development of individual mechas can already be put on the agenda. Relying on EEG interaction, the delay on humans and machines will be smoothed to a minimum. Coupled with the existence of Ergoozy, the ability of the individual mecha can be maximized. It's just that Wang Chen is a little unsure now, whether to directly extend it to civilian use, or just use it in the matching of individual mechas. After thinking about it for a long time, Wang Chen didn't make up his mind, so he could only call Jin Sanshi and ask him to come up. During this time, Jin Sanshi was also busy with his feet not touching the ground. As the Domestic Technology Alliance has entered the time of head-to-head confrontation, several major technology fields have now become dog brains. Especially at the end of the year, as bridled auto brands begin to officially deliver a new generation of energy vehicles. All kinds of event scenes require Jin Sanshi to attend instead of Wang Chen. Counting the time, Jin Sanshi has not bubbled in the company for more than a month. Are all remotely controlled by mobile phone and video. Fortunately, after several years of development, Jin Sanshi has set up a fairly stable team. Even if there is no Jin Sanshi sitting in the company, the normal operation of each production line can be guaranteed. When received the call from Wang Chen, Lao Jin happened to be in a meeting place. This is a large-scale negotiation organized by the flour factory and invited almost all members of the alliance in the country. After listening to what Wang Chen said, Jin Sanshi also sat on the sofa and pondered for a while. He doesn't have much concept of weak interaction. But after listening to Wang Chen's application prospect, I instinctively felt that the flour factory should be very interested in this thing. After all, when the flour factory launched a new generation of interactive devices, Wang Chen said it. If this thing can be loaded with reliable interactive equipment, it will definitely subvert the existing tradition. The next era of mobile phones will definitely be free from the control of the hands and assist users in a faster and more convenient way. Even if Wang Chen said that his brain-computer interaction technology is still not as accurate as expected, but it can also be heard from the words of his boss that at least in a short time, Wang Chen has no idea of continuing to study. It is enough to be able to match the mecha for use. This is Wang Chen's current attitude. After thinking about it for a while, Jin Sanshi decided to ask someone who knows how to do it first. Mr. Ren of the flour factory, including the boss of the technical department, was there. Seeing Jin Sanshi approaching, Mr. Ren immediately smiled and said hello. Mr. Jin, I just saw you sitting on the sofa with a frowning face. Is it your family's president that has something wrong again? Hearing Mr. Ren teasing himself, Jin Sanshi shook his head. Yes, the boss has something new. Ask me if I want to enter the civilian market. Oh? Hearing this, the bosses around the table all pricked up their ears. The door of science and technology has a new life. This is big news, you have to listen carefully. Ren couldn't help but sit up straight. Related to mobile phones? Almost, the boss said. He has freed up something called brain-computer interaction, which is currently ready to be used on individual mechas. What? Before he finished speaking, Mr. Ren stood up with a snap, looking at Jin Sanshi with a shocked expression. Brain-computer interaction? What the hell, is it true or false? Iron Man on a single soldier mech? Fuck, this technology is incredible. And it seems that the automotive field can also be used. Unmanned driving? If this technology really comes out, it will really be unmanned. The circle of bigwigs around also muttered. Brain-computer interaction, just 4 words, represents too many things. This is a brand new way of interaction, and its degree of change is comparable to when smartphones first came out. If the new interactive devices before the flour factory are still somewhat attached to traditional mobile phones, then once this brain-computer interaction comes out, traditional mobile phones will be thrown into the cold. Really or not? How accurate is it? A technician next to Mr. Ren also asked excitedly. 80%, the boss said that the conditions for civilian use are not small, but for the time being, he has no idea of further research, and he can cooperate with the individual mecha. So he asked me if I wanted to use it for civilian use. I don't know much about this, so I can only ask you guys. Jin Sanshi honestly told them Wang Chen's original words. The people here are basically his own people, and Jin Sanshi didn't plan to cheat them. 80%. This accuracy is not low. At present, the mainstream interactive devices have an accuracy rate of less than 30% and there are still a lot of conditions. Did Mr. Wang say what direction? Limit. The technician touched his chin and asked after thinking for a while. Yes, it is said that you have to concentrate on reading it accurately. The impression of divergent thinking is relatively large. If you want to use it for civilian use, you have to cooperate with Erguzi to collect data for a long time. This is not something that can be perfected in 1 or 2 days. Sure enough, even President Wang can't solve the difficulty of thinking divergence with the current technological conditions, but it can be 82% accurate under the condition of concentration, even if it is assisted by artificial intelligence. It is a bit exaggerated. Well, I think I can get in touch. The technician nodded and said to Mr. Wren with the same sympathy. Chapter 170 Gambling. Chapter 170 Gambling. The so-called divergent thinking actually refers to the creativity of human beings themselves. This is also the biggest difference between humans and machines. The machine will only continue to complete the work according to the established program, and people are different. They will accumulate experience in the process of creation, and after a certain level, they may break through the current technology. And this is definitely a good thing for the development of technology, but it is these things that make human beings themselves not suitable for repetitive work. Being tired and hungry is one thing, and the most important thing is that the human body cannot concentrate for a long time. For many ordinary people, the phenomenon of mind wandering often occurs when working. This is actually the brain sneak paddling. Especially after working for a period of time, the human body itself will start to think about it involuntarily. And this is called thinking divergence. Meaningful thinking is called inspiration, and meaningless thinking is called fishing. No matter what, it means that the human brain will be very active. Itself, the structure of the human brain is a very compact instrument. And the current is all the code in series in the computer. But the human body is not a traceable dead thing like a computer. So, reading brain waves is easy, but it is very difficult to read them accurately. This is also the reason why Wang Chen is too lazy to study in depth. The brain controls its own hardware, that is, the brain electricity intensity of the limbs will be significantly stronger by one level, which means that it is easy to read the judgment. But that's just current for the hardware side of the limbs. If it's just thinking, it's too difficult to grab something meaningful in the clueless stream. The biggest problem for the global research institutions in this area is how to accurately identify when the human brain is relaxed. There is no good solution so far. I can think of everything similar to Wang Chen, who uses voice assistants to make judgments with artificial intelligence. Unless the research on the brain domain goes to a very deep level, a solution may be found. But now Wang Chen obviously doesn't have time to do this. The technician from the flower factory was obviously knowledgeable, although he was surprised that Wang Chen could achieve an accuracy of more than 80% when the human body was concentrated. But again, the human body itself cannot concentrate for a long time. If it cannot be accurately identified under normal circumstances, then this technology is somewhat tasteless. But then again, suppose the human body is habitually able to pay attention when giving out critical commands. That may also allow this technology to achieve a good use effect. And this is due to the strong adaptability of the human body itself. After this talent told everyone what he knew, Mr. Wren also touched his chin and thought. Flower Factory has also conducted research on brain-computer interaction, but the effect is not good. Not to mention the accuracy of more than 80% under the condition of concentration. Our own technology can't even do 40%. So this is why the Flower Factory is making a big push for artificial intelligence. Brain-computer interaction is a relatively distant future technology. Before this technology is perfected, more of the human body itself needs to communicate and cooperate with artificial intelligence by speaking. Anyway, a one-second delay in daily use does not matter much. From Jin Sanchi's words, we can also know that Wang Chen's research on this technology is only for the use of individual mechas. There are not many ideas to continue research. If this is the case, just relying on the state of the semi-finished product, Mr. Wren is not sure whether actually loading it on his own interactive device will have a reverse effect. Mr. Wren is still like this, and the other bigwigs are even more similar. Not to mention that many of them are related to automobiles. Even if not, several other bigwigs who are also mobile phone manufacturers would not dare to make a rash bet at this time. They haven't even researched a new generation of interactive devices, let alone loaded this apparently unreliable new technology. But there are some exceptions. Mr. Le, who was sitting silently, kept thinking about it in his heart. With the rapid development of rice mobile phones, the first generation of rice mobile phones has reached the winding stage, and it is expected to be officially released early next year. And as the release time approaches, Mr. Lay is now facing a problem. That is, the rice phone seems too mediocre. This mediocrity does not refer to the hardware. After all, it is equipped with Apple's high-end chips, and the quality of the rice phone with Hongmeng's latest system is no worse than other brands. However, the current rice has encountered a problem. That is, you cannot make your own characteristics. Under the condition that everyone's hardware has not pulled out the generation difference, accurate positioning is the key to whether you can survive. The rice in the past relied on low price and high cost performance. In that era when foreign brands were in power, they just relied on this thing to kill a bloody road. But it's not anymore. As the founder of rice, Mr. Lay knows no one about the suppressing power of rice in the low-end market. It is almost impossible to face rice head-on. Don't think that you have tens of billions of funds, but this amount of money is a small wave in the mobile phone market, and it will be gone if you don't pay attention. It is impossible for me to fight a price war with rice with this little capital. I don't have that capital. But if you don't enter the low-end market, it will be more difficult for yourself in the high-end field. Now several great gods in the high-end field of mobile phones, Huachang, Nokia, Apple, Samsung and Vivo, which one is worse than himself? Especially for the first few, we need fans to have fans, and technology to have technology. Even if the rice of the year could not suppress them in the technical field, let alone let's talk about the current rice. Strictly speaking, rice is just a new assembly plant. Therefore, if you want to break the game, you must take the road that others dare not take. But until now, Mr. Lay has not found enough adventurous directions. In desperation, he can only plan to rely on his own fame to make the rice run normally. But just now, I heard a technique that seems to be very good. The brain-computer interaction thing has also been researched on rice before, but it was just a shallow test. I have a certain understanding of this stuff. Flower Factory. They really don't need to take too much risk for this semi-mature technology, but they can try it for themselves. Not to mention, the four words of brain-computer interaction have their own high-exposure marketing. If the cost can be reduced so that more people can use it, a brand new path can be opened up. But there are also risks here. If this technology is not recognized by the market, then this wave of influence will affect the brand of the company that has just been created. This is definitely a gamble. Chapter 171 Ultra-Lightweight Soft Special Alloy. Chapter 171 Ultra-Lightweight Soft Special Alloy. Lay always thought about it for a long time, and didn't make a decision until the end of the banquet. However, I had a chat with Jin Sanshi, saying that if possible, I would like to have a more in-depth discussion on this technology. Jin Sanshi didn't expect this half-finished stuff to be really attractive. However, as a businessman, Jin Sanshi is still very polite, and he is welcome any time he wants to talk. Flower Factory and the others didn't seem to catch a cold. Wang Chen, who was in the laboratory, was not surprised at all. Civil use has always been accurate, and now there is artificial intelligence. What brain waves cannot accurately identify is nothing more than opening your mouth. Relying on Erguzi's current recognition ability, he can fully read the user's intention. In the past few days, in addition to letting Erguzi continue to improve the general-purpose EEC, Wang Chen has begun to think about combining this technology with the individual mecha. Although the civilian side is a little stretched, the EEC that can accurately identify the limbs is enough to meet my design needs on the mecha. In addition to relying on EEC and artificial intelligence for dual assistance, Wang Chen also needs to carry out a comprehensive upgrade and transformation of various systems of the individual mecha. This is not to build a robot, just stuff things inside. As the existence of ironclad meat, The design of the individual mecha should not only be reasonable but also meet the needs of survival as much as possible. According to Wang Chen's own thinking, as a mecha controlled by the human body, its defense strength should preferably be able to block all the current individual weapons. Is all the equipment a tactical squad can carry? This is not only firearms, but also careful grenades, individual packages, mines and other objects. After all, the current squad battle is not what it used to be, it is about high technology and high destructive power. In addition to defensive strength, you also need to ensure a certain degree of flexibility. On the battlefield, you must have absolute suppression power over the enemy. So in the design, firepower is not the focus, defense is the key. If a set of expensive single-soldier mecha is destroyed by a few soldiers, then to be honest, there is no point in appearing. Defensive power. Wang Chen thought about it for a long time if he wanted to reduce the cost and at the same time have a very strong defensive power. May only continue to study Grafton. After all, as a Bug-like existence, the application range of Grafton is indeed too wide. In the police mecha for the big dog, Wang Chen has already synthesized an alloy material called graphite tungsten alloy 1, through Grafton. The defensive power of the light wheel is almost the same as the special alloy used for aerospace in the mouth of Earth Hall. It's just that this alloy was castrated by Wang Chen, and there is not enough use of Grafton. And the real name of this alloy is super lightweight soft special alloy. The main raw material must be Grafton. After all, the characteristics of Grafton are light and soft. And it has excellent hardness while being soft. This can be seen from the Grafton flexible screen. A normal fall will not hurt the screen at all. And this special alloy further develops and strengthens the properties of Grafton. Through the chemical reaction of more than a dozen metals, it can enough to solidify the Grafton into a black gold-like rubber. But the hardness is stronger than that of rubber. Basically, if you bend your hands, there will only be slight deformation. This alloy is very light and has amazing defense. Because of the special structure of Grafton itself, as long as it is a traditional weapon, the bullet hits the surface of the alloy, and the smaller caliber may not even break the defense. The reason is also very simple. Because the surface of this alloy is soft. Although it is hard for humans, it looks like a sponge to the bullets that hit at high speed. The bullet will not hit you hard at all, but will first stop your rotation by shrinking and squeezing, and then kill the speed of the bullet. Wang Chen pondered that with a caliber like the 7.62 for power bullet, it would probably only leave a small spot on this alloy. And even a 12.7 mm caliber armor-piercing projectile is difficult to penetrate the thickness of the frontal armor of the individual mecha. You must know that Wang Chen has installed a full 3 layers of armor on the robot. Even if there is not much on this individual mecha, it will definitely not be reduced. Anyway, this metal is very light, so even if it gets bigger, it will not affect the flexibility too much. Besides, Wang Chen's idea was to resist individual weapons. I can ignore your attack, then I will hide a hammer. In terms of theoretical data, 3 layers of alloy with a thickness of about 15 centimeters, what kind of grenades and armor-piercing bullets are basically harmless? Even a cannon with a caliber of more than 20 mm can withstand a few rounds from the front. RPG, small individual mines are also difficult to cause effective damage. And even if it is impacted, it can be exempted to the greatest extent under the special flexible structure of Grafton. Some people may want to say that now the war is about 3-dimensional warfare by sea, land and air. A single soldier mecha can be stronger than the main gun of a tank, or the cannon of an airplane. Indeed, this single soldier mecha really can't handle it. If you want to resist the firepower of these things, at least you have to wait for Wang Chen to enter the universe before it can be developed. But although it can't be stopped, the individual mecha is not vegetarian. Being able to defend against most of the individual weapons already guarantees that he will not be attacked by Liu Liu. In addition to the defensive power, the individual mech itself also has a strong combat capability. Needless to say, this single soldier mecha can easily carry weapons and equipment that ordinary people can't hold. With the radar, I can attack with various weapons from a distance of 800 meters. And individual mechas are also about cooperative attack. The attack method will also be modular, which is compatible with the needs of multi-directional sea, land and air. Up to the cartridge ammunition, down to the machine guns and artillery, the combat effectiveness of one or two mechas may not be enough to see, but if there are hundreds or thousands of mecha regiments, the combat effectiveness is not comparable to the traditional army. Of course, these are still Wang Chen's ideas, and it will take a lot of time to design and create real objects. In addition to being used in the military, it will be extended to space in the future based on this design. Wang Chen actually wanted to design a suit similar to Iron Man. After all, with that thing, Li Long can retire. But the technical content of Iron Man himself has a plan, but he can't create it at all. Even after designing the individual mecha, he has to start researching the technology of nuclear fusion. But if you want to miniaturize it, materials are still the biggest difficulty in limiting yourself. Therefore, entering the universe is imminent, and this matter really cannot be delayed any longer. The resources of the Earth are still too scarce in the final analysis. Many special metals can only be produced under special conditions. And some special metals have all kinds of incredible abilities just in their bodies. Those are the directions that you need to explore in the future. The Earth is just a cradle after all. Being able to enter the First Order civilization is already her limit. Chapter 172 Artificial Intelligence Security Management Association. Chapter 172 I Safety Management Association. Another year has passed in the blink of an eye. Time flies, counting the days. This is the 5th year that I have passed through. The construction in the direction of the island is now on track, and the excavation of the central mountain range is also in full swing. And the shipyard that he added in the middle of the year has also officially started construction last month. It is expected to be delivered around March next year to Wang Chen. Anyway, it's just a frame, and the difficulty factor is very low. On the other hand, the company's internal production base has also completed the relevant goals, and the production of robots is fully on track. Considering that the contract of the big dog has been officially signed, 80% of the production capacity of the robot production line here has been mobilized to this contract. It is estimated that the order will be completed within 10 months. The other 20% of the production capacity will be devoted to the production of Hercules and Luban. Jin Sanchi's vision is to complete the comprehensive upgrade of the battery production line tomorrow, and then let the robot fully take over its own production tasks in another year. At present, the vehicles that transport materials every day are about to block the roads outside the production base. Even Jin Sanchi has been thinking about whether to build a small logistics airport in the surrounding area. This also facilitates efficient docking between subsequent inland production centers and islands. An airport is specially built for a production base. It can be seen how exaggerated the logistics business is now. As the core that supports the Domestic Technology Alliance to enter the world, the current technology gate is no exaggeration to say that it is already the absolute leader. The advantages brought by its own technology have been fully radiated to international trade. With the gate of science and technology pressing here, those foreign capitals now dare not continue to do whatever they want. In mid-December, when the company was preparing for the annual meeting, Wang Chen suddenly received an inside message. In addition to this unsurprising news, the above also reached an agreement with them. This organization will be responsible for the review and distribution of all AI in the world. In simple terms, whether it is military or civilian, all artificial intelligence needs to be reported here. And, the above will become the first president of the association for a 10-year term. Even if the 5 of them conduct research, It must be done online and under the supervision of everyone. In simple terms, everyone can study, but they can't mess around. Man is very worried that this guy will kill everyone because of his own brain hole. With this online condition, no matter what you do and research others, you can have a bit of a spectrum. And his own artificial intelligence, Li Jiangyuo, will also act as a technical consultant and technical inspector. As long as it's on the bright side, there shouldn't be any big problems. This matter has not been announced to the public yet, but the internal discussion has been completed and the final procedure is being carried out. The above told Wang Chen in advance that he wanted to have a clue in his heart. After all, once the association is established, even if it is Urguzi, it must be under their supervision. Wang Chen, who is supervising and not supervising, doesn't really care. The main thing is that once the negotiation falls, everyone's pressure will be even greater. As the first beneficiary of artificial intelligence, Wang Chen is very aware of how much kinetic energy this thing can provide to the progress of scientific research. With the technical reserves in Europe and the United States, it is estimated that once artificial intelligence is put into use, there will be a wave of major technological updates. And that should be the reason why they are willing to trade so much technology for AI. Anyway, they are all outdated stuff, so it won't hurt much. This matter should also be known from above, but subject to the particularity of this technology, there is no way for me to swallow this cake alone. The village needs to maintain a balance, even if the development has been very good in the past few years, it has not reached the level of ignoring everyone. So artificial intelligence must be brought out, the only difference is whether to be forced by everyone or to take the initiative to exchange some benefits. I don't care if these technologies will lag behind. Technology is always something that needs to be changed, but the lighting process of the technology tree is difficult to jump forward. With these technologies, the superiors can make up for the shortcomings of the previous era in one go. Only when the entire industrial system is more complete can we have a more stable base in the future. Sitting on the sofa and pondering for a long time, Wang Chen could only touch his chin and shrug his shoulders to continue his busy work. This is a decision at the national level, and it is not easy to open your mouth if you know it. But next year, there will be a lot of fun. Wang Chen is also looking forward to the emergence of some technologies that will bring him pressure. It's still a little boring to walk in front of you all by yourself. Wang Chen didn't go to the company's annual meeting, because he had a bad stomach. This is not an excuse for Wang Chen. The day before the annual meeting, Li Long gave himself something to make up his body. Then he invited the chef to cook a bowl of soup for himself. I have to say that the taste is really awesome, the perfect fusion of medicinal flavor and chicken, and Wang Chen almost ate the pot. However, a few hours later, Wang Chen squatted on the toilet and started to have diarrhea. Li Long, who was startled, hurriedly asked someone to check, and after checking around, he found that it was not a problem with the ingredients. The doctor said that Wang Chen's body and bones were a little weak, so drinking a little of this nourishing soup was fine, but if he drank too much, his stomach couldn't take it, and he vomited it out. Wang Chen, who heard this explanation, also had a black line on his face. After pulling this a few times, he was completely exhausted, lying on the bed with a corpse for most of the day. Wang Chen didn't even plan to go to the next day's annual meeting, so he could only ask Jin Sanchi to help give a speech. But when Wang Chen woke up the next day, he found that he was not as weak as he thought. Could it be because the soup you served last night was a little bit absorbed? Chapter 173 What is disrupting the market? Chapter 173 What is disrupting the market? Although Wang Chen didn't join in the fun last year, as a top-notch company in China, he would be seen with a magnifying glass at everything he did. No, just when Wang Chen was recuperating at home, with the end of the annual meeting, some strange voices appeared on the internet. The reason is very simple, that is, the super high welfare of the gate of science and technology has caused a strong discussion among netizens. In the past 2 years, there were already some, but they were not as violent as this year. The main reason is Wang Chen's side. Originally, the company's year-end rewards are extremely generous, basically 1 year's salary, plus various prizes. The worst is thousands of thousands. But this year is different. Although the company's cash is a little tight, it is all for its own big projects. After all, just pulling one out will cost billions of dollars. However, this does not prevent Wang Chen from further upgrading the benefits for the big I. The company belongs to big money without small money. It may be difficult to take out billions of dollars in one go, but taking out billions of RMB in one go is perfectly fine. No, at this year's year-end meeting, Jin Sanshi officially announced that the company will officially provide a new round of subsidies to internal employees next year. The key to is the house. To sum up briefly, if employees during the internship period need to rent a house, they will enjoy a subsidy of 1,000 yuan per month. Once the internship period has passed, the regular employees will enjoy a subsidy of 1,500 yuan per month for the first year. After listening to this, do you think it is outrageous? Yet this is just the beginning. According to what Wang Chen said, tomorrow the company will build 2 housing communities around the production base and the headquarters, with an investment of about 5 billion. These 2 communities will be privately owned by the company, and the total number of households is expected to reach about 6,000. Originally wanted to have more, but the company needs to move to an island in the future, and that is the core of the company. Coupled with the company's future intelligence and robotization, the labor required is not much at all. The inland side exists as a future branch, and Ginsanshi is expected to have less than 5,000 people. Since there are not many people, the quality should be further improved. These 2 communities will simultaneously build kindergartens, primary schools, and junior high schools. And there are buses and hospitals around. In addition to the fact that both the current headquarters and the factory are next to the subway, it can be said that the transportation is quite convenient. And these houses are also divided into 2 types. One is a single apartment with an area of 75, which can accommodate one person or another person of the opposite sex. As long as you work for 1 year, you can rent it at a price of 500 per month. Of course, you have to pay the utility bill yourself. And another large apartment with an area of 177 is specially prepared for a family of 3. The same time you work for 1 year, you can rent it out for 1,000 a month. And the schools in the school district will be free for the children of the company's employees. This benefit can be said to drive the employees of the entire company crazy. It is important to know that no matter how high the salary inside TechGate is before, a large part of their income needs to be filled into their daily life. Especially the house. To be honest, it is really stressful to have a house of your own in Modu. The price of goods in the magic capital is too high, so high that even if their monthly income exceeds 15,000 yuan on average, it will be very difficult for them. But now, the company will buy land and directly build houses for them. And there is really no difference between the rental price and the delivery. The most important thing is that Jin Sanshi also said at the end that as long as you have worked for 5 years, you can submit a purchase agreement to the company. Buy this house directly under your own name. If the price is, the company will not make any money from you, and will sell it to you at the cost price. If the money is tight, the company is also willing to provide interest-free loans internally. 5 years may sound like a long time, but for the current employees of TechGate, as long as there is no problem with their brains, they are basically neither will take the initiative to leave. What a joke. Go find me a company that pays high wages and doesn't work overtime. It should be known that within the gate of technology, the more senior executives are, the busier they are, but they basically do not work overtime for grassroots employees. Last year, there were only 3 people in Technology Gate left. 2 of them were voluntarily dismissed, and the other one was a local tyrant who demolished the house. It can be said that the 5-year restriction is not a problem at all. As long as the company does not quit, I can stay here until Wang Chen goes bankrupt. Not to mention the lure of a house now. Our own employees are so excited, not to mention the big guys on the internet. After eating a wave of lemons, they complained about their company online. In just half a day, this news rushed to the top of the hot search, and many people were envious and sour on the internet. There was a wave of people who started to diss the factory bosses frantically. Once this rhythm gets up, it can't go down. Wang Chen knew it was the next afternoon. Li Long, who was surfing, told himself. It is said that a group of bosses on the internet are now being scolded by dog blood, but many of them have publicly stated on the internet that Wang Chen's actions are simply breaking the rules of the industry. To be honest, Wang Chen was somewhat puzzled when he heard this. How can I break the rules by giving benefits to my own people? Let Erguzi screen it, and found that there are still a lot of people who are scolding. Some of them are well-known entrepreneurs. Well, let's not talk about how reliable Weibo's certification is, but the voices of these people make the rhythm bigger and bigger. Many netizens supported Wang Chen's attitude, but many bosses said that Wang Chen dared to play like this because their company made a lot of money, and they weren't so rich, so they felt a little wronged by being scolded. Come on, Wang Chen was speechless after watching it for a while. At night, Jin Sanshi called to ask him to find a way to comfort him. There is something wrong with the current remarks. Many young people are being guided by their anger towards the factory, which may cause some unnecessary troubles. After he finished speaking, he sent Wang Chen a template, which used very professional words to consolidate this matter into a pot of mud. After reading what Jin Sanshi sent, Wang Chen silently opened a bottle of drink for himself. After taking a few sips, he asked Li Long helplessly, "Wan Fang, what do you think?" "What?" "I don't know. Don't ask me, you can decide for yourself. Otherwise, send this out, I think it's well written." Li Long's mouth twitched and he quickly waved his hand. "Don't ask me about this shit, I don't know anything." TSK. Cowardly, curled his lips. Wang Chen rubbed his chin and thought for a while before shaking his head and said, "No, I didn't do anything wrong in this matter. What do those people say about me? Why do you want me to be soft? Is it? Also, what is disrupting market rules? I'm so fucking pissed when I hear this." Chapter 174 The Grumpy Wang Chen. Chapter 174 The Irascible Wang Chen. Originally, Wang Chen didn't care about it at all. It had happened a few times before, but this time it was just a little bigger and was brought to the rhythm by many editors. Leave it alone for a month and then stop. It's just that Wang Chen couldn't accept what the big bosses said. Rules? What are the rules? When did 996 and 007 become the unspoken rules of the market? Do you still stand out from the crowd by seeking benefits for your own employees? Rolled his eyes, took out his mobile phone, and after thinking for a long time, he sent a message through his Weibo. Jin Sanshi wanted to be with himself, but Wang Chen felt that as a fairly well-known entrepreneur, there were some things he couldn't hide. Many of his actions will be observed by some people holding a magnifying glass. As soon as there is a nuisance, it is estimated that it will become popular. At this time, it will be misunderstood as a compromise, or something else. May indeed be able to get himself out of this storm, but this is not what Wang Chen wants to see. In the final analysis, Wang Chen is still a young man in his 20s. He is not very good-tempered but definitely not small. It's somewhat distasteful for such unreasonable and three-pointed things. No, his hands turned into Beethoven, and soon, A long message was dropped on Weibo. Recently, I have seen a lot of news about the benefits of our gate of science and technology on the internet. Some say good things, some say bad things. Seeing that you have said so much, then listen to it now. Let me say a few words. First of all, as a fairly successful boss, my success is inseparable from the hard work of all employees. I have seen their efforts, and what I can do as a boss is to give them better benefits. During this period, I had my conscience as an entrepreneur, and I also had a careful thought to maintain the stability of the company's personnel. The company is a big family, and I am a nostalgic person, so I will definitely fill up the treatment for the small partners who have been shining in the company for a long time. I made money, everyone made money, and everyone was happy. Secondly, as for those companies who say that I disturb the order, I just want to ask, who established the order? I don't know. What is Goober 996-007? What is volunteering to work overtime, using AIF to generate electricity? To be honest, I don't really like these people. No matter what company it is, as a boss, if you can't make your employees live a better life, then you are a loser. People are just here to work for you, not to be bulls and horses. If you don't have a conscience yourself and don't let others have a conscience, this is called a motherfucker. Personally, I am very opposed to such things as 996, because in my opinion, if a company needs to squeeze employees to make enough profits, then the company is essentially a garbage company. Some people may say that I have the confidence to play like this because of the money I make as a high-tech company. You don't earn enough money, so I'm afraid I won't go bankrupt. To be honest, this is nonsense. The employees are just chores, and the one who is responsible for making money is the boss. If you need employees to help you do the money-making work, what's the use of asking you, the boss? Channel, market, supply, gross profit, cost, etc. These are all controlled by the boss. You can't expand your profits, that's your problem. Besides, you haven't made any money. You just think you're making less money. Not only have to eat the gross profit of the goods, but also the benefits of the employees. So now the post-OOS are really unwilling to go to work there. Are they really as afraid of suffering as you say? In fact, it's not at all. If nothing else, it's easy to deliver food. A few $1,000s a month. It is estimated that it will be harder than many office positions. What are the pictures of others? Free. There are still many young people who would rather be a small boss by themselves, selling small noodles and buns. The bitterness is a bit bitter, but at least they don't have to suffer. Tell you a joke, Foxconn says every day that its gross profit is very low and cannot give you benefits. But in fact, Foxconn's annual net profit is around 20 to 30 billion yuan. See clearly. It is pure profit. Where did the money go? I don't need to say more. So it's not that you have no money, but that you are unwilling. Not only are you unwilling, but you also want others to be the same as you. Don't say too much, and don't ask you to get a house for the employees. When you cancel 996 and 007, come and force me. This should be easy, and you don't need to pay directly. Just let everyone have a reasonable commute to get off work. There are also those who say that 996 is a blessing. No matter who I am, whoever dares to say this in front of me, I will just go over there with a big ear. Now the young people are awakening. How long can you still paint the old-fashioned pie? Do you really think today's young people are stupid? Just listen to you fooling around. The post-90s are all single children under great pressure, but most of the post-OOS have brothers and sisters, and under the education of the post-90s, many people's thinking has already changed. Remember, it is the uncle who works part-time. Without these part-time jobs, what kind of boss are you? Wang Chen received a lot of likes as soon as he posted this. These words are ruthless, almost swearing by pointing in the face. Many bosses who were paying attention to this matter looked ashen as if they were saying something, but they put down their phones in the end. It's not because of anything else, but mainly because I dare not say it. This lord, they can't afford to offend them, and besides, they didn't take care of this kind of thing in the first place. Originally thought it would be possible, but Wang Chen didn't take much care of him before, and this time it was the same. The result was good, and I was scolded for blood. On the other hand, Jin Sanxi rubbed his forehead helplessly after knowing that Wang Chen scolded others. Indeed, he was already surprised. After all, the boss of his own family has never experienced the difficulty of being a worker. Many things are not as simple as he thought. All Wang Chen can do is raise his own welfare level, but it is too difficult to change the entire market environment. You can only swear at most, but scolding people will not solve the problem at all. The face of capital is bulletproof. As long as it doesn't prevent others from making money, it doesn't matter how much you scold them, they don't care at all. So Wang Chen scolded him, and Jin Sanxi didn't bother to do any PR. Anyway, no one dared to trouble him. Even if Wang Chen's words were a bit heavy, he would at most scold him in his heart. Don't look at the fact that his boss basically doesn't attend any banquets, but many bosses still know Wang Chen's temper. As long as you don't provoke a rush, Wang Chen is very good at talking, but if you want to provoke your boss, there will be waiting that gets dumped. This man doesn't care about any market or contacts. The simplest thing to say is that Samsung has not signed a contract with the Gate of Technology, and the reason is just because Wang Chen does not like it. For this kind of powerful people who do not follow the rules, the best way is not to provoke them. So, some bosses who were still active on the internet disappeared instantly without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Chapter 175 Live Delivery. Chapter 175 Live Delivery. Although the popularity of has risen a lot after Wang Chen scolded it. But because there was no foil, it quickly dropped to the bottom. New things on the internet change very quickly. Although this thing can resonate, life must be lived. After the big guy has finished scolding, it is naturally time to go to work and do business. Wang Chen didn't expect his scolding to change the environment. It's just to show an attitude. No matter what, someone needs to set an example. You only need to maintain the status quo, which is enough to keep many people in their throats. As for the future, it still depends on the new generation of young people. Only when they can't find workers will these bosses truly understand the saying that workers are uncles. By the time the heat is almost dissipated, the days have come to the end of the year. December 27th at 9 in the morning. A new homepage recommendation suddenly appeared on the homepage of the 3 major online live broadcast platforms. I clicked in and saw that it was a joint conference between Jai and SF Express. This matter seemed to be completely silent before, and it appeared on the internet so abruptly. It can be seen from the picture that more than half of the spherical space has been built, and a large number of freight tracks have been lowered at this time. In the transparent warehouse above, the first batch of 400 drones have all entered the designated position. After several months of debugging, Jai finally completed the flight control system of the first-generation express drone at the end of the year. Relying on the well-established 5G network in Magic City, Jai has planned more than 300 main flight routes within the Magic City, covering nearly half of the Pudong area. And today is the live broadcast of the first test flight of the drone. Although the drone center has not been completely built, time is waiting for no one. As the top has officially reached a technical exchange with Tongku in Europe and the United States. It is only a matter of time before the other 4 catch up. Even though it has not reached a purchase contract with Jai, it has acquired another drone company located in the Eagle Source area. It is said that their drones have also entered the test flight stage and will soon pass the EMS inspection and certification. So SF Express and JAI decided to take out the items before next year. Fortunately, the EMS side is also powerful enough. The postal side quickly completed the review of the route and issued a written document. With the approval, the two companies that had been prepared for a long time immediately contacted the live broadcast platform and prepared to broadcast the first drone delivery. In the picture, the boss of JAI's technical department is sitting in front of the console and is conducting the final inspection of the drone. Although it has been secretly tested hundreds of times, today is really a little different. In front of so many people, it is no joke if there is a problem with the flight control. In front of a cockpit that looks like a fighter jet, a large amount of data is rapidly flashing on three large monitors side by side. In the live broadcast room, because of the weekend, the popularity of the soy milk family alone has soared to more than 70 million, and it is still increasing. Soon, in the picture, the code that was swiping quickly on the screen has gradually disappeared, and it has turned into a very simple flight control screen. The big guy from the technical department touched his bald head before nodding to the person next to him. Dear viewers, what you are seeing now is the world's first drone express delivery. At present, the drone has completed its self-inspection, and orders will be distributed to the drone center soon. Please pay more attention to our public platform. After the test is over, we will randomly select 10,000 lucky viewers to become VIP members for the next year. Members can enjoy the delivery service first, and the delivery fee can be 20% off. Now many netizens who are watching the fun are also excited. Especially for many young people, this distribution is not to mention it looks very tall. Is undoubtedly a big attraction for them who are looking for the most fresh and exciting. And there is a lottery discount. Not to mention, pay attention first. If you can't draw it, don't rush to take it again. After about 3 minutes, he gave a thumbs up to the big guy who controlled it. Soon the live broadcast room heard a ding sound from the surroundings. Hello, flight controller no. 001, please accept the order for delivery. There is also a small oblique screen next to the sense of control, which is specially used to view information such as orders, and can be touched by reaching out. The operator exhaled slowly, stretched out his paws a little, and the order was successfully accepted. Order for pickup, matching flight route. The route is matched successfully, please complete the delivery within 1 hour. The flight assistant is connected, and the auxiliary flight control is turned on. The safety protocol is open, and the warehouse exit is open to prepare to eject the drone. 321. No. 00001 successfully ejected. The screen is turned, and the screen is divided into 2 parts. The left side is the 3 screens on the flight controller, the middle is the front view of the drone's flight. The left screen is a 3D map, the right side is various weather information, order location and time, etc. The screen on the other side is an enlarged version of the drone's perspective, which can clearly see the 4 directions around the drone. At this time, outside the center, a large and cool-looking plane was quietly suspended in the air. The controller held the remote control stick, glanced at the map and pushed it forward. Immediately, the originally stationary drone flew forward quickly. The altitude climbed to a position of about 50 meters, and after about 2 minutes, he entered the planned aerial route. The planned route has been entered, and the automatic navigation has been activated. The estimated time of arrival is 10 minutes. After entering the high-altitude network, the intelligent system quickly took over the flight control of the drone. In order to prevent errors in human operation, artificial intelligence is generally controlled when cruising at a predetermined altitude. And the time that needs manual control is generally when the warehouse is out of the warehouse, when the goods are picked up, and when the goods are delivered. The flying speed of the drone is very fast, and the four huge propellers bring it a maximum speed of 160 km. It's just that when you are in the urban area, you are generally only allowed to fly to around 60. The speed reserved is for fast crossing in the suburban no man's land. For example, cross-city express delivery, or delivery of items to the village. Although a large wave of speed is limited in the city, it is in the sky after all, and this speed is already very impressive without considering the traffic jam. 10 minutes later, the drone stopped at a logistics point that had been refitted on time. Through the storage device with a height of about 3 meters in the sky, the drone was stably parked on the small platform, and then passed to the operating console below. Please put the item No. X235682 into the warehouse. The staff at the logistics point quickly scanned the code on the display above the drone through the instrument. After passing the logistics number, a few minutes later, a packaged item was put into the warehouse under the drone. Chapter 176. Chapter 176. A happy family and a sad family. After the goods were loaded, the operator at the logistics point put the drone back into the lifting device. After ascending to the roof through a special rail, it takes off again from a special lift. After about a minute or so, the controller on the base side drove the drone into the air track and then switched to intelligent control. I have to say that the whole process is very efficient and fast. And most of them are under the control of artificial intelligence, and basically there will be no mistakes. The speed of the drone loaded with things still hasn't changed much, and it quickly shuttles through the city along the corridor planned in the air. Not far ahead, an ordinary rectangular building has appeared in the middle of the screen. Hey? Isn't this the headquarters of TechGate? I'm going. This is the destination of this shipment? Let me tell you, with the security strength of the gate of technology, this thing really won't be shot down. Wow, the height is directly raised. It's really a door-to-door service, and you can sign for it. Everyone is talking about it on the internet. Behind the window at the top of the building on the other side, Li Longxing looking at the flying drone with a kind face. Although he knew that this was what Wang Chen had done, his instinct as a bodyguard was somewhat nervous about something like this flying in the sky. Okay, stop stomping, turn around and scare everyone. Quickly, open the window. Wang Chen, who was ready beside him, patted Li Long on the shoulder and said with some humor. That's right, this single courier is really my own. Originally, it was a promotion with Jin Sanshi. But Lao Jin temporarily went out of town yesterday, so he can only ask Wang Chen to help him. No, people from SF Express and Jai were overjoyed when I heard that Wang Chen was willing to show his face in the live broadcast. This is a pie from the sky, and now Wang Chen is no worse than those popular little fresh meat in terms of fame. Especially the rhythm of this wave after wave has made Wang Chen a new generation of net-ready with 2 horses and 1 queen. The most important thing is that Wang Chen is still very young, and it is true that he is the 5th king in the dreams of many girls. Being able to let Wang Chen show his face in the live broadcast will undoubtedly be of great benefit to their marketing. It's a pity, considering safety reasons, they can't tell everyone that Wang Chen will appear as a special guest until the thing is completed. To prevent someone from taking this opportunity to do things. Therefore, when Wang Chen's big face appeared in the live broadcast room, the soaring speed of popularity rose again. Wang Chen, who was in the room, didn't know that there were already a group of people calling him husband on the internet. At this time, he was squatting aside, looking at the appearance of the drone with some curiosity. The design of this thing has nothing to do with me, it is completely designed by Jai themselves. It looks really good just by looking at it. Is both aerodynamic and aesthetically pleasing. No, from the time it flew to the window, the drone was already in manual control mode. After flew into the window, he slowly landed on the floor at a safe distance of 10 meters. As the propeller stops rotating, the four shafts even slide backward at the same time to ensure that the object will not be hit by the propeller due to misoperation when it is being collected. Various details were introduced to everyone through Wang Chen's mouth, and then the package was taken out from the warehouse below. There is nothing in it, just an unknown material that simulates the weight. Casually glanced at Wang Chen and threw it on the sofa. It was confirmed that the object was taken out, and Wang Chen was asked to scan the code through the software on his mobile phone to confirm that the drone allowed Wang Chen to retreat to a safe distance. If you can't give up a safe space of 10 meters, the drone will not be able to start normally. These are all for safety reasons. When Wang Chen retreated to a safe distance, the artificial intelligence on the far end unlocked the power, and the originally retracted propeller unfolded again, and disappeared along the window in less than a minute. After the goods are delivered, the journey back to the control center is very simple. The whole process is controlled by artificial intelligence, and it returns to the flight control base in less than 20 minutes. And through the introduction, everyone knows that the controller at this time can start a new express delivery before the drone returns. A person can theoretically control 6 drones at the same time for range delivery, which is also thanks to the existence of artificial intelligence to not be in a hurry. The live broadcast lasted for more than an hour. Through the whole online live broadcast, everyone also clearly saw the entire delivery process of unmanned express delivery in the new era. One thing to say, one thing, rave reviews. This express delivery mode looks quite safe, not to mention the forceful style. The most important thing is to be able to ignore the fact that the recipient is not at home. The delivery address of the courier is agreed by the flight controller by phone before delivery. As long as it is within the range, it can be delivered. Whether you are walking in the park or going to work at the company. Only need a phone appointment to be delivered to your door. It can even be delivered directly to your hand through the window. Convenient, simple and stylish, the scene jointly staged by Giant SF Express has been widely recognized. By the end of the day, the discussion about this thing on the internet had reached their internal expectations. Especially by sending VIPs. The new drone delivery app has reached nearly 300,000 total downloads. And its numbers keep rising. In general, the effect is very good, and many people are already looking forward to the official launch of this thing. The family is happy and the family is sad, when Giant SF Express are smooth sailing. On the other side, Santongyida's face at this time is not very good looking. Since Jai has completed a share swap with SF Express, Jai has infinitely favored SF Express in the procurement of drones. This leads them not only to spend more money but also to wait for them to order the same drone. So, in a fit of rage, they gave up the cooperation with Jai, but turned around and jointly acquired a relatively well-known drone manufacturer from Yangjiang. Although it cannot be compared with Jai, this factory has been in business for many years, and has accumulated a lot of reputation in Europe and the United States. No, 3 Links and 1 Reach hope to use this manufacturer. The technology quickly passed the domestic EMS certification. They think so, but things are not so simple. Due to Jai's terrifying suppression in the field of drones, many drone manufacturers have been forced to switch to the low-end market in order to survive. Like the one they acquired, although it has lived a lot, it has not been in contact with the high-end drone field for 3 or 4 years. They sell more drones for children. The largest one is 30 centimeters in diameter. Although I have technical reserves, I haven't studied it for 3 or 4 years. It is a bit unrealistic to suddenly start an EMS audit that makes Jai feel a headache. This is the 12th time that our own drone sample has just been sent back, and they have already started the actual operation here in Jai. The difference here is not too big. Chapter 177 Donkey Temper. Chapter 177 Donkey Temper. But even if the gap is huge, they have to bite the bullet. I would say that if you were a little hesitant before, but from now on, drones have a unique advantage in closer range delivery. May not be visible in the city, but if you put it in a rural town, or some areas that are not too far or too close, this advantage is too obvious. The first thing you can see is that the delivery speed will be greatly improved, and the quality will also be greatly improved. For the express delivery industry, whoever is faster makes sense. Whoever can be fast and good is the big brother. That's not the case with SF Express back then, relying on a bunch of planes. It just took the lead in completing the next day delivery in the country. Although it is expensive, it is really fast. Even now, 3 links and 1 delivery or JD Express cannot compare with SF Express. And now they are worried that SF Express may have to add another cheap in addition to being fast and good. This is the last thing they want to see. Cheap is the unique advantage of the 3 links and 1 delivery. Relying on the price war, they have also successfully eroded a lot of SF's market. Now, the emergence of drones has greatly reduced the cost of short and medium distance distribution. Although it is impossible to deliver all express delivery species, small and medium-sized express mail is the core of the express delivery industry. They have calculated that, as far as the carrying capacity of GI drones is concerned, it covers at least 70% of the range. This is already very scary. The most important thing is that small pieces are also the foundation of their survival. Because many people who send small pieces are not willing to pay the courier fee, they choose the cheaper 3 links and 1 delivery. And for those who have money to send large items, neither the manufacturer nor the customer will basically care about the delivery fee. Most of these customers will not consider their 3 links and 1 delivery, but will directly choose SF Express or JD.com. After all, what they want is good delivery, otherwise they will go out if they bump into it. So, that's one of the reasons why they have to go into drone delivery. If GI is allowed to turn over again in the small and medium express delivery range, then everyone will really have to sit and wait to die. Could it be that you can't compete with SF Express for quality? Even if the boss of SF Express is not asleep, he can wake up with a smile. Their foothold is simply cheap, which has taken root in the minds of consumers. Improving the quality will inevitably increase the cost. Thanks to their blessing, the express delivery industry has not made much profit. Once the quality is added, the cost will inevitably be unbearable, so the price will be increased. You have already raised prices, why would people not use SF Express? You must know that many people don't use SF Express because they don't think he's bad, but they are simply reluctant. Especially those stores with small profits but quick turnover, just make some hard money. Therefore, they can only die on the cheap. SF's Jedi strike made them quite uncomfortable. If you don't do it, you will lose, and if you do, you will lose even more. Especially after Jai was wooed, they still have to invest money to increase research on drones. The conscience of heaven and earth. They are a group of couriers, who have done such close work as research. Is now about to be tossed crazy by the EMS standard. Wang Chen didn't study too much about express delivery. Helping Jai and SF Express by myself is just for fun and relaxation. As soon as the matter was over, Wang Chen threw himself down on the development of individual mechas again. Especially the most important defensive armor for individual mechs. Wang Chen plans to synthesize some in small batches, and then send them to the military for comprehensive testing before designing the mecha. Means that the effect must be good, and you can cut some more space out. However, if you want to synthesize this thing, you have to go to the factory again. With the continuous deepening of research, it is difficult for the Tostri laboratory to meet Wang Chen's needs. Not to mention that it is very laborious to move equipment in and out, and some large equipment can't get in at all. So Wang Chen is now looking forward to using the new laboratory after the island is put into production. The site is basically next to the factory, and some basic things can be delivered directly to the factory after they are produced. When he heard that Wang Chen was going to the factory again, Li Long also hurriedly packed some clothes for Wang Chen. Judging from this situation, it should be New Year's Eve there. And Wang Chen also gave Li Long a list, and of course sent it to Du Gang. Here is a list of some of the more rare minerals. It can be bought in the market, but Wang Chen also hopes to carry out some preliminary processing. This requires Du Gang to coordinate internal production. With the deepening of the cooperation, Wang Chen now has less and less pressure to summon Du Gang Lai. Anyway, I owe so many favors. It is not a casual thing to ask for production support myself. Just when Wang Chen was about to go to work in the factory again, Du Gang, who received the list, was smoking a cigarette silently in the office. The items on the list are not special, and they can be traded normally. As for the processing, it's hard to say for other factories, but the Gate of Science and Technology has already ordered it. Help if you can. Don't shirk. A good relationship with Wang Chen is the current core idea of the boss. This kind of genius can't be offended, and Wang Chen has a good temper, and he doesn't have any negative views on it. A proper person. If this is dug up by Eagle Source, I am afraid that I will not be able to sleep well for several years. Of course, it is impossible for him to let Wang Chen be poached by others. It's a bad thing to say, Wang Chen can't even book a plane ticket to go abroad now. Was already blacklisted under Du Gang's operation. Fei Fei is okay in China, but abroad? Next life. But at this time, Du Gang was thinking about another thing. That is the factory, where the research on the electromagnetic gun is going on secretly. Wang Chen put the samples there after he got the electromagnetic gun technology he wanted. In his words, when he moved back, he would transport it to the island as a decoration. But before that, it can be left to them for research. No, a bunch of old men from the Chinese Academy of Sciences couldn't sit still when they got the news. Even if there is information, it is not convenient to see the real thing, so I live in the factory with a large bag and a small bag. Since Wang Chen is going to go there now, it should be no problem for him to take the time to help lead people. But as mentioned above, if Wang Chen is busy, don't disturb his research. So Du Gang thought about it for a long time and decided to secretly talk to the big guys. Just said that Wang Chen is going to go. I can't help you to get technical support on the surface, but Wang Chen has a good temper and likes to walk after eating. This guy is not the kind of person who sweeps the wall and cherishes himself. But the attitude must be good and don't be hard. This guy has a typical donkey temperament, eating soft but not hard. As long as they become friends, he can stick a knife on both sides. But if it's the heat, let alone help you, I guess you can dismantle the cannon and let you study the air. There is no way, after all. The gun on the bright side is Wang Chen's private product. Chapter 178. Chapter 178 Face to Face. Wang Chen has been a little gloomy recently. After I arrived at the factory, I didn't have any other problems, but the big guys who were studying here were too enthusiastic. They will not disturb themselves when they are working, and will only ask questions in the name of greeting when they go out for a walk at noon. The so-called people who don't reach out and don't hit the smiling face, Wang Chen really couldn't find a reason to reject their enthusiasm. Can only be asked by them. In the past few days, Wang Chen didn't dare to go that way. Being caught every day, everyone is a muggle. Apart from this little thing, the rest is pretty normal. After New Year's Day, 2025 will come as promised. Although I have to spend this New Year's Day in the factory this year, Li Long still prepared a nice dinner for himself. These are all military dishes, delicious and full. Especially the big knife burnt white, it is not good for incense. After New Year's Day, when Wang Chen almost started to develop alloy formulas, the company officially had a holiday. As usual, it is a one-a-month holiday, and the busy factory has also stopped a lot at this time. Originally, Jin Sanshi wanted to use 5 times his salary to keep a part to continue production, but he was firmly rejected by Wang Chen. It's hard to let everyone have a good rest during the festival. Those who should accompany their parents should accompany their parents, and those who should accompany their children should accompany their children. Family is always more important than work. Money can never be earned. As for the production pressure, Wang Chen has already dispatched the first batch of Luban robots to take over. Can almost reach about 40% of the usual. When the new year was approaching, even the old men who pestered him every day went home. At this time, besides Wang Chen and Li Long, there were only those who were responsible for their own security in the factory. They, Wang Chen, can't be used for sure. It can only be a thank you if one person backs a red envelope of 10,000 yuan. Especially Li Long, although he is out of tune all day long, he is married after all. Every day, following his big man, Wang Chen was still a little embarrassed. Originally wanted to let him go for 2 days, how could he know that this guy would never leave? Said that the year can be passed, but if the boss is done by someone, the job will be gone. So for the rest of your life, it doesn't matter if you are less than a few years. God. I'm so moved, I can thank you. What is Lotzi being done? Can't you expect me to be okay? Is fine. Li Long is considered one of the few acquaintances of his own. Although he is a man, he can relieve his loneliness. Every time I miss my relatives during the festive season, I have been an orphan into lives. To be honest, only work can relieve this feeling. What Wang Chen didn't know was the most important reason why Li Long didn't leave. In fact, it was specially told from above. As early as a few years ago, domestic behaviorists had already done a personality test for Wang Chen. Obviously, Wang Chen has a lot of advantages and disadvantages, but the biggest problem is still a little lonely. The best way to get close is to spend time making friends. Li Long has undoubtedly reached this stage, Jin Sanshi is also counted, and De Gang is half. With the 3 of them as the framework, a bridge of communication between the superior and Wang Chen was built within a reasonable range. As a bodyguard, Li Long knows better than anyone that Wang Chen is a typical arrogant. I don't care, but I have some ideas in my heart. You ask how Li Long knew. If nothing else, his Emperor account at level 150 on the soy milk platform still can't explain the problem. If I have nothing to do, I will go to see those little sisters dancing. It is not lonely anymore. That is, this guy can clearly distinguish between reality and fantasy, so that he doesn't mess up when he sees it. Otherwise, he would have to ask a few girls to come back every day. Li Long might not have a big head. After thinking about it, I still have to ask Wang Chen to go on a blind date. Lao Tzu can be a basic friend at most, and many things still have to be done by women. You still have to work the whole thing when spring starts. Wang Chen didn't know that Li Long was still thinking about letting him go on a blind date. Just entering February, the refining of alloys has entered an important stage. Holding the pre-processed metal powders above, Wang Chen used the equipment he prepared to react them with grafton in a specific way. Ended up with a dark black matte viscous liquid. This is what Wang Chen wants. After these liquids are used in combination with another solidifying agent through a special 3D printer, the fixed model is the alloy material he wants. Light, matte, with a certain degree of flexibility, excellent protection ability. Thinking that the original name of this product was too complicated, Wang Chen also gave it an apt name called Turtle Shell Generation. 2 days after the Spring Festival, Wang Chen had an extra black breastplate in his hand. The thickness of it is about 20 centimeters, and the shape is like a bulletproof vest, but it looks a bit bloated when worn. But although it looks huge, it actually weighs less than 5 kilograms. This is already very exaggerated. If the thickness of ordinary body armor is made, it is probably as light as a piece of clothing. Wang Chen made it so thick because according to the design, the guaranteed thickness of the armor on the mecha is so high. It's not for people to wear anyway. I picked a model of a bulletproof vest and printed it out. Now that it has taken shape, Wang Chen is ready to send it to the military for detailed testing. Is not only to measure its defense performance, but also to measure its anti-radiation, anti-poison, anti-extrusion and other aspects. A set should take more than 10 days. Of course, before sending it over, Wang Chen also planned to do a simple test today. No, it happened that there was no one around. After directly asking Li Long to apply, he came to an open space with some simple bullets. Next to, Li Long was pushing a small cart with 7 or 8 military boxes on it. Then opened the first one, which revealed a very famous AK-12 standard rifle. This is the product of Demao, one of Li Long's guns. As for why this is used, Li Long's original words are accustomed and powerful. AK was the most used in the Middle East. Therefore, the above also considered this specially for Li Long. After all, for this kind of soldier, the field is always the first. Boss, this is the latest AK-12 from the Demao family. It's full of accessories. It uses 7.62 4-power bullets. The destructive power is amazing. You haven't undergone special training. Seeing Wang Chen eager to try, Li Long quickly took the gun in his hand. This 4-power bullet is not a 5.56 kind of girl. With the small body of his own boss, Li Long was really afraid that he would accidentally numb his arm. The recoil of this thing's bursts is simply not something that ordinary people can hold back. TSK whatever you want, hurry up, push the shuttle to the end, don't stop. Wang Chen just likes the look of this gun, but he is not stupid. This is an AK, its power is his characteristic, and his recoil is also his characteristic. I just wanted to touch it. Look at Li Long's stingy, forget it, after all, his wife gun can understand. Will not face NTR. Chapter 179. Chapter 179 Come to the Big Eye. Bang 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 bang. Intense gunshots echoed in the open space. Wang Chen, who was standing by the side, looked at Li Long who had already finished playing a shuttle, and couldn't help digging his ears. Okay, a shuttle shoots all on target, it's amazing. What's so difficult about this? It's not a quick shot, it's actually a quick shot, with a short interval in the middle. I can't ignore the recoil of a 4-power bullet with my physique. If you've seen those elite Mao family, you'll know the real axe strafing. What is it like? Li Long waved his hands and rubbed his shoulders and smiled. This is the normal way of using AK, and there is still a gap between those guys in the Demao family who don't take recoil as a person. He had seen a sturdy guy who used a machine gun to play an indoor BBQ in the Middle East before. Carrying a BKM, full power bombs, strafing. That fight is completely like there is no backseat. Sweep from the first floor to the 5th floor, and numb the enemy on the opposite side. That bullet pierces through walls, pierces armor, and is powerful. Hey, not bad, let's see the effect. Wang Chen shrugged and smiled, greeted Li Long and the two walked to the support point of the breastplate. Looking at the past, there were a lot of small dots on the original dark matte black breastplate. But in terms of appearance, let alone penetrate this alloy, it was blocked out without even being able to insert it. Li Long's mouth twitched slightly, looked left and right and picked up a warhead from the ground. Looking at the very complete warhead, Li Long couldn't help rubbing his forehead. Sure enough, it is a flexible defense, and the integrity of this warhead is very good. It can be seen that the rotation and speed were directly removed, and then fell off the breastplate. It looks good, so I left some points. Wang Chen also said with satisfaction after walking around. The thickness of this breastplate is a full 20 centimeters, and as a result, let alone punching in, it can't even make a hole. Brilliant. Boss, this thing of yours is too outrageous. At most, other people's bulletproof vests can prevent bullets, but they will still leave bruises or something. But you are soft defense, and even the bruises are gone. Most importantly, it's still so light. Li Long's eyes glowed a little. This is a good thing. Go back and get one for yourself, and you will be invincible. The entire helmet, plus a full set of protection, will be given to anyone who comes. Try something else, sniper rifle, armor-piercing bullet. Wang Chen pointed to the cart and indicated the road. This is just the beginning, and Li Long brought more than just this fully equipped AK-12. It is good. Li Long nodded and quickly took out a large classic sniper rifle from the second box. This is a super sniper that is widely used in movies and games. Codenamed M82A1, also called Barrett or Cannon. Uses 12.7mm armor-piercing rounds, which are specially designed to target vehicles. I didn't expect you to actually like to use this. Looking at this sniper, Wang Chen said in a different way. After all, Li Long feels to Wang Chen that he likes high-precision weapons. But although Barrett is very powerful, it is not a high-precision sniper rifle after all. This is specially used to target vehicles, and can make the vehicle lose its driving power with one shot. I personally like to use L115, but the gun is used in .338 caliber, which is a bit worse than this 12.7 armor-piercing bullet. But the destructive power definitely depends on this guy. He put the gun on the ground, Li Long explained while adjusting the mirror. He doesn't like this Barrett very much, but it's really useful when hitting some specific targets. Since it needs destructive power, then this guy is right, and this sniper is still fired in bursts, which is really anti-human. A full magazine was inserted into Barrett's lower body, and Wang Chen also walked over and covered his ears. Relax your body and take a deep breath. The distance of less than 200 meters does not require too much aiming, just hit the bullet. A little bit at the muzzle, Li Long pulled the trigger directly. Boom! A mass of hot air suddenly erupted from the muzzle. With the sound of a gunshot that was far more terrifying than the AK, like a thunderclap on the ground, a bullet burst out of the air and only rushed towards the alloy bulletproof vest in front. It wasn't over yet. Li Long didn't stop, but continued to aim, emptied all 10 bullets in the magazine in one go, and then released his right hand. Is indeed a bit fierce. Even if his ears are blocked, Wang Chen feels a little buzzing. As expected of an anti-human weapon, its power is ruthless. When the two of them walked back to the bulletproof vest, looking at the scene above, Li Long took a deep breath. Good guy, can't even the 12.7 armor-piercing bullets go through? Compared with the full power bullet of 7.62, this armor-piercing bullet is indeed a lot harder. But it only hit the alloy to a depth of less than 4 centimeters. Relying on the spiral force that was continuously superimposed layer by layer, the breastplate just stopped the rotation of the armor-piercing bullet in a very short period of time. Then the constricted spin reversed out and sent the bullet out. This is like a spring. When the bullet goes in, it will be directly wrapped and twisted. After the surrounding grafton fibers notify its rotational force, after straightening the fibers originally twisted on it through its own extensibility, the bullet naturally stays. No longer. Li Long was amazed at the sight, and he reached out and touched the bullet holes on it repeatedly. You can even feel the residual temperature after the bullet hits at high speed. This defensive power is too perverted. Li Long likes it more and more. Wang Chen next to is not too much. If you want to destroy this standard thickness mecha, at least the caliber must be more than 20 millimeters. Even an RPG can't completely destroy it with one hit. As for grenades, not to mention grenades, a one-sided killing weapon, which is directly ineffective. This kind of defense has far exceeded the killing range of most individual weapons. Only large E-caliber gunpowder can cause enough damage. Even large E-caliber ammunition must be hit directly. Shockwave, shrapnel is still difficult to handle with this alloy. After all, this is a flexible defense. Even if it is a shockwave, if it wants to pass through this alloy, it will be greatly reduced. Of course, that doesn't mean there is no solution. For example, the kinetic energy weapon in Wang Chen's hand can cause great damage to him. Or energy weapons, weapons that use high temperature as their main means, can also cause effective damage. Surely enough for now. Whether it is an energy weapon or a kinetic energy weapon, it is extremely difficult to miniaturize it. Wait until the real launch, maybe 5 generations of turtle shells will come out. Go, get all the big guys out, and send it to the military after the test is okay. Seeing that his own products have continuously resisted 7.62 firepower bullets and 12.7 mm caliber armor-piercing bullets, Wang Chen also said inflated. Today's big meal is more than that. At the bottom, there is a single soldier's bag. Chapter 180 Hot Scene. Chapter 180 Hot Scene. Boom to aim and fire. A shelling armor-piercing projectile slammed firmly on the front of the alloy. This time, the large E-caliber armor-piercing projectile finally caused great damage to the turtle shell generation. After all, as one of the most powerful weapons in the caliber of individual weapons, the destructive power of the single soldier bag is still very terrifying. Dedicated break in an instant. The armor ammunition made a huge gap in the alloy. But after the smoke dissipated, Li Long found through inspection that although a hole was opened, the alloy was still not penetrated. About half of the entire pothole was driven in. In the current situation, at least the front can resist another bazooka. Boss, I'm afraid the military will grab this thing. Putting the transmitter aside, Li Long said with some emotion. This defensive power is still mild. As long as the military is not blind, it will definitely like it. Not to mention, it is absolutely better to make individual bulletproof vests than all existing bulletproof vests. Possibly, but the cost of this thing is not low. The cost of making individual bulletproof vests is a bit too high. Wang Chen shrugged and said calmly. The cost of this alloy shell is as high as 150,000. Even if the bulletproof vest is much thinner than this alloy shell, Wang Chen calculated that it would cost at least 50,000 to 80,000 yuan. It sounds cheap, but if you want a full army hunting suit, it will cost hundreds of billions of dollars. This is impossible, and it is used on top troops. Patted his butt, and Wang Chen asked Li Long to remove the alloy from the holder. This thing has already been marked like this, and it definitely cannot be used to continue testing. But Wang Chen is not in a hurry. Another biggest advantage of this special alloy is that it can be dissolved into raw materials through a special dissolving agent. And then by re-refining, you can get an alloy of the same level. And this process is not long. Du Gang's people are coming tomorrow, and they can almost make a new one. Back at the factory, Wang Chen first imported the video from the high-speed camera nearby for filming into the computer. These videos will all be handed over to Urguzi, and after analysis, more optimizations will be made on the allocation of alloys. Thanks to the powerful shaping of 3D printing, this alloy can not only rely on the structure to resist, but also can make the overall defense to a higher level through more complex processing methods. But this requires a lot of experimentation and research. It was already the third day when Du just got this alloy. Because Wang Chen caused some damage to the alloy when he tested it himself, the alloy model Du Gang got was smaller than before. However, although it is a little smaller, the thickness has not changed. It is still the thickness of a standard unit said by Wang Chen. When got this thing, Dugang's first impression was that it was light. Is much lighter than what he visually perceives. Although is light, Dugang didn't dare to despise this thing at all. Li Long told himself the test information yesterday. I heard that this thing is not only immune to 12.7mm caliber bullets, but can also resist the frontal attacks of 2 armor-piercing RPGs. Dugang now looks at this thing as if he were looking at a monster. Just in time, I am going to the military district today, and they have already helped prepare the test site. Alloys for defensive use need to go through about 24 tests, and this set is at least about a month old. Dugang intends to follow him with all his strength. If everything is really good, then the military will have to go to Wangchen again to ask for goods. February 18th. A few days after the Spring Festival, BYD officially announced that it will begin to fully supply a new generation of energy vehicles in March. And this batch of new models using Grafton batteries will all use a new trademark, codenamed Yan. This is also a very meaningful text. After all, the development of the people is inseparable from the flame, and the flower growers call themselves the descendants of Yan and Huang. With Yanlai as a trademark, it can be seen that BYD attaches great importance and expectations to this series. After nearly a year of preparation, BYD has finally completed the deployment of most of the factories in hand. The pre-sale started in October last year, and the total number of pre-ordered Yan series models has reached 300,000 units. This is not a small amount. Just for this batch of pre-sale orders, BYD has been working overtime to deliver various ores. In addition to selling new cars, BYD is also preparing to officially launch the Energy for New activity for old cars in May. Existing users can upgrade their original Blade batteries to Grafton batteries at their own expense. This is also the biggest advantage of BYD now. As the only agent manufacturer of the Gate of Science and Technology, it is not only an important supplier of Grafton batteries in the world, but also the only manufacturer that can produce self-developed shapes. After all, other manufacturers who want to customize batteries need to apply from BYD or the Door of Technology. And BYD itself, as a processing factory, can toss it all within its own quota. This is why they dare to start the old car upgrade activity in May. However, there are structural problems, and the old car cannot reach the average 4,00 km battery life of the Yan series. Because BYD has changed the location of the battery to the back of the rear seat for safety reasons. Is equivalent to the position of the rear engine of a sports car. The space here is more, it is safe, and it can reduce the surface area of the battery and reduce the volume of the battery as much as possible. And most of the batteries in old cars are placed under the cardboard, which means that the standard version of the Grafton battery cannot be placed under the base. Because the standard battery provided by the Gate of Technology now looks like a small military oil drum, it is placed on a special interactive base by inserting it side by side. So, the difference in design leads to these old cars only reducing the number of batteries, and also needing to spend a lot of money to modify the base. But even so, the modified vehicle can increase the battery life to about 2,000 kilometers. And supports high-speed fast charging. Even if the cost is a little higher, it will cost at least 50,000 yuan to change your car. But since the opening of the reservation list in February, nearly 100,000 old car modification applications have been received just now. Now BYD is taking the time to train personnel and upgrade the venue. Especially the major Force direct sales stores across the country have basically completed the meticulous modification work. Coupled with the crazy publicity activities, BYD believes that if this wave is done well, it will not only improve word of mouth, but also make a lot of money. Follow your favorite children's shoes. Love you all. Chapter 181 Go Live. Chapter 181 Go Live. Not only BYD, but all new car styles in the Domestic Auto Alliance will be released before May one after another. Although it took more than a year to prepare. but through accumulation, everyone has a certain amount of Grafton batteries in stock. At least it is much better than those foreign car companies. Even the German car companies that have already made plans for transformation are still worrying about their inventory. Like the respected Mercedes-Benz, it has now completed the research on new energy vehicles, but due to insufficient batteries, it can only go to the high-end field first. And now, the high-end segment is not so good. The domestic car companies headed by Honky are aggressive. Especially Honky, who have absorbed a lot of technology. Their current strength is no less than these old players. And Honky itself has a certain feeling in China, and it is expensive to sell and some people are willing to buy it. This time, they have put all their capital into the high-end field and are ready to use the domestic market as a springboard to enter the world. The pressure of this family alone has made many traditional veterans a little breathless. Not to mention that there are a bunch of other car companies who are eager to try. However, the German car companies did not back down. Since the domestic car companies are preparing to focus on the outbreak before June, they will challenge it head-on. This battle must not be cowardly, even if there is not much ammunition, you must stand firm. Not only Mercedes-Benz, but also Volkswagen's younger brother and BMW have all responded. Although they didn't look good to each other before, but in the case of domestic car companies fighting together, they can only fight together. German cars still have the ability to fight, while American car companies and Japanese car companies are somewhat embarrassed now. For various reasons, their progress has been lagging behind. The American car is okay, at least it has caught up, and it is expected to officially join the battle at the end of the year. The Japanese car side is a bit awkward. As Neon vigorously promotes hydrogen power, on the premise of ensuring its own territory, it has greatly delayed their research on Grafton batteries. In addition to some various grievances, BYD only gave a small amount of allowances for Japanese cars from suppliers. This is not because of the relationship between the two cousins in the last world, but mainly as a car company. When we first entered the 21st century, everyone was disgusted by Japanese cars. Anyway, there are a lot of grievances mixed with it, and everyone in the Neon market doesn't like it, so I didn't take it too seriously. On the other side of the American car that is also not pleasing to the eye, the attitude of BYD is obviously much better. Although the previous friction was also not small, the market for others was not large enough. To suppress the development of Panasonic, BYD must attract the Nordic market. As an ally, Jin Sanshi also positively supported a wave of BYD. All public vehicles inside the future technology gate will be purchased from BYD's Yan series. Although there are not many, but this attitude is obvious. And now the traffic of the gate of technology is very large, and you can do anything hot search. Can be regarded as giving them some traffic. In addition to the door of science and technology, the top side also launched the first round of support for the development of new energy vehicles. The first is the National Public Transport System, as well as the taxi system. Will be fully changed to Grafton electric drive energy through bidding in the next 3 years. This order may not make much money, but for everyone, the promotion and fame here are the most important. And although there is no explicit statement, but from the inside information, this time the top only intends to choose among domestic car companies, and foreign companies have no chance at all. On the other hand, the Domestic Technology Alliance centered on flower factories is also developing rapidly. Especially the flower factory, with the successful negotiation between the top and the European and American regions, the blockade of the flower factory is now dead. Flower factories without these restrictions have returned to the supply of their own Kirin chips. It is expected that Qualcomm's Fire Dragon will be completely abandoned at the new phone launch in May. But not the most important, the core industry of the flower factory, that is, the communication service, has also been revitalized again with the lifting of the ban. Many EU countries have begun to ask questions about the construction of 5G networks. After all, it was because of certain halls that the flower factory had to be abandoned. But now, the times have changed again, and the rise of flower growers is inevitable. Since it can't be stopped, let's cooperate. Can a living person be suffocated by urine? Once the 5G network is relaunched in Europe and the United States, the associated mobile phone business will naturally enter. It can be said that the flower factory has become stronger than ever. Especially now, the flower factory is no longer alone. In addition to the door of technology, many domestic mobile phone manufacturers have also switched to the embrace of the homing system. Especially after the negotiation between the top and Europe and the United States, basically 80% of the manufacturers have decided to give up Android. For this situation, Google is now unstoppable. The current situation is very clear. With the lifting of the ban, the chip business of Asia will naturally usher in a round of rapid development. It is a thing of the past for owners of their next-to-use chip cards. Not to mention that under the current circumstances, Qualcomm will not give up cooperation with those mobile phone manufacturers at all. The resurrection of the flower factory is expected by everyone, and as a direct opponent, Qualcomm's current pressure is directly full. Gone are the days of lying down and making money before. No, at this year's chip conference, I heard that Qualcomm also made a big move. Although the specific parameters are still unclear, it will definitely be much stronger than the Fire Dragon. If you can't suppress the opponent at the political level, you can only fight with technology. Fortunately, Google is not panicking now. Thanks to the previous pressure, Samsung still failed to reach a direct supply agreement with TechGate. However, you can still get some resale orders from the flower factory. Relying on its own strong support, Samsung has barely stabilized its foothold in the international market. And, Google has joined a secret alliance organized by toothpaste factories. Is said to be specially established to continue suppressing the domestic market on chips. The companies currently joining are not only Google, but also top companies such as Qualcomm and Apple. The project is code-named New World, and the specific project is the next generation main chip. The current progress is very smooth. After all, the old foundation accumulated over the years is still very rich. In particular, several major manufacturers have jointly developed it, and the progress will definitely not be too slow. What Google has to do now is to stabilize the fundamentals and not crash until the new chip comes out. As long as you live, the future winner will definitely be yourself. Chapter 182 Expensive. Chapter 182 So expensive. At the beginning of March, the test report that Wang Chen wanted finally came. Du Gang also came along. Looking at Du Gang, who was sitting across from him drinking tea constantly, Wang Chen, who had just read the test report, said helplessly, "Are you going to drink like this without talking? Tea is good, it's a pity to let you go, you don't know how to drink it, why don't you give it to me?" Du Gang teased as he put down the tea bowl. Wang Chen rolled his eyes and glanced at the guy contemptuously. "Are you asking me to pay a bribe? Should I bury a card in the tea?" BFFT. Du Gang couldn't hold back and sprayed out the tea. After coughing twice, he waved his hand. "Stop, I'm serious, don't talk nonsense. Serious people should speak well and talk about things when they have something to do." Well, in fact, you should have guessed it. The military attaches great importance to this thing. If I hadn't stopped it, it is estimated that the commander of the Central Military Region would have come directly. Putting down the tea bowl, Du Gang returned to his seriousness. As soon as the inspection report of this alloy came out, it caused a violent shock within the military. Because the test was done in the Central Military Region, their commander almost came directly by a plane. This thing is so suitable for use on individual bulletproof vests, it is almost no different from plugins. I know, but they don't mind that the cost of this thing is high? Wang Chen's face was calm, and it's a ghost if the alloy military doesn't like it. It's just that the cost of this thing is not cheap. The military is willing? Look at what you said, general troops may not be able to equip them, but for those special troops, such as reconnaissance companies or special operations troops, it is definitely no problem to equip them. After all, such troops are more important than equipment. De Gang waved his hand to explain. Indeed, tens of thousands of dollars for a bulletproof vest is not a small expense, but it does not mean that the military cannot afford it. So what do you mean? It's still the same. We hope to acquire this technology. Du Gang also said it bluntly, the top must want to take this technology in his hands. Touched his head, Wang Chen waved his hand and smiled. Not this time, I have to use this technology myself, but you can place an order, and I will sell it to you at a low price. Place an order. Do you want to sell bulletproof vests? Of course, it's not that you don't know that my family is short of money, so I make more money for this money, but don't worry, I won't be a lion. There is nothing to avoid, Wang Chen said very simply. This technology he did not give the above idea, but planned to be a long-term business of his own. This alloy has a very wide range of applications, not only bulletproof vests but also individual mechas, and can be used in various other aspects. For example, the covered armor of the tank, the defensive plate armor of the fighter, and even the battleship can be used. It can bring a high profit to the family. After all, defensive weapons are also weapons, and as long as they are weapons, they are valuable. Du Gang was a little surprised by what Wang Chen said. He originally thought that Wang Chen would take action directly, but he planned to run it himself. Touching his chin and thinking for a long time, Du Gang nodded and said, Then I know, I will react with the superior. Well, you can buy the alloy and go back to process it yourself, or I can do it as an OM. In the future, my family will be working with robots, and the production will be very fast. Okay, I got it. That's fine. There's one more thing, didn't you want individual mechas before? I've already made the drawings, and I need your help to produce some spare parts. So soon? Du Gang was somewhat surprised to hear that Wang Chen had already made the drawings. I started to think about robots when I was helping the big dog owners, and it's not a short time. Said, Wang Chen clapped his hands, and soon, a translucent 3D model image appeared on the monitor next to him. Look, this is what I designed, a generation of single-soldier mecha codenamed Jineway. You can put forward any comments. Let me see. Du Gang brought his head over curiously, and Wang Chen explained the parameters while pointing to the drawing. This set of mecha called Jineway was created by Wang Chen while he had nothing to do with Erguzi. Looks like the anti-Hulk armor in the movie. Adopts a full coverage design, which completely wraps the controller inside the mecha. Egg recognition can minimize the delay of the operator. The whole body adopts 3 layers of alloy defense, and 2 layers of special fibers specially designed to strengthen the defense against bullets and fragments are inlaid in the middle. Don't look at the bloated design, but the overall weight is not high, and the wide body also makes it possible to load a large number of weapons. After all, the big one crushes people to death. After reading Wang Chen's entire design, Du Gang couldn't help but think of the words crazy. Although no firepower equipment has been added, all relevant mount points have been marked. Just thinking about it, you can imagine how terrifying the firepower of this single soldier mecha will be. How much does this mech cost? The design is very good, but Du Gang quickly thought of a key problem. As far as the price of that alloy is concerned, the 3-layer full coverage alloy alone is a lot of money. In terms of price, the bare metal is estimated to be more than 3 million, and if you add the equipment, it will be 4 million. Wang Chen counted with his fingers and gave a price. His is a bit expensive. Of course it's expensive, But this thing can be reduced. Assuming it is used by the police, the 3-layer alloy is changed to 1.5 layer, and the others should be reduced to 7 or 8 million sets, but that's not suitable. On the battlefield, Wang Chen said with a smile. Expensive is definitely expensive, after all, it is the complete body of the replacement armor, but it can be reduced. A set of 4 million is too expensive. If it is a minimalist version, wouldn't a set of 800,000 be too expensive? By the way, I'm talking about the cost price. If I buy it, I must make some money. Seems to have thought of something, Wang Chen reminded again. You should study this first, I have to tell the boss. Hearing this, Du Gang also waved his hand. Yes, they are all made of gold, but things are good things, if they can really be made. As for the issue of price, etc., let the top handle the headache. Assuming that if the individual capability of this thing can greatly threaten the status of tanks, there must be prospects for procurement. After all, a tank costing tens of millions of yuan is not built for it. Made a copy of this document, and Du just packed up and was about to leave. The alloy formula was not available, and the price of the mecha shocked me again. It's all things that cost money, I hope the military's wallet can hold it. Chapter 183 Cold Nuclear Fusion. Chapter 183 Cold Fusion. Du Gang slipped very fast. As for the spare parts that Wang Chen needs to help with processing, just make a list, and Du Gang will help to contact them. Watching Du Gang flash people, Wang Chen also smiled and sat on the sofa. I don't worry about not being able to sell these two things. Leaving aside the bulletproof vest, this single soldier mecha will definitely be required no matter how expensive it is. With this physique, it should not be a problem for a Jinaway to carry 3 to 5 anti-tank bobbins. Relying on the high mobility of the mecha, the tank, the king of land warfare, is afraid that he will be killed without even seeing him. The design of the mecha has not changed too much. It is estimated that in a week at most, you can get a full set of drawings. Then the factory can start producing related spare parts. Now Wang Chen's main energy has been drawn from the individual mecha and this special alloy. With the help of artificial intelligence, many things no longer need Wang Chen to do it himself. In this case, Wang Chen also decided to officially start the research on the new project on March 10th. And this time, what Wang Chen intends to study is the nuclear fusion project that has been delayed for some time. This time, we can't delay any longer. The energy issue is already related to the core development of the company in the future. Especially after the construction of the island, the problem of electricity must be solved. Not to mention the future entry into the universe, there is no way to reduce costs without infinite energy. The current global nuclear fusion technology is actually developing very fast. In addition to hydrogen energy, the most promising energy source for human beings at present is nuclear fusion. A big advantage of nuclear fusion is its slower consumption. A 1000 megawatt thermal power plant consumes 9,000 tons of coal per day, which is equivalent to a train load of 120 wagons. If a power plant with the same power generation uses nuclear fusion, then only 27 tons of fuel need to be consumed each year, and 270 tons of raw uranium is required to process and refine these nuclear fuels, which is the amount of 2 wagons. So just in terms of consumption quality, the difference between the two is as much as 14,000 times. Not to mention the wide range of raw materials for nuclear fusion, the fuels required are the isotopes of hydrogen, deuterium and tritium. Deuterium can be obtained in seawater, where 1 in every 6,000 hydrogen atoms is deuterium, and tritium can be made by irradiating lithium. If we could extract all the deuterium in seawater, then we would get about 10-13 tons of deuterium, which is far more than the reserves of coal, oil or natural gas on Earth. Every time even 100 millionth of the total amount can be obtained, which is enough for all mankind to use for many years. There are currently more than 30 private companies engaged in fusion technology around the world. 18 companies that have publicly raised funds have received a total of more than $2.4 billion in financing. This is not even the research and development institution of the housekeeper. The biggest difficulty in studying this technology is how to confine the fused charged plasma at a temperature of about 100 million Kelvin, much hotter than the center of the Sun. The current mainstream technology is the use of magnetic fields to confine and suspend the plasma in the reactor. But confinement is extremely difficult because the plasma is so unstable that so far fusion reactions have not been able to sustain long enough to achieve energy output greater than input. Temperature control is an important difficulty in obtaining nuclear fusion, which is far more difficult for a Earth high-tech crystal lithography machine. As the world's most sophisticated equipment, the crystallization of the most advanced technology of all mankind, the equipment and technology on the lithography machine are combined with the research results of dozens of top companies in the world. The boss of ESL once said that no country can manufacture lithography machines alone. But even so, if the country is determined to do it, the results will be produced in about 5 years, and the most advanced lithography machine will be produced within 10 years. As for controllable nuclear fusion, Mao Zedong has already started research in 1968, but if they want to fully grasp it, scientists can only answer that they can hope to see it in their lifetime. Mao Zedong built the first tokamak device in 1954. This device is equivalent to the small reactor on Iron Man's chest. Although it is small, it can provide huge energy, which also established the direction of global nuclear fusion research and development. In 1968, scientists from Mao Zedong obtained plasma through the tokamak device, which was the first time in human history to obtain plasma. But after so many years, nuclear fusion research is still in a theoretical state. Even if Wang Chen is on the hook now, he cannot ignore the current technological background. In Wang Chen's view, nuclear fusion under normal conditions is basically difficult to achieve, and even if it can be done, the cost will be very high. Because we want to stabilize the output energy at such a high temperature, the requirements for materials are too high. So the method Wang Chen intends to use is not conventional nuclear fusion technology. Is a technology called cold fusion. Cold fusion is also known as cold nuclear fusion. Currently, the world is still in a hypothetical state for cold nuclear fusion. After all, I don't even understand thermonuclear fusion. Cold fusion is especially easy to get started with. Indeed, if it is a cold nuclear technology that can be equivalent to thermonuclear fusion, then what is needed in it is not something that the current Wang Chen can handle. However, if it is a partial method, there is still a chance to get nuclear fusion out. And in a very cheap way. Everyone knows that the biggest problem with thermonuclear fusion is temperature. But the wonder of nature is that it also buries the needed solutions while giving problems. If thermonuclear fusion cannot be mastered by normal channels, there are some hidden ways. For example, a recipe recorded in the library in his mind is by refining a special catalyst, which can make nuclear fusion materials produce fusion reaction at a certain temperature. This is the product of other civilizations studying cold nuclear fusion, but in the eyes of that civilization, this product is really not worth mentioning to them who have mastered the thermonuclear fusion technology. Because this catalyst can force the material to fuse, but it will damage the energy of fusion. Assuming that the normal fusion power is 100, and the fusion produced in this way is less than 60. The conversion rate is almost half. But the fact that people don't like it doesn't mean that the current Earth doesn't like it. Before everyone has found the correct way to use thermonuclear fusion, this kind of fusion method can still play a huge role. After all, the total amount of energy of nuclear fusion is there, and it is not to jump in space. It is still a huge amount of energy after the loss of 4 layers. is fully capable of supporting the development of the Earth within the scope of the solar system. As a transitional technology, it is already very good. Wang Chen also checked a lot of information before deciding to take this technology as the main development direction. There is no way, the Earth has too few resources, and after entering the universe, many so-called problems on Earth are actually not problems at all. Let's go out first. Chapter 184. Chapter 184 Third brother is done. However, although my own method of using cold nuclear fusion is convenient, the steps required are still quite cumbersome. Start with 3D modeling, to build loop structures, to mimic simulation. The whole process takes a lot of time to verify. And this thing is not like a mecha that Urguzi can perfect by himself. Many theories need to be constructed by Wang Chen from beginning to end. It takes a lot of energy just to complete theoretical research. Rubbed his forehead. Although Wang Chen had some headaches, this matter could no longer be delayed. The alloy recipe has been resolved. The following things can be done by Urguzi. You only need to supervise. Not to mention that in the middle of the year, the 3 shipyards on the other side of the island will be delivered to themselves. Although they are still empty shells, it is a matter of time to install the equipment, and it is estimated that it will be put into use by the end of the year. If cold nuclear fusion cannot be researched as soon as possible, the design and installation of this spacecraft may be in progress. Tapped twice on the keyboard, and after investigating Urguzi's core, Wang Chen quickly created a new document and began to write the theoretical parameters of cold nuclear fusion. This research is not only to free up cold fusion, but more importantly, to reduce the volume of cold fusion to a sufficient level. At least not bigger than the current nuclear fission core. Considering the particularity of cold fusion, Wang Chen had to build a new factory around it. By the way, you can also upgrade the electromagnetic gun outside. According to Wang Chen's idea, the main gun must be at least triple mounted. Anyway, this is not difficult, just leave it to Urguzi and the robot to do it. After you have researched cold fusion, you can still use this thing to test the effect. By the way, the electromagnetic high-speed gun was also tossed out. Just when Wang Chen was busy with his work arrangements. In mid-March, Europe and the United States officially started the so-called New Space Program. In March alone, a full 4 new space bins were sent into orbit. According to their plan, the entire International Space Station will be completely replaced in 1.5 years. This project is not small, and the number of companies mobilized so far has already exceeded that of China. A large influx of funds made the entire market move. The topic of the space race is also on the hot search again. But this time, everyone always felt that both sides were going to play the real game. The rabbit, in the face of Ying Jiang's fierce plans, his Tiangong also started the first round of acceleration. This time, I didn't hide or hold it. Now what everyone is fighting for is not to spend a lot of manpower and material resources to step on the moon. Is a serious attempt to build the first human base in outer space. This is an epoch-making achievement, and everyone wants to come out on top. No, with the launch of the space capsule with great fanfare, Rabbit finally announced Tiangong's new plan with Demao in late March. It is expected to complete the 130% expansion of Tiangong within 1 year. Once completed, the total area of Tiangong will not be much worse than the current International Space Station. One is to rebuild from scratch, the other is to replace the old with the new. Each has its own method. In addition to the dynamics on both sides, some halls in the village began to move. For example, the third brother, although he has joined the Yingjiang camp, he has not participated in the development of the core. Is simply a wallet. Eagle Source has always been deaf to the voice of the third brother wanting to join his own R&D team. Using their refusal, just give the money, and just leave the Hansen work to them. The third brother is also a little annoyed internally by Yin Jiang's apparent distrust of himself. This is looking down on people. What a joke, our family can launch 108 satellites in one go, isn't it a space station? Who do you look down on? Although he really didn't want to have anything to do with the rabbit, the third brother found Demao after thinking about it for a long time. Said that he wanted to develop a new space station project with Demao. Demao is also happy to hear it. My dear, this is the funniest thing I have heard this year. In the words of the third brother, he has money and skills. As long as Demao joins, the two of them will kill them randomly. Well, as a purse of his own, Demao is not good at attacking people's self-confidence. Can only euphemistically say that they have reached a cooperation agreement with the superiors, and they really have no energy to cooperate with another Tanku. So please third brother to find another job. Eagle Source ignored him, and Demao didn't join in, so he couldn't get past that hurdle when he found it. The third brother froze for a while. But soon, Smartick came into play again. After a series of reliable research, the third brother suddenly found out why he had to cooperate with someone else when he was rich. Why can't you be your own leader? The idea of lingered a bit as soon as it appeared. Just looking at the world, the current mainstream halls are either following the footsteps of Eagle Source, or they are taking refuge next door. Most of what left for himself is the little transparency of the third-party world. Looked around. The third brother first set the target on the big dog. These guys have been keeping a low profile lately, but it doesn't matter. Using space tourism as a bait, they have officially provided the big dog with a basket of plans. Light is quite good from the PPT point of view. But who is the big dog? It is true that people are rich but others are not stupid. What kind of technology is the third brother? Space to develop his turn? 108 arrows. Are you sure it's not 108 space junk? Cooperate with you to develop space tourism. I am afraid that passengers will refund the ticket as soon as they hear it. You can make embankments by piling up mud. Who knows what you will use to tip spaceships upside down? That thing is probably not flying in the sky entirely by faith. God is above, forgive me. The big dog family refused very simply, and the reason was very simple. They had already negotiated with the rabbit, and the future Tiangong would also serve their family's sky tour. And as the big financier of the Eagle Source family, even the new International Space Station will have a place for their big family. I have tickets for the two major technology alliances left and right. Who cares about the belief or products of the third brother? Seeing the big dog who can't move, the third brother looked around and then turned to Neon and Dahan, who were also purses. Especially Dahan, as a rich man in the village, this guy has always been unwilling to be lonely. For the third brother's proposal, Dahan also expressed considerable interest. If they can become the third existence in the world with an independent space station, it will be a lot of temptation for them who have always been determined to improve their status. After several rounds of negotiations, the third brother and Dahan reached a profound consensus on cooperation. The two met so late that they were about to worship. So in April, the third brother officially announced that he would join forces with Dahan, and the two would build a new space station and a lunar base within 5 years. Chapter 185, 180 Black and White Photos. Chapter 185 180 Black and White Photos. For what the third brother announced, netizens didn't feel much. I am used to it. Anyway, the third brother has to take part in anything. Just don't know what will happen this time. The space station is not something you can develop if you want. This is a tight job and requires rigor. As far as the third brother's technology is concerned, one more spare part can exist for maintaining an aircraft. Can their space station really go to the sky? Some people even suspect that this thing is a large fireworks. Human flesh self-propelled space station stone hammer. Well, the joke is a joke, but it is undeniable that the third brother still has some achievements in the aerospace field. They are pulling their hips because of their own industrial strength, and theoretically there is not much of a problem. So for this matter, the two sides also maintained a certain degree of attention. The top is thinking about how to avoid being on the same track as the other party, while Yingjin is thinking about how to get the third brother to dispel this idea. If you have money, you vote for me. How dare you study it yourself? It is dangerous to waste time without talking. But no matter what everyone's attitude is, the third brother seems to be determined to toss this time. Eagle Source's house, inside the NASA Space Agency. A meeting is being held in secret. Just a few big guys on the screen can see that the specifications of this meeting are very high. In the middle of the screen, a device with a strange shape is quietly displayed. This is a strange-looking object. A white coat was pointing at the drawing and talking non-stop. This is the top-secret information inside their Eagle Source, a special engine production plan. Eagle Source is relying on this to reach an agreement with the people of the EU. Today is the time for technical decryption. Eagle Source will tell you the detailed parameters of this engine. In terms of parameters, this engine should be powered by hydrogen. And unlike traditional hydrogen-powered engines, the power produced by this particular device is significantly more frenetic. As you can see from the words in the white coat above, this engine combines nuclear fission technology. The energy generated by nuclear fission and hydrogen power combine to form a special jet. The specific raw materials are not well understood by everyone, but it is certain that the power of this thruster can fully support the free entry and exit of the spacecraft. And because of the use of the most common hydrogen element in the universe, there will also be a set of special collection equipment in the design of the spacecraft to continuously replenish the loss of hydrogen raw materials. Theoretically, as long as the equipment is not broken, the spacecraft will not lose mobility until the nuclear fission rod is used up. The current nuclear fission technology can be used for at least 10 to 20 years. This engine is the stuff at the bottom of the Hawk Source family. The earliest prototype was in the last century, originally used to target big hair. The result did not know that it was useless. But it has not stopped improving and upgrading over the years. Now it is a relatively mature set of equipment. At present, the first prototype has been running for half a year, and the effect is very good. This is also the reason why Eagle Source dares to enter the universe with great fanfare. Not only the universe, but also future military upgrades will be based on this template. From their internal analysis, even if there is still a little gap with nuclear fusion, the distance is not too far. After all, nuclear fission is also a kind of martial arts energy. It is used with hydrogen power. Although it is a bit complicated, it is enough for them to develop the universe. There is no shortage of money, and there is no shortage of people. Combined with the technology of Eagle Source, it seems that it is just around the corner to recast the glory of Europe and the United States. And on the other side of the Earth, in the archaeological base of Damao's family, the team dispatched above is nervously receiving various materials about the blizzard. There is also all the information about space from the original aerospace archives of the Mao family. And in it, that is, there seems to be some secrets in the Apollo moon landing program. Judging from the information collected by Damao's father back then, Yingjiang's Apollo 15 had a loss of contact when exploring the moon. Said to the outside world that it recovered on its own due to a malfunction of the instrument, but in fact, the spies of the Mao family found that the traffic was not interrupted that year. Apollo 15, as the first use of the lunar rover's lander, traveled far more than the previous few times. And the so-called disconnection time of these 2 hours was actually because they found some strange objects. Of course, I couldn't find out the specifics, and Ying Jiang suspended the moon landing after Apollo 17, so the true extent of this matter is unknown. The only thing that can testify is a blurry black and white photo. Because it was shot with a camera. Is very blurry, but it can still be seen in the picture. On the endless dead plain, a sharp tower that is half exposed on the ground is clearly visible. The height of is about 2 meters, and the hexahedron seems to have some incomprehensible lines, which are obviously not formed naturally. This matter also seems to be classified as top secret by Eagle Source, and the subsequent events have no results because of the cancellation of the moon landing plan. No one knows the authenticity of this photo, and it is not clear whether Eagle Source really found something on the moon. Because they know a piece of news, that is, NASA's internal arrangement for a new generation of lunar landing spacecraft, and its expected landing site seems to be near Apollo 15. Is it a coincidence? Looking at this black and white photo, the leaders of the domestic space agency also fell into contemplation. Things back then were too magical. Ying Jin went for a walk in order to pull Big Brother into the pit. And after the death of Big Brother, so many years have passed, and many people who knew the truth of the matter have died. So the authenticity of this matter cannot be considered at all. But there is no guarantee that this thing must be fake. In case Ying Jin really knows something, then this time he is in a hurry to return to the moon. Maybe he is looking for something. If it is really a so-called extraterrestrial civilization, it might have a huge impact on the current situation. Chapter 186. Chapter 186. Recently, some peculiar-looking robots have suddenly appeared in the house of big dog owners. They are distributed in the streets and patrolling with weapons. When I have nothing to do, I will also interact with tourists on their faces and take photos. In the hotel, Dabai, which has just been put into use, has received wide acclaim. As a service staff of the hotel, Dabai can not only help them organize their ceremonies, but also help them plan routes, and even take care of children. This naive image has also received a warm welcome from many children. There are already many rich people who are inquiring about the sale of Dabai. After all, many rich people are busy with business and tend to neglect to accompany their children. If there is a big white who can give them the right company in the most important years of their children, this is how much they are willing to spend. Regarding the inquiries of these local tyrants, the Big Dog family said that Dabai will be put into the civilian market in the future, but they will not sell it, but will be directly sold by the door of technology. And right, the connecting hall must also have completed the laying of the 5G network. Otherwise, artificial intelligence cannot be effectively connected, and it is just a display to buy it back. Many videos about Dabai and patrol robots have rushed to the hot list of domestic and foreign networks. The phone number of the inquiry department of the Gate of Science and Technology was also about to explode. In the face of the hot market, Jin Sanchi immediately held a meeting and listed Dabai's various parameters and pre-sale prices on the official website of Technology Gate. Although Dabai's program is very powerful, the price of hardware support is not too high. Even if the cost of artificial intelligence is factored in, the price is not too outrageous. At present, there are 2 versions of Dabai. The deluxe edition is also fully equipped, priced at 180,000 units, and has a free warranty for 10 years. The price of the standard version is 120,000 units. The specific difference lies in the selection of materials for internal accessories. At the same time, the fully equipped version of Dabai will also carry all the current home plugins. Includes some features that are being tested. At the same time, the computing power given by artificial intelligence will be more relaxed. Of course, these can be upgraded through subsequent purchases. And considering the price is a bit expensive, the official also provides up to 36 low-interest loans. However, Those who apply for loan qualifications need to undergo a certain level of review. It has just been 3 days since the pre-sale channel was opened. The number of pre-orders has exceeded 20,000, and most of them bought the deluxe version. Jin Sanshi looked at it, and there were basically rich people here. After all, taking out 180,000 in one go is not a small amount. And many of them are from abroad, although Jin Sanshi doesn't understand why they buy it back now. After all, the European and American countries will not get the AI technology until June. It will take at least next year for it to be put into use. Now buying it back is just a decoration. Taking into account the company's principle of not cheating, Jin Sanshi asked his customer service team to call back one by one. Especially for areas that have not yet connected to 5G networks and artificial intelligence, I talked to them about these things. The answer received was that they all knew about it, but it only took about half a year. They didn't panic, and they bought it all back and put it away. Well, they are all rich people. Of course Jin Sanshi will not let money go without making money. In just 3 days, it has recorded more than 3 billion yuan. Although it is not the best for all the company's projects, its prospects are very broad. After all, DABI can be used not only at home, but also in schools, companies, amusement parks and other places. For example, Disney has already rushed to find it. According to the previous contract, DABI's image is free for their own use, and in exchange, in addition to getting DABI Robot as the first batch of mechanical employees in the amusement park, they also hope to customize a batch of doll robots with other images. For this matter, Jin Sanshi said that DABI can give them now, but other images need to wait for the order to stabilize before considering it. After all, the company's production capacity has not been too high. Disney was not in a hurry and agreed with a smile. At present, Nunu, Hans, and Galjai are all interested in cooperating with us, and even some tanku from the Nordic region have come over. Okay, great, let's cheer up all the departments, this is a godsend opportunity. Don't worry, I have already made arrangements. The expansion of the Ministry of Commerce has been completed, and the bosses of each team have basically led the team to set off. Well, remember, you must grab the market as quickly as possible. Yes, but there is a problem. Tell me, what's the problem? It's about Nokia. In the flower factory office, a high-end meeting with only 7 or 8 people was quietly going on. A few days ago, the above officially announced something about artificial intelligence. Including the Global Artificial Intelligence Supervision Department has also been combined. Now all the first-class tanku have begun to think about the specific use of artificial intelligence. And the most important one is the laying of 5G network. After all, without 5G network, it is difficult to give full play to the advantages of artificial intelligence. Because of the previous restrictions on flower factories and some political factors, many foreign tanku still stay in the 5G field. Of course, there are also reasons why the flower factory has declared too many patents. If you want to forcefully promote 5G, it will definitely bring a lot of income to the flower factory. Originally, many tanku meant to skip 5G and overtake on 6G directly. Is nothing more than a little uncomfortable in recent years. But now times have changed, and with the cooperation with the superiors, the originally tense relationship has eased again. Especially after the blockade on the flower factory was lifted, many tanku no longer needed to look at Yingjin's face. Naturally, the intention of many of the 5G orders is to continue to find flower factories to toss. In addition to the excellent technology of the flower factory, there is another reason that the infrastructure speed of the rabbit house is the first in the world. If you leave it to their company to toss, it will only be efficient. A long way behind. This is definitely good news for the flower factory. After all, the communication business is the pillar industry of their family. But now, in addition to them, Nokia has also launched a market competition. The two are both communication giants, especially Europe and the United States saw Nokia's territory, and this conflict is inevitable. Some people inside the flower factory are thinking about whether to start with Nokia in terms of supply and force the other side to release a certain market. Mr. Wren thought about it for a long time and decided not to do it. It's not because of how noble he is. Business wars are inherently cruel. The main reason is because these leading technologies are not their own. Don't look at the fact that the door of technology is very close to us, but we still hope to present a multi-pronged situation in the global market. Nokia, as the gate of technology, is the main force that restrains everyone. Even if they agree to the technology, they will never cut off their supply. So, it doesn't make much sense to do so. Since Nokia is going to snatch it, then everyone will do what they can. 5G, the flower factory has never been afraid of anyone. Chapter 187 Chemical Experiments. Chapter 187 Chemical Experiments. From March to April. In addition to the tracking of space in the global reports, the most frequently mentioned is the ever-increasing budget of each church. Especially Yingjin, as the main speaker in promoting the space program, it is difficult to free up energy to stir shit now. Just one space program involves most of the funds and manpower in Europe and the United States. Now the attitude of Eagle Source is very stable, that is, to reduce military conflicts as much as possible, and to use all the power for the transition of this decade. That's right, Yingjin has now given up the practice of continuing to maintain his position through the military. The rise of the next door is inevitable, and the fight can't be fought again. The only way is to improve its own technical background. Not only in terms of technology, but also the construction of people's livelihood must be accelerated. To put it badly, although Yingjiang has been fighting for defeat in Jigu in the past few decades, the domestic construction has not been too fast. Even New York, the top city in the world, is full of high-rise buildings from the last century. The subway, electricity, water, medical care, etc. are a little behind. Now that Eagle Source has returned to the economy, this wave of space programs alone will greatly stimulate the already declining European and American markets. At the same time, huge investment will be increased in urban construction, and a lot of funds originally used for military research will be withdrawn. Someone may say, those arms dealers agree to do so. But the fact is that the big arms companies are very supportive of this plan. They knew very well that their status was closely related to Eagle Source's status in the village. It didn't matter if the city was a little shabby before, but not anymore. Artificial intelligence will drive the third industrial revolution. Anyone who dares to lag behind will fall directly into the altar. Therefore, to improve urban development and economy, vigorously develop science and technology has become a top priority. And the military industry itself is a derivative of technology. When technology tells development, arms dealers will inevitably wait for technology to stabilize before iterating on technology in order to ensure their own interests. Now it's not as bad as it was during World War II, so there's no rush if there's no war. In addition, even if a large amount of military investment is transferred, they can still make money by maintaining the existing army. Although is a little less, but this era is like this, we can only make plans after this period of time is over. Some people have even set their sights on the universe. Arms are also closely related to technology in the final analysis. If you want to make money, you must be more powerful and easier to use than others. And the vast amount of material contained in the universe is a natural business opportunity. They really don't want to get involved in a boring price war with the next door. This is a natural gap between the two systems, and they cannot gain a price advantage by reducing labor. Therefore, the best way is to obtain profits through technical rolling. The good stuff is my family, I love to buy it or not. This is the same as they sold F-20 to before. even if it is a low-end version, everyone has to rush to get it. Therefore, although the military investment has been abandoned for a short time, the economy of the whole Europe and the United States is vaguely showing signs of re-emergence. The market is money after all, and the more it circulates, the more prosperous it is. This phenomenon has also been found above, but nothing has happened. Lots of ideas. After all, it's a good thing that Yingqin doesn't do anything. As long as we don't fight, who is afraid of who? We rabbits have never lost in business. Erguzi, how's the progress at the shipyard? Boss, the current progress is very good, and it is expected to be completed in at most 2 months. Okay, how many Luban and Hercules do you have now? There are currently 350 Lubans and 2,600 Hercules. Like this, you should inform Jin Sanshi now and let him arrange for someone to transport the 300 Lubans and 2,000 Hercules to the shipyard for me. Yes. Boss, are we going to build a shipyard? That's right, aspiring tanku all over the world are going crazy to improve their strength, and we can't be left behind. The development of this space is not only a battle between tanku, but also a battle between our companies. Wang Chen nodded and said with a smile. Wang Chen also felt a little pressure about the crazy rising technology in Europe and the United States. After all, a person's strength is too limited, even if he has tried his best to increase the domestic scientific and technological strength, but some gaps cannot be shortened in this time. In addition, coupled with the limitations of the Earth's resources, even if you have a plugin, it is difficult to play. Only by entering the universe can we completely widen the gap. So Wang Chen now wants to speed up the construction plan of the shipyard. It is best to start production before you complete the research on cold fusion. Okay boss, I'll arrange it. Erguzi's dog head nodded. Since the boss wants to do it, just do it yourself. Looking at Erguzi who had disappeared, Wang Chen couldn't help rubbing his forehead. During this time, he has been pondering the theoretical design of cold nuclear fusion. To be honest, I'm a little bald. Although the technology is in my head, it is not easy to restore it completely. Especially the research on that catalyst is very complicated. Requires a very high-precision laboratory to complete the research. Wang Chen's own factory is probably not going to work. Temperature, humidity, and even taking an extra breath can lead to research failure. At present, the only ready-made laboratory that may be able to meet the needs should be in the Chinese Academy of Sciences or the campus of Tsinghua University and Peking University. Wang Chen has already asked Du Gang for a while, and the chemical laboratory at the Chinese Academy of Sciences is being upgraded and cannot be used. However, Wang Chen has been contacted by the Institute of Chemistry at Peking University. That is a national laboratory led by the Chinese Academy of Sciences and co-founded by Peking University. In 2006, it got the highest score in the National Discipline Evaluation of Chemistry. It has 3 national key laboratories, 9 key laboratories of the Academy of Sciences, and 1 analysis and testing center. The main direction is polymer science, physical chemistry, organic chemistry, analytical chemistry, inorganic chemistry and other projects. Is one of the most important chemical research institutes in China. In other words, Wang Chen is quite special. Most people don't go in, and if they approach, they will be invited to drink tea. Du Gang has already sent a message to Peking University, and Peking University has warmly welcomed Wang Chen's arrival. Said to come casually, stay as long as you want. But I made a request, that is, I hope Wang Chen can give a speech at the school. It doesn't matter what you say, as long as Wang Chen is willing to stand up. Wang Chen was a little embarrassed, but he still agreed. Everyone has allowed themselves to use the laboratory for free, so what else can I do to shirk it? Isn't it just a couple of sentences, small things? Chapter 188 Good Treatment. Chapter 188 Good Treatment. Peking University, also known as Zhongwangkan College of Applied Arts and Sciences, and Wudaku Vocational and Technical College are door-to-door. As a key university directly affiliated to China, it ranks among the double first class, 211, 985, and so on. It is regarded as a university with a very long history in China. Its founding date can be traced back to the era of reform in 1898. It was originally named Jingxi. It is the first national comprehensive university in China in modern times. This series of halo is enough to prove its status in the domestic education circle. To put it bluntly, those who can enter this school are the best. Wang Chen as an ordinary person, no matter what after crossing the border, it is basically irrelevant to such a top-level institution. It was the first time I entered the school gate of Peking University. I had a talk and a strong sense of learning as soon as I entered. There are also many students around, and everyone seems to be busy, which is very different from many students who spend their days in ordinary universities. Standing at the school gate, looking left and right for a long time, Li Long next to him couldn't help but smile. "What's the matter, boss? You like this place?" "That's for sure. This is one of the two most famous universities in China, a holy place for scientific research. As a scientific researcher, I would definitely like it." Touched his chin, Wang Chen also said with a smile. "How about I ask Boss Du to arrange for you to study here for a while? Come on, I'm an ordinary person who can't afford this treatment, so don't go in and be ashamed." Waved his hand, Wang Chen hurriedly said. "Although I have never been to a university, this top-notch institution allows people to go in and have fun. Just because of my lazy personality, I'm afraid I'll be late or die when I go in. Still, don't go in and destroy the learning atmosphere of others." Flipping the package in his hand, Wang Chen walked along the main road to the school. The chemistry laboratory is in the core area of the school. The college has prepared all the necessary procedures for Wang Chen, and has also allocated a separate room for Wang Chen to live in. Wang Chen came here today and planned to go to the laboratory first. Most of the instruments that you need to use are relatively sophisticated. If they are not uniform, you may need help from above to adjust them. As soon as he arrived at the door of the laboratory, a familiar old man was already standing there. Wang Chen took a closer look, and quickly recognized that this guy was the one who was researching electromagnetic guns in the factory before. "Yo, Mr. Zhao, are you out for a drive?" He said hello with a smile, and Mr. Zhao smiled and waved his hand. The principal should have come to greet him, but if that guy has something to do, he can only ask me to come over to receive him. If there is anything that is not arranged properly, tell me, I'll help you deal with it. That's not necessary, I'm not delicate, the main equipment is enough. Wang Chen also said with a smile. Don't worry, this is the top chemical laboratory in the country. If you can't do research here, you can't find it anywhere else. Mr. Zhao patted his chest confidently. I can't guarantee anything else, but this chemical factory is the pride of their family, even if it is next door. That's the best, let's go in and see? Okay, I have the key here, let's go. Mr. Zhao nodded, took out something like a USB flash drive from his pocket, inserted a password at the door to lock it, and quickly verified several times before opening the door. It can be seen that the security work here is very strict, and there seem to be not many people in the huge space. But soon Wang Chen was attracted by the dense variety of instruments. After a casual glance, Wang Chen couldn't help but tut twice. It is worthy of being the top laboratory in the country, and all kinds of high-precision instruments can be seen everywhere like roadside goods. And there are also a large number of high-standard special rooms, which are all urgently needed by Wang Chen. Especially for those high-standard suites, it takes time to build. After looking around, Wang Chen nodded with satisfaction. It's a good place, It's all top-notch goods. That must be, how, not bad, right? Well, then we can go in and start now? Don't worry, you can't do it today. Your information has just been entered. It will take a day to go through the program. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, you can come in after the system is updated. After saying that, Mr. Zhao took out a small box from his pocket, and took out two identical USB flash drives and ID cards from it. This is a password key. You and this person have one. The key is in the laboratory, the ID card is in the room, and the verification is a fingerprint. Both of these are entered with the highest authority, and you can use the equipment inside as you like. In addition, the laboratory here is equipped with an independent apartment building. Your rooms are arranged next to each other, and you can also enter by ID. A special person will clean it up every day, and you can rest assured that it is the person above and will not reveal the secret. Said a lot, and Wang Chen silently remembered it in his heart. I have to say that the security here is still very strict. In addition to these keys, there is a lot of security. If there is no secret key and ID card, it can be said that it is impossible to do anything. After visiting the laboratory, Wang Chen was dragged by Mr. Zhao to see his apartment. As a supporting building for the top laboratory, the apartments here are also quite impressive. The light area is nearly 120 square meters, hardcover, warm and comfortable. After Mr. Zhao finished explaining some precautions, he was ready to show off, and told Wang Chen to come back tomorrow to take him to the laboratory for a walk. Besides, I hope Wang Chen can speak seriously about the speech. The time is set by yourself, but you have to tell them in advance. It is also easy to arrange here. Wang Chen made an OK gesture to show his understanding, and then Mr. Zhao closed the door with a smile and left. Old board, the treatment here is good. Li Long, who was helping to put the box, seemed satisfied when he saw Wang Chen, and couldn't help but tease. When came, Wang Chen was still asking if he would live in a bunk bed, whether the room was big enough, and whether the decoration was good enough. Li Long, who asked, was also a little speechless. Brother, this is Peking University, one of the top universities in the world. Do you think that the talents who can do important research in this place will be stingy with the living environment? That is, luxury is not advocated here, otherwise it would not be a problem to build a small detached house for you. Not bad, not bad. I thought that all schools in China have 6 people per room. It seems that they have kept up with the allocation of top scientific researchers. Wang Chen was not embarrassed, he said with a smile. I can't blame myself for this. The dormitories of domestic schools are basically the same. I am really worried about living with a bunch of people I don't know. After all, he is a relatively independent character and likes to be quiet. This environment is quite good. Chapter 189 stopped. Chapter 189 stopped. In the blink of an eye, it has been more than a week since I came to the school. After a brief familiarity, Wang Chen quickly threw himself into research. The school has all the materials you need, and even if you don't have them, you can send them directly to the warehouse. On the other hand, the news that Wang Chen came to Peking University to do experiments also quietly spread to the academy. Many students were very curious about this matter. After all, as a leader in the field of science and technology, Wang Chen has a very high reputation in scientific research. Some seniors who were also doing research in the laboratory also confirmed that they did meet Wang Chen in the chemistry laboratory. But because Li Long's eyes were too kind, they still didn't have the courage to say hello. The news is a stone hammer, but after all, those who are engaged in scientific research are not fans of the rice circle. Even if you know that Wang Chen is in the laboratory, the most you can do is pay attention, and you won't be around to block the door. Not long after the news faded in the past 2 days, the college announced that on April 18 Wang Chen will give a speech in the small auditorium, and interested students can go and watch. When the news came out, many people couldn't sit still. College is awesome. This is an opportunity to watch the big guy up close. Not only the students of Peking University were very interested, but even the people next door couldn't sit still. Many of the students of Udaku Vocational and Technical College are already thinking about coming to check in on the 18th. As we all know, Peking University and Tsinghua University belong to the kind of love and killing. Although they don't like each other, the relationship between the two colleges is very good. Take the matter of attending classes, for example. Other schools will be blocked if they want to enter their gates. But if it is next door, the security will put them in. Of course, everyone is arrogant and will definitely not admit it. After hearing about Tsinghua's plan to come to take a seat, many students from Peking University exchanged on the forum. Go to the gate to set up a checkpoint. Don't let the next door come over to grab a seat. Is there no big boss in their family? Come here every day? That's right, even if it's rubbish, the girls in our academy can't bear it. Yes, tell the security, the 18th must be on guard. Never let these guys come over. They shouted fiercely, but on the 18th, the small auditorium was still filled with unheard of the unknown people. Many Peking University students who came late and could only stand were angry with itchy teeth. Is too much, even if you come a few. There are still a bunch of them. Still sitting in such a grandiose position? Can you be a little conscious? The smuggler just stood beside him. But Tsinghua University also has something to say. Can a group of liberal arts students understand the class of other bigwigs? If I want to say, Wang Chen should come to our Tsinghua University. After all, this is the paradise of science and technology. So, we are here to correct this mistake. Yes, it makes sense. Forget it, not the general knowledge of your group of boys' technical schools. Just when Wang Chen was about to give a speech, a call suddenly came into Wang Chen's mobile phone. Opened it and saw that it was Du Gang calling. Hey, boss Du, what's the matter? Wang Chen, I sent you something, take a look. Rightman Du Gang's voice was a little hurried, as if there was something urgent. Okay, I'll take a look. Touched his head, but Wang Chen didn't ask any further questions. He put on an earplug and said in a low voice, Guzi, show me what Du Gang brought. It's the boss. Soon, a piece of information appeared in the middle of his mobile phone screen. These are a few blurry pictures. Wang Chen zoomed in and looked at them and asked strangely, what is this? Eagle Source's space program. They seem to have mastered a technology that can be driven with high power for a long time, and will be used in the new spaceship. And it is said that the size of this spaceship is not small, at least 4 or 5 spaceships in that year. So big. Du Gang told Wang Chen what he knew. After listening to General Du Gang, Wang Chen understood that it was a spy document. No wonder it was so vague. This is nuclear fission and hydrogen power? The black technology of Yin Jiang's family? Wang Chen looked at it carefully for a long time. Although it is a bit vague, many of the symbols above are still recognizable. With a little discernment, Wang Chen captured the most important words above, and said in surprise. Yes, Yingjin has shown this technology to all the allied countries, and it is said that actual objects have been built and are being tested intensively. Really? But what are you doing with me? Do you want me to push back? Wang Chen touched his head and asked strangely. Don't you want to study nuclear fusion? Although I don't know where your confidence comes from, I still hope that if possible, it is best to speed up the progress, or join our nuclear fusion team and study together. Du Gang, who was opposite him, couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Even if Wang Chen didn't report, Li Long followed every day. And Wang Chen didn't hide it here, So it was clear that Wang Chen's next research direction was nuclear fusion. Although I don't know Wang Chen's research direction, considering that this product has been developed for so many years, it's like a hang-up. Naturally, there is a lot of expectation from the top. After finding out that Eagle Source still has something like this at the bottom of the box, the pressure on the top immediately came up. My dear, what did you experience in the Cold War? Some interesting things have been found in the archaeology of Maok. Eagle Source is even more awesome. Even this kind of thruster belongs to the technology of sealing. Hemp pegs, no wonder they dare to push the space program so crazy. With this kind of technology, it is completely invincible. Needless to say, once the safety issues are resolved, spacecraft that can freely enter and exit space will greatly reduce the development cost of outer space. Although there is also a development plan for this kind of spacecraft, but that is already a very late thing. Originally, in the early stage, it was hoped that the construction of Tiangong would be completed first with the help of Dema's high-thrust rocket. But now it seems that it is a bit bad. Eagle Source's technical background far exceeds his previous expectations. This kind of black technology has been studied for decades, and the gap is really unacceptable. The top has given a death order to speed up research on nuclear fusion. And since Wang Chen also has this interest, the above naturally asked Du Gang to come over and let him know. In any case, we must try our best to narrow the gap. If it really doesn't work, you can only use money to bear it. This space program is related to his future village status. If you can't catch up with the team in time, then one step behind is one step behind. 181 was swallowed and is being rescued. Chapter 190 Lie down to make money. Chapter 190 Lying down to make money. Okay, I see, I'll try my best. Wang Chen didn't say anything. After all, there is a possibility of failure in researching anything. Wang Chen can't guarantee that he will be able to research the technology. Especially when you have to compete with the opponent for time. But this incident really surprised Wang Chen for a while. The fusion of nuclear fission and hydrogen element is not low in technology. Eagle Source has completed theoretical research in the last century, which shows how terrifying the technological development of the Cold War was. Sure enough, war is the first element that drives the development of science and technology. Shook his head, and after hanging up the phone, Wang Chen put this matter on the back of his mind. No matter what the Eagle Source is, you just need to be yourself. Soldiers come to block water and soil to hide, even if someone has a background, but if you want to actually succeed, the road you have to take in the middle is very good. After finishing the clothes, 10 minutes later, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the host outside was already calling out Wang Chen's name. Wang Chen had already thought about today's speech. I won't say a lot, just encourage everyone to create more, stick to themselves more, and study hard every day. I can't write too much, I'm afraid I will swallow the following 30,000 words. In the past 2 days, Jin Sanshi has been wandering around the country. With the continuous updates of car companies and mobile phones, the national update speed can be said to be on the fast lane. The first batch of gas stations for renovation have been selected, mainly in the 6 largest cities in the country. With these 6 cities as the center, within 3 years, 80% of the gas stations in the country will be upgraded. Considering that we still have a large number of traditional energy vehicles, the top will still reserve 2 refueling windows at the modified charging station location. After all, changing a car is a big deal for the average family. At least 5 to 10 years later, the number of traditional energy vehicles in the country will plummet. At the same time, various subsidies for new energy vehicles have also been introduced. In addition to the efforts of manufacturers to seize the market, the number of car owners who are interested in buying new energy vehicles is also increasing. However, with the arrival of April, there is a piece of news that still makes BYD uncomfortable. Eagle Source still chose hydrogen power as their choice in the new energy era. This decision can be said to be contrary to my own side. But it did disrupt everyone's deployment. Many car companies who want to rush into the European and American markets in one go are now starting to have headaches. Due to the advent of the space program, many of the European Union's mouths are now in an ambiguous relationship with Eagle Source. This will easily make other EU officials who have not yet made a decision to choose hydrogen power due to this influence. As a direct beneficiary of Grafton batteries, BYD certainly does not want this to happen. But there is no way, a super courteous decision of others cannot be reversed by oneself. We can only reconvene everyone to think about countermeasures. Maybe they also have to learn from American car companies and directly study both technologies. Panasonic is very happy now. After all, he said whatever he wanted, and begged his grandfather to tell his grandmother, so that Eagle Source did not give up on himself. As long as the North American market is maintained, it will at least have a firm foothold. In the face of the menace in Grafton technology, they also have their own base. At present, the automobile aspect has already shown a kind of bipedalism. Japanese cars and American cars choose hydrogen power. And domestic plus Germans chose Grafton batteries. Neither side can say who has a decisive advantage, but they are not stable in their own cities. BYD can't open the gap in the Japanese car site, and Panasonic also can't open the gap in China. So the contest between the two sides still has to be fought in other markets around the world. On the other hand, the reform of automobile intelligence is getting faster and faster. Is led by Huachang, and now Huachang's latest Hongmeng system has been associated with almost all domestic alliance companies. Artificial intelligence has also been fully popularized to the latest systems. Is now able to support the use of this function for a small number of customers. Especially the Grafton flexible screen that acts in the front windshield. With the use of artificial intelligence, it really achieves the 6 words of tall and powerful. This is a privilege that only domestic car companies can have at present. Although BYD has opened the purchasing authority of batteries to the outside world, the research and development of this screen is led by Flower Factories. And the Flower Factory has no idea of external sales now, and all production capacity only provides support to domestic car companies. In this high-tech era, this kind of screen that can project influence is really captivating. Especially many young people have little ability to resist. The first sight they saw confirmed their intention to buy. Of course, old brands like Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Volkswagen will certainly not sit still. They are not the only ones doing small tricks in the Flower Factory, but the door of technology is the last home has not closed the channel. And as the production capacity of the gate of technology continues to increase, it has now been able to receive some customized production. No, Jin Sanshi has been discussing with them all this time. I also talked to the Flower Factory about this. Although the Flower Factory has not cooperated with them, considering the global market structure, it is impossible for them to prevent German car companies from giving up the channel for cooperation. So this supply is no problem. Anyway, they have to enter the base camp of German cars for sales. Was regarded as an exchange of interests, and they did not lose anything. After all, from the overall situation, German cars are still their allies. You can't really force the German car series into the Panasonic camp. The non-supply of the Flower Factory represents the attitude of domestic car companies headed by BYD, while the supply by the door of technology represents the compromise of the entire domestic alliance to the situation. Although it is a bit twisty, business wars are sometimes so boring. Besides, they know too much about the production capacity of the gate of technology. Up to now, the production of Grafton batteries is still unable to supply everyone. If it is not forbade, everyone can sit and wait to die. The huge market of German cars is only supplied by the gate of science and technology. To be honest, it is impossible in a short period of time. Unfortunately, what they don't know is that they will complete the technical upgrade within 3 years. If the full robot production mode is adopted in the future, it can at least double. But these 3 golden stones will not be said. As an upstream manufacturer, what he wants is a containment. Sometimes it is better to have multiple opponents without an opponent. From the perspective of one's own family, this is obviously an opportunity to support. Is like letting Nokia hold back the flower factory and Google. The auto market also needs to be balanced. Only in this way, as an upstream manufacturer, can you lay down and make money. Chapter 191 The Tide of the Times. Chapter 191 The Tide of the Times. At this time, in a factory outside the magic capital, Mr. Lay is working with everyone day and night. Since February this year, domestic mobile phone manufacturers have already started crazy invoicing. Especially in terms of intelligence, everyone has started to tidy up. Is to be able to better compete for the market. Even if the flower factory was the first to come up with a new generation of interactive devices, this thing is not something that cannot be imitated. It's just a pair of glasses, and the difficulty factor is not too big. The only troublesome point is the research on flexible screens. But that thing can be helped by the door of technology, and it is not difficult in itself. No, in just a few months, Vivo and Rice have already announced the completion of research on new interactive devices. The interactive glasses of each family will also meet you before June. Now the pressure on General Lay is also quite large. Especially after he left. From the bright side, the Rice was not affected too much. And it became the first manufacturer to develop interactive glasses after the flower factory. This is undoubtedly a blow to his reputation. From his appearance to the present, many netizens are also clear about their troubles with the board of directors. Originally, many people were still waiting for their own comeback, but judging from the current research and development progress, it is very difficult for Rice mobile phones to win Rice. It's still the same sentence, Rice has already established a firm foothold in the low-end field, and if you want to fight a price war, your wallet can't handle it. And if you want to enter the high-end field, the mobile phones there are actually mixed with brand effects, and many of them are old customers. People at the same price point are more inclined to choose familiar brands. The typical example is Apple's. Even if the flower factory is in full swing, it still can't knock the foundation of the opposite side. No way, there are too many die-hard fans. Even if the resurrected Nokia does not have feelings in it, it can stand firm in a short period of time. Speaking of feelings, although I have them in my own house, Rice was an assembly plant before, so let's not talk about feelings for low-end machines. Everything is based on cost-effectiveness. So there are not many feelings in myself, and even fewer can be transferred to the Rice Field mobile phone. But after all, there is, and it is even very important. If you can rely on this feeling to open the market in one breath, then Rice has the possibility to reach the peak. But if it doesn't work, it's too hard to do it again. Mr. Lay is also suffering from a headache, and he has been thinking about innovative things in his mind. In this month, he really figured out a way. Didn't Jin Sanshi introduce them to a wave of interactive devices at the party? Unfortunately, due to the problem of accuracy, it seems that no manufacturer has introduced it. Jin Sanshi doesn't care either, no one wants it, it's used on individual mechas anyway. But Mr. Lay was different. After thinking for a long time, he came up with an idea. First of all, I took the time to talk with Jin Sanshi. Although Jin Sanshi was a little surprised that Rice wanted to introduce this technology, he still expressed his support. Soon a trial version of the technology was sent to its own hands. and Rice also joined the Flower Factory's technical alliance by relying on Mr. Les Face. Is better than Rice at this point? With the support of the Flower Factory, not only will there be no worries about the supply, but also the use of artificial intelligence can be obtained with the help of the Hongmeng system. That's right, the Flower Factory has opened up the use of artificial intelligence to all its own alliance companies. Because it is very troublesome to apply for artificial intelligence. Especially after the establishment of the Global Artificial Intelligence Inspectorate, no matter who it is or who you are from, if you want to obtain civilian artificial intelligence, you must pass their review. Flower Factory and Jai were missed. After all, they already had artificial intelligence before the establishment of the Inspectorate. So you only need to add a file in the bureau. But other companies are different. The 5 hooligans all agree on restricting the use of artificial intelligence. Especially in traditional industries, everyone is worried that the widespread application of artificial intelligence will trigger a global unemployment crisis. So it is very troublesome to pass this application. Mr. Le also submitted an application, but with Rice's current strength, I'm afraid there is no chance. But it doesn't matter anymore. With the help of the Flower Factory, Mr. Le still has the ability to use artificial intelligence. No, Mr. Le ordered everyone to work overtime to combine the EG interactive system with artificial intelligence. Acts on the Hongmeng system in the form of a plugin. At the same time, the design of the mobile phone is also a change from the previous idea. Lightweight, simple and stylish have become Mr. Le's positioning for the new mobile phone. According to Mr. Le's thoughts, even the interactive glasses are still a little troublesome. The real artificial intelligence mobile phone should completely abandon the screen. Traditional mobile phones are used as carriers, and only a pair of headphones and a small device for EG interaction can be used for routine use. Even if the current EG interaction is not accurate, it can still be compensated by combining artificial intelligence. The current touch screen can be completely replaced by the intercom. The mobile phone screen in the future should be more of a backup. Most of the operations can be done through communication. Just need to be able to accurately identify some routine operations, such as turning pages, confirming, cancelling and so on. At the same time, the mobile phone will also use the folding method to increase the screen space as much as possible while reducing the area. Even on the operating system, Mr. Le also proposed reforms. Hongmeng is indeed very good, but the performance of mobile phones is not as good as before. A lot of performance is actually not used at all, considering the intelligence of future mobile phones. Common operations can be read by language and EG. The mobile phone, as a must-have item, must add more functions. For example, a computer system is added inside the mobile phone, so that the mobile phone has a certain degree of computer functions. This design was played by Nokia many years ago. However, the performance and battery of mobile phones at that time could not be compared with today. In this way, the functionality of the mobile phone is preserved instead of only serving as a carrier for information processing. Can still be added to people's daily life. This is to meet this requirement, and there are high standards for the memory of the mobile phone and various aspects. After all, the Fortress has a system of several GS, and it is also a dual system. If it is not deployed, there will be problems. Fortunately, although Rice is a new manufacturer, the personnel framework is very confident. Are the core talents of Rice at the time, and the research and development ability is absolutely leveraged. Without the constant chatter of the damn board, Mr. Le was finally able to let go of his hands and feet to design the phone according to his own ideas. Many designs that were shot before also appeared in his head one by one. Innovation changes life. Since the era of smartphones, many people have complained that today's mobile phones look like Apple's sons. Although this sentence sounds funny, it is not a kind of sadness. As a former leader of the industry, Mr. Low also hopes that he can become a trendsetter of the times like Nokia was back then. A mobile phone is not only a tool, but there should also be art in it. Chapter 192 Fusion Core. Chapter 192 Fusion Core. 2 Dog, report on the current progress. Yes, boss, the peripheral work at the shipyard is almost done, and the deployed robots are all in place. The installation of the internal facilities of the factory has been carried out, and it is about 12%. Wang Chen, who was preparing things, shouted to the open notebook next to him while watching the chemical reaction in the device. It has been almost a week since the last speech, and Wang Chen has officially started his research days in the Peking University laboratory. Although this recipe is not difficult, it is not easy either. In particular, none of the equipment in the lab is connected to the intelligent network, which makes the Luban that I brought over cannot fit in perfectly. Some of the work still needs to be done by Wang Chen himself. Although the efficiency is not fast, the overall research progress is still on the right track. No, while studying things, Wang Chen also asked Erguzi to send over the situation of the shipyard on the island. As the most important part of the current Sky development, the progress of the shipyard has been photographed on top of all the current projects. Even the construction of Wang Chen's own residence and laboratory on the island can be dragged, but this one cannot. Especially now that Yin Jiang has started to exert his strength, Wang Chen's pressure has also increased a lot. As an enterprise deeply bound to the above, the changes in the international situation have a great impact on itself. Although it is not clear what the situation of Yin Jiang's research is, Wang Chen has been accustomed to consider things in the worst case. Assuming that Yin Jiang has now mastered mature engine technology, it does not take much time to build a spaceship. So you have to speed up your progress, at least you can't be left behind by the opponent. The minerals on the moon and some special resources are very important to me, so I have to take a bite of this cake. At present, in the branch factory on the island, the first batch of robots have begun to install various equipment around the clock. Judging from the current progress, all installation work can be completed within half a year at most. This speed is already very good. If it is replaced by labor, it is estimated that it will take nearly a year even for 3 shifts. When the 3 factories are completed one after another, Wang Chen will start the first phase of the construction plan. In addition to the original battleship plan, 2 more spaceships are being designed. These 2 projects are still completed by myself and Erguzi. After Wang Chen put forward a request and gave a rough concept map, Erguzi improved it through continuous calculation and analysis. The power of artificial intelligence can be reflected here. Wang Chen has been running several projects now. Without Erguzi's support, I'm afraid I would have been in a hurry long ago. The design of the battleship is relatively simple, after all, there are World War II can refer to. But this ship is different and needs a complete redesign. After all, the environment in space is no better than the ocean. As long as it is out of the atmosphere, even a brick can fly. Design is more about practicality. Wang Chen has found a lot of material from several sci-fi games. Gives a concept idea that looks good through comparison. Now Erguzi is completing the relevant preliminary improvement. It is estimated that it will take some time until the drawing is released. According to Wang Chen's idea, the length of the first-generation spacecraft is about 300 meters, the width is 80 meters, and the height is 30 meters. The hull is Dagon-shaped, and the tail is a huge movable-shaped tail. 8 auxiliary thrusters are distributed at the 4 corners, and there is a 7-hole main engine in the middle. Is equivalent to 15 propulsion units on this one spacecraft. And that's not even counting the jets around the ship for auxiliary propulsion and auxiliary steering. And in the rear of the spacecraft, that is, in the center of the engine, is the console of the entire spacecraft. With the trapezoid-like design, the console and the hull are integrated as much as possible. There will also be a pair of large retractable folding wings on either side of the holding tower. This is considered to be more convenient when entering and leaving the Earth. In addition to these, Wang Chen also planned to reserve a special shooting gun position on the spacecraft. Just like the side guns of ancient sailing warships, it is expected to be equipped with 2 layers of 32 sets of twin-mounted electromagnetic guns as secondary guns on both sides. And there will be 5 triply mounted main guns arranged in a stepped manner on the deck of the spacecraft. Not only the main gun, but also the electromagnetic rapid-fire gun in Wang Chen's hand. These guns are usually retracted inside the hull, and only when they need to be used will the firing ports be exposed and the turrets will be pushed out. Of course, these are only Wang Chen's ideas, and the specifics will be considered after Arguzi is designed. Wang Chen's idea is very simple. The spacecraft needs to face various problems in the universe, and the most important thing to ensure is its own safety. This security does not only refer to the face of other forces, but more to all kinds of space junk and even asteroids. A cargo ship with a certain armed force, this is Wang Chen's design concept for his own spaceship. But this is the idea though, yes, but the number one issue facing Wang Chen is energy. There is no nuclear fusion, so many electromagnetic weapons are powered by their heads. According to Wang Chen's own thinking, the nuclear fusion power source of the spacecraft must be done several times. Among them, there is one main propulsion device, one auxiliary propulsion device for the tail and surrounding areas, 2 weapon systems, and one for internal daily use. Considering the safety aspect, a backup fusion energy source is also needed. This is equivalent to placing 6 fusion cores inside the spacecraft. Of course, the fusion core is not too big. Compared with the current nuclear fission, the volume of nuclear fusion is naturally reduced by 1/3 under the same horsepower. Not to mention that Wang Chen uses cold nuclear fusion, which can further compress the volume. About the size of an energy core, about the size of 2 buses side by side. In addition to other miscellaneous objects, it is barely able to hold it. Wang Chen told Arguzi that if the space is not enough, add it up. As long as you can fly, you don't have to think too much about space. After all, their own shipyards can be used in parallel, even if one of them wants to build battleships. But the other 2 shipyards together have a length of 1,000 meters and a width of 400 meters. So the space budget is still relatively abundant. It's just that Wang Chen hopes to build 2 ships at a time. Otherwise, in the vast universe, if something goes wrong, it will all float there. It is necessary to have a rescue boat as a reserve. Not to mention that everyone's plan is to build a base on the moon. It's too dangerous to think that there is only one spaceship. Chapter 193, Immediately at Your Door. Chapter 193 Immediately at Your Door. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Just entered July, and with the arrival of the summer vacation, even the interior of Peking University is a lot quieter. At this time, Wang Chen's research has also entered a critical period. A few days ago, I had completed the most important steps of the recipe. At this time, on the table next to it, a test tube filled with dark purple powder was standing there quietly. Wang Chen was controlling a bunch of instruments at this time, and conducting the final test on the extracted powder. If you want to test the effect of powder, it is natural to build a simple nuclear fusion test bench. Does not require that kind of overly exaggerated equipment, and the micrometering test only needs a small open space. After all, it is only to observe the fusion reaction, and it does not need to release much energy. No, in front of a simple test bench, Wang Chen was looking at the monitor next to him nervously. In this device that looks a bit like a boiler, a small amount of nuclear fusion raw materials has been put into it. Once again, by adding this purple powder, The temperature in the boiler started to skyrocket. After about a minute, a light bulb next to the test light suddenly turned on, which indicated that the internal energy had been converted and turned into electricity through the device. After about 10 minutes, the light bulb slowly went out. Wang Chen glanced at the data on the display. It turned out that the catalyst was exhausted and the fusion reaction was interrupted. After losing the reconciliation of the catalyst, the two raw materials separated naturally because the temperature did not reach the conditions for natural fusion. The corner of his mouth couldn't help cracking, and after taking the test several times, Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the chair with a smirk. Even if it is open, this research is not all smooth sailing. Many of the steps are quite cumbersome, not difficult but torturous. In particular, some of the standards in the synthesis conditions are even more outrageous. Wang Chen was also tortured and a little uncomfortable, but fortunately the result was beautiful. This purple powder can indeed catalyze nuclear fusion. Although the attenuation is a bit severe, it is similar to what I expected. Is definitely fine for propelling a ship. And the synthetic cost of this purple-pink is not too high, so you don't have to worry about the research cost. Carefully squeezed the test tube full of powder in his hand, Wang Chen touched his nose and then stretched a little lazily. Once the nuclear fusion thing was successful, Wang Chen felt that the pressure was greatly reduced. Holding the key to the new era in his hand, Wang Chen thought about it for a long time and decided to tell Du Gang. This thing must be announced through the means above. Like the previous artificial intelligence, both it is not a technology that private individuals can master. But Wang Chen doesn't care. The most important thing to unlock this thing by himself is to facilitate the layout in the future. It's not the point of making money on this thing or not. After all, there are many ways to make money, and there is no need to fight against the boss on this lifeline. No one can tolerate their own energy in the hands of others. No matter who, no matter how close the relationship is. This is a matter of principle, and Wang Chen didn't realize that he had such a big face. After resting for a while, he took out his phone. Wang Chen wiped his face and dug through Du Gang's phone. A few seconds after I dialed out, I heard Du Gang's tired voice, "Hey, Wang Chen, what's the matter? Boss Du, are you stealing chickens? You are weak. Fuck off. You think I'm you? Spend every day in Peking University watching girls. I'm so busy every day. Hurry up and say something, I'll have a meeting later." Du Gang on the other end said speechlessly. After all, I haven't contacted Wang Chen for a long time, and I have been checking all kinds of news about that engine. Although the Eagle Source family has done a good job of keeping secrets, since some things have been disclosed, they can still be inquired. And looking at the more and more data in his hand, the current head above it has begun to hurt. The technology of Eagle Source is quite mature from the current information, and it has also been shown to all the allies in the secret base. Seems to be intentional, and part of the data has fallen into the hands of the top. Looking at the series of parameters above, as long as you know how to do it, you can't laugh. Eagle Source will definitely not bring her own to play, and this technology just appeared after the establishment of artificial intelligence cooperation. Even if he is cheating, he asks Yingjin to bring them with him or he will cut off the artificial intelligence. However, with the temperament of Eagle Etchen, even if you play with yourself, you will definitely not disclose the technology, but will cooperate in the form of cooperative supervision. Just one engine has to be sold for a huge price. Besides, the artificial intelligence negotiation has ended, and you can't really go back after signing the contract, right? Although Yingjin treats the contract as waste paper for a long time, but so far the above has been abiding by the contract. Once this head is opened, although Eagle Source will definitely find a way to retrade technology with herself, she will definitely use that big mouth to babble everywhere. Even the opposite side may have thought about it. If they really regret it, they can only exchange the cooperation of the engine for artificial intelligence. However, externally, the kind image of the above decades of operation may be gone. Everyone will also say that if you want something good, you will tear up the contract. What is the difference between you and a hooligan? In this way, the top is pulled to the same level as his own. Anyway, they don't care about these things anymore, so naturally they don't mind playing like this. But the above cares. When doing business, you need to pay attention to a face and rules. If you take the lead and don't follow this future, I'm afraid you will suffer a lot. After all, in the artificial intelligence transaction, he has already pitted Europe and the United States. That pile of tech deals shocked everyone just by looking at them. And no one is in arrears. All transaction techniques, including the attitude of subsequent lifting of the blockade, etc., are very correct. Anyway, there is no excuse to turn around. People just announced this stuff after the transaction was over. What would you do with him? I can only blame my own intelligence. So now Gang has been eating white eyes for a long time, but this anger still can't come out. Everyone knows that this is not a problem with Gang's ability. Who knows how to use the technology from decades ago? There are no more than 5 people who know this technology inside Ying-Yang. How do you ask me to check? Go. Who's looking at the girl? I've been researching things. How is it? Are you free? Come to me. Come here. Have you achieved results in your research? Gang raised his brows and asked. Hey, you'll know when you come, I'm waiting in the lab. Wang Chen smiled and sold out. Really or not? It's only been 3 months. Are you hanging up? Gang immediately knew what to do, and slapped the table and shouted in shock. Fuck, nuclear fusion came out after only 3 months. Just kidding. It's a bit of a trick. It has some drawbacks but it can be used. You'll know when you come and see it. Okay. You wait. I'll be there at 11 o'clock at night. What? Can't you do it tomorrow? Who will accompany you in the middle of the night? Just at night. Wait. I'll be right over here. Chapter 194 There is a ghost gene. Chapter 194 There is a ghost gene. Just came very fast, almost came with sparks and lightning. The phone call in the afternoon, arrived at the laboratory before 11 o'clock in the evening. There were also several experts who came together, saying that it was about nuclear fusion. After all, Gang couldn't understand this thing. Wang Chen had already slept for a while when it was late. Even though it was almost 11 o'clock, he was still in good spirits. While drinking Red Bull, he smiled and looked at Gang who had just entered the room and was still banting. I said, Boss it's not necessary. Is there such a hurry? Yes, in a hurry. Let's not say anything else. Show me the nuclear fusion. Gang waved his hand to interrupt Wang Chen's nonsense and said straight to the point. He's not in the mood to joke now, so he quickly decides the matter of nuclear fusion. When this incident came, I had already reported it to the top, but the top is still not sleeping, and a group of big bosses are waiting for their report. Okay, but let's talk about it first. I'm using nuclear fusion, which is very different from real thermonuclear fusion. Buttoned his ears, Wang Chen didn't write any ink, but he still reminded him first. What do you mean? Gang didn't understand. The short answer is that this is not true thermonuclear fusion, but a bigger version of cold nuclear fusion. The energy conversion of the same volume is 40% less than that of serious thermonuclear fusion. Cold fusion? A bald tycoon who had been silent behind him shouted in shock. Real or fake? In this era when thermonuclear fusion has not yet appeared, cold nuclear fusion is just a conjecture in the academic world. It's not serious. The efficiency of authentic cold nuclear fusion should be higher than that of thermonuclear fusion. To be precise, It is a fusion reaction that is forcibly completed through a catalyst, which has a high energy loss. But even so, it is still a fusion reaction and has some characteristics of cold nuclear fusion. So I summed up this technology to cold nuclear fusion. If you don't understand it, I'll show it to you. Spread his hands, Wang Chen explained with a smile. After speaking, he walked to the instrument next to him and started to fiddle. De Gang, who was standing next to him, gave Li Long a look, and Li Long walked out of the house very intelligently and blocked the entrance like a doorman. The experiment of microfusion reaction is very simple. It only took less than 10 minutes for Wang Chen to demonstrate his cold nuclear fusion once. A few big guys around were already amazed, and they were very interested in the dark purple powder in Wang Chen's hands. "Old Zhu, how is it?" Seeing that the experiment was almost done, De Gang asked one of them in a low voice. The bald-headed uncle called Zhilao nodded. It is indeed a fusion reaction, and it is very stable, that is, the efficiency is indeed much worse than theoretically, but it is enough. What do you mean by enough? If this conversion rate can be maintained even after scaling up, it's perfectly fine for space exploration. Zhilao said excitedly. The beggar version is also nuclear fusion, and the parameters will not be faked. As long as the fusion reactor is large enough, the energy generated by this thing can completely subvert the subsequent spaceship development plan. It's great. Du Gang said a few good words after confirming that Mr. Zhu was not joking. I couldn't sleep well because of the broken engine of Eagle Source these days. I didn't expect my own technology to break through so quickly. Is that all right? I'm going to go to bed now. Sitting next to him, Wang Chen, who was a little bored, saw that these guys seemed to have forgotten himself, so he rolled his eyes and said. Du Gang took a look at Wang Chen and thought about it before shouting, "The big guys go out first, take a rest. President Wang and I still need to talk about something." Sleep. Old Zhi has the expression that you are fucking making fun of me. With such a big technological breakthrough in front of me, do you think I can sleep? The corners of his mouth twitched. Mr. Zhu was not an ignorant person. Although he was a bit regretful, he also understood that Wang Chen was not a member of their system, and there must be technical negotiations in the future. These are all state secrets, and the fewer people who know it, the better. Patted De Gang on the shoulder. Elder Zhu's meaning was also obvious. I'll go back to sleep and you can talk to me about this technique. After there were only 2 people left in the laboratory, Du Gang sat loosely on the sofa. Wang Chen casually handed a bottle of Red Bull over and said with a smile, "Why, feel relieved? Hey, that's about it, but thank you very much, your technology is too timely." Opened the Red Bull and took a few sips, Du Gang said without shyness. There is no need to hold and this product, everyone understands. I'm doing this for my own research, not for you guys. I just ran into it. Waved his hand, Wang Chen shook his head. I don't mean to target Yin Jiang, it can only be fate. All right, no anyway, you've helped a lot this time, tell me, what are you going to do with this thing? It doesn't matter to Du Gang, as long as you, Wang Chen, made things. They don't care if they are targeted or not. What else can I do? This thing is not something I can handle as a plain-headed person at all. If it is said that this thing is more important than the previous artificial intelligence, it must still be left to you to deal with. Touched his head. Wang Chen was speechless when he saw the smile on De Gang's face. This guy knows that he can't hold this technology alone, so he has to ask this, it's too much. It's easy to talk to you about things. If everyone has this consciousness, why should a country not be strong? Du Gang was also a little emotional when he saw Wang Chen being so savvy. Okay, you, don't sell it when it's cheap, I won't give it for nothing. Couldn't help rolling his eyes again. Wang Chen squinted at the guy and reminded him. Although the technology can be handed over to you, the benefits that should be given cannot be less. Is not for charity. This is for sure, there must be some benefits to be given. We are not bandits either. Tell me what you want. Gang said in a grand manner. Actually, I really don't know what I want. You can see that I am not short of money or people. Should I introduce you to a girlfriend? Gang also touched his chin half jokingly. Fuck off. What age is this still arranged marriage? Look at you, I misunderstood again. I mean to introduce a few girls to you. You can talk about it yourself. If you can talk about it, you can talk about it, even if you can't talk about it. I didn't make an allocation. It's worth it, women will only affect the speed of my research. I'm not in a hurry, let's talk about the transfer of this technology. If he waved his hand to interrupt this guy, Wang Chen had a headache and changed the topic again. This is really eyeing my own genes. What are you kidding? Others don't know Wang Chen and he doesn't know. I have a ghost gene, it's all about cheating. Chapter 195 Indifferent and Ruthless. Chapter 195 Indifferent and Ruthless. The value of cold nuclear fusion is similar to that of artificial intelligence, and they are all things that are not capped. If insisted on negotiating a deal, Gang didn't know how much to give. After all, this level of technology rarely comes in a transactional way. So after talking with Wang Chen for a long time, we finally settled on a plan that both parties felt okay. The first thing is money. Although this technology is almost priceless, after all, if Wang Chen wants to sell it, it will be valuable. Didn't Jin Sanchi borrow a sum of money from the bank before, and the loan was emptied directly? Then an additional $10 billion was paid to the company as a technology transfer fee. Wang Chen also proposed that his company still needs to retain the right to use this technology. Gang thought about it and agreed. This is similar to artificial intelligence, and there is no problem if the gate of technology is used by itself. At the same time, the above guarantees that the catalyst will be fully supplied to the gate of technology after the mass production of the catalyst. The conditions for are very simple, after all, as Wang Chen said, he didn't lack anything. Entrusting the technology to the top is also to prevent the tree from attracting the wind. The spear hit the first bird. Wang Chen didn't want to be a thorn in the eyes of others. It is the most ideal state to stand up from the top and make money in the back. As for glory, Wang Chen doesn't care anymore. I am a person who is indifferent to fame and fortune. Besides, given his current technological status, fame and history are inevitable. Gang now has a lot of authority. After completing the preliminary negotiation with Wang Chen, he reported the situation to the above non-stop. The big guys who have been waiting for it have also studied it all night, and they all feel that there is no problem. Wang Chen's technical ability is very reassuring to everyone. Although we don't know where this guy is so strong, he has already been classified as a big guy at the level of Einstein. Maybe this is the son of heaven, who can accomplish a lot of things that are inconceivable to ordinary people. Otherwise, how can you call the boss? The transaction of technology is not a big problem, and like artificial intelligence, it is still the cooperation between the above and Wang Chen, and it is not an enterprise channel that takes the door of science and technology. This thing must be kept secret as few people know as possible. After the technology transaction is successful, you can put money into the official account of the Gate of Technology with any excuse. If you want to keep it secret, these things can't be on the table, and Wang Chen understands it very well. As long as the money is in place, you have the right to use this technology anyway, so you will not suffer anyhow. The transaction of this technology is very top secret. It took about 2 weeks for Wang Chen to hand over all the sorted technical information to Gang. The contract has been signed, and it is a private contract in duplicate. Is equivalent to a receipt, indicating that Wang Chen's technology was taken on it and the money was paid. After getting the technology, he immediately created a research group and began to experiment with the practical application of this technology. Jiajian's progress is very fast, and the top will naturally catch up with their heels now. And Wang Chen returned to the factory in a hurry after the transaction was completed. The college wanted to stay, but Wang Chen politely declined. They didn't even know what Wang Chen was studying until they died. Also confused is Jin Sanshi. I was suddenly told that the previous loan did not need to be repaid, and it would also send $10 billion over, saying that it was used casually and did not need to be repaid. Jin Sanshi's first reaction was that Wang Chen ran to sell his ass. So generous above? Asked a little, but the result was that don't ask. This is not something Jin Sanshi can know. Now Lao Jin also understands, it must be something from his own boss. Forget it, it doesn't matter. The less you know, the better you live. Curiosity killed the cat. Anyway, I know that the money is coming from the right place. It's not just that I didn't wake up. It happens that the company is really short of money right now, and this tens of billions of dollars can also give me a big sigh of relief. Seriously, Jin Sanshi doesn't feel anything about money now. When I was in a foreign company before, I could get excited for a long time with a few $100 million in my hands. But now the numb Jin Sanshi, who has already paid for it, doesn't feel anything anymore. The company is always throwing out billions of dollars. To put it in a bad way, the richest man in the world is probably not as arrogant as himself. That's not true. Not long after the money arrived, Wang Chen's list arrived immediately. Is still a very troublesome shopping list to look at. Jin Sanshi just glanced at it slightly, and then mainly looked at the final total price. A total of 1 billion RMB. Well, Zhao Kane, Jin Sanshi signed his name without feeling, and then asked Guzi to send the list to Du Gang. I am like a money machine, indifferent and ruthless. When Wang Chen was doing research at Peking University in the past few months, the factory also completed a new round of expansion. The original factory has now more than tripled, and the extra space is prepared for the formal study of the cold fusion propulsion device later. Now that the catalyst is available, what Wang Chen needs to do next is to research the standard type of cold nuclear fusion energy core and thruster. Only when this research is completed can the space age be officially opened. Of course, this is not difficult for Wang Chen, who has completed the micro-fusion reaction. In just a few days, he and Guzi vacated an enlarged version of a cold nuclear reactor. Now we can try to assemble and test after the spare parts commissioned by the military are ready. Taking advantage of the time when the spare parts came, Wang Chen was able to take the time to toss the triple-mounted electromagnetic main gun and the electromagnetic high-speed gun. The drawings are all with Guzi, but I haven't had time to toss around recently. In particular, the spare parts for the electromagnetic main gun have already been prepared. After testing a single 380mm caliber electromagnetic main gun last time, Wang Chen also placed an order for spare parts for 15 main guns. It is said to be a triple mount, but it is actually a combination of 3 single-shot main guns through a modular device. Even if it is a triple pack, it can also perform a single shot or a salvo, because the energy supply of each main gun exists separately. This is also to prevent the possibility of a problem with one cannon causing the entire turret to stop firing. In addition to the main gun, there are also 5 sets of high-speed gun parts. As there is time now, Wang Chen plans to bring his own robots to assemble them first. Especially high-speed guns, this thing can be related to the air defense power of the island in the future. It must not be arbitrary. The things that are related to your own life still need to be served with snacks. You can click and follow if you like it. I love you so much. I am so big. Chapter 196, Jade Rabbit Lost Contact. Lodadv 2, 0. Chapter 196 Jade Rabbit Lost Contact. The so-called electromagnetic rapid-fire gun is actually similar in principle to the triple-mounted main gun. Is equivalent to reducing the caliber a lot and setting it to a caliber of 20 mm. And then similar to the Gatling, the 12 pipes are fused into one. After the first barrel is fired, the second barrel will be connected, and after the 12 barrels are fired in sequence, the first barrel will be fully charged again. And the advantage of doing this is that the barrel can also get a certain cooling time. After all, the current technology cannot support the ultra-high-speed unlimited shooting of battery weapons. The energy is too high and the temperature is too high. In addition, the rate of fire is not as exaggerated as the traditional Gatling. For safety, Wang Chen finally set the rate of fire at 800 rounds per minute in the regular mode, and doubled the rate of fire in the unlocked mode, but it can only last up to 3 times a minute. Of course, the rate of fire has been reduced a lot, but as a kinetic energy weapon, its accuracy and hit rate are far from comparable to the previous Gatling. By using it in combination with satellite guidance, as long as it is locked, with the bullet flying speed of this thing, once a coverage net is formed, there is basically no room to escape. There is not much difficulty in assembly. It only took about half a month or so for Wang Chen to debug the first 12-unit electromagnetic high-speed gun. The actual test results are very good. In order to test the effectiveness, the Navy organized about 80 drones through special drones to simulate a raid from a point. The final result is that this high-speed gun has shot down a full 43, and most of the rest are wounded. Although not all destroyed, don't forget that this is just a high-speed gun. If there are hundreds of firepower networks combined, let alone 80, even 800 are probably enough. And it uses conventional ammunition, not ternary explosives with more destructive power. That thing is too expensive, even with Wang Chen's net worth. He can't afford to waste it. 800 rounds per minute. The bullets that are shot out are all money. The test process was very smooth. After all, it is a relatively mature technology, and the possibility of problems is not large. But just when Wang Chen was thinking about starting to assemble the first triple-mounted electromagnetic main gun, the parts he needed had already been delivered over there. It can be seen that the focus on technology is very high. After all, Wang Chen gave a full 2-month construction period, but it has only been less than 3 weeks, and many small parts have already been delivered first. The remaining estimates will be in production soon. Wang Chen inquired about it. It turned out that in order to shorten the gap with Eagle Source as soon as possible, 3 military factories were specially assigned to take charge of this project. Asking for money, giving money and asking people to give it to others, with this kind of support, the production speed will definitely not slow down. Not to mention that Wang Chen gave complete sets of drawings, and it was not too difficult to produce. While Wang Chen was staring at a pile of spare parts in a daze. Is far away in the space center of the imperial capital, but it is quite quiet at this time. It can be seen that everyone in the room is being controlled, and their faces are not very good looking. Just now, they controlled Utah 2, which was traveling on the moon, to a new coordinate location. This task has been performed for some time. After the archaeological discovery of the black and white photo at Dama's house, after discussion, the above decided to send Utah 2 to check it out. The coordinates of the location are not too far from Utah 2, but it took a lot of time due to the performance of Utah's body. However, just 2 days ago, when Utah 2 approached the coordinates as planned, it suddenly received a strange signal. Didn't find anything through deciphering. It seems to be some messy signal source. This is normal, maybe just because of changes in the magnetic field. Everyone didn't care about this issue and let Utah 2 move on. After walking for another day or so, Utah 2 received this signal again, and it was more obvious than before. This is what caught everyone's attention. After all, a cluttered signal doesn't mean anything, but if you get the same cluttered signal 2 days in a row, there's a problem. Thinking of the black and white photo, including the space director, was a little excited. Although they couldn't crack it, they still urged the operator to rush to the coordinate point. If there is really something hidden there, then as the boss of the space agency, you have to figure it out. However, until this afternoon, Yuta never received that signal again. Just when everyone was a little confused, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the camera of Yuta 2 suddenly caught something. This is in a basin-like place surrounded by barren sandy soil. And just ahead, on a stone, a strange light suddenly shot out. This phenomenon was accurately captured by the camera and transmitted back to the control center. After a few minutes of discussion, the head of the space agency decided to lean in and take a look. But this is it was decided that they lost contact with Yuta 2 after 5 minutes. The big guy is a little panicked now. Yuta 2 is the most important lunar rover they currently have. Especially now. He is also responsible for the heavy task of mapping the topography of the moon. The location of the base after the moon landing in the future also depends on it for preliminary preparations. Once contact is lost, the entire moon landing program will have a huge impact. After trying more than a dozen times to determine that Yuta 2 could not be contacted, the head of the space agency decisively reported the situation as above. Although they can't do Jade Rabbit, they don't bear the blame. After all, it is a task assigned by the above. If there is really any problem there, then Yuta 2 has taken a lot of risks in the past. The above also sent experts to check it immediately. Finally, after a series of attempts, they found that although the connection with Yuta 2 had been interrupted, it was strange that the base's letter was still connected to the internal system of Yuta 2. Simply put, the signals they send out can find Yuta, but the system inside Yuta has no feedback. This situation is a bit serious, and they are not sure whether it is due to mechanical reasons or other reasons. But for now, they have indeed lost control of Yuta 2. After getting the news above, I also thought about the demand. Yuta 2, as the second-generation lunar rover, has gathered countless efforts of its own. And this lunar rover is also famous for its longevity. It has exceeded the expected service time for so many years, and the previous detection has always been that the internal system is very normal. It is impossible to say that the hardware is damaged without warning, right? And it's so bad? But if it's not hardware damage, what's the advantage? Or is there really something wrong with that black and white photo? The above was also lost in thought at this time. Chapter 197 Secret Department. Chapter 197 Secret Department. The news that Yuta 2 lost contact has not been announced to the public. But soon, the solution was put out above. The Yuta 3, which has been developed, will immediately execute the moon landing plan, targeting the location of the Yuta 2 accident. Be sure to find out why Yuta 2 lost contact. With an order from the top, the entire space agency immediately became busy. The Yuta 3, which was originally planned to take off in August, has been moved directly to the current time, and there are quite a lot of things that need to be adjusted. In order to hurry up, I directly rented Demau's rocket this time. Their family previously contracted the delivery mission to the International Space Station, and the Space Department has long-term rockets that can be launched. After receiving the above call, Demau also took out his family property very considerately. A prepared Proton will be the temporary takeoff carrier of Yuta 3. This is already considered the world's top heavy rocket, and the technology in it can't even be compared to the current Rabbit. The above and Demau jointly launched the Jade Rabbit 3 and couldn't hide it at all. Originally, Hawkchin didn't care at all. This is a very normal thing, after all. These two guys are short of wearing a pair of pants. Borrowing the rocket from the Mao family to launch the lunar rover, it doesn't matter. But soon, the news from the inside had to be taken seriously by Yingjun. The loss of contact with Utano 2 is not a secret among several lobby entrances. Everyone knows that this long-lived bunny seems to have died. But it's a bit strange that the above reaction is so big. The launch time of Utah 3 was 4 months ahead of schedule, and it pointed directly to the location where the lunar rover lost contact. It stands to reason that lunar exploration, even several lunar rovers, are generally scattered. You may not be able to see each other until you die. It is rare for this kind of phenomenon to happen. NASA has reason to suspect that there is something wrong here. And soon, this suspicion was given to a stone hammer by one person. The current commander of the Eagle-Ecton family didn't care when he received this news. The lunar rover just lost contact, and everyone is preparing to land a man on the moon. No matter how many lunar rovers you launch, it will be useless. It's just that the boss of one of their secret departments came over before he could wait for this easy 2 days. This is the boss of the secret department of the Eagle Source family. And other departments the leadership is different. The boss of this department is generally until his death. Because he knows too many secrets of the Eagle Source family, he is usually strictly monitored. And this one has been in this position for 60 years, and he is now in his 80s. This great commander has only met twice since he took office, and usually doesn't see anyone at all. Today, the boss of the mysterious department walked over with a document after receiving the news. After meeting with the commander in the white box, he didn't talk nonsense. He just handed over a grey box. The commander opened it a little strangely, and after reading it, a cold sweat broke out from the brush behind him. Really? Why don't I know anything about this? You don't know a lot. These are the secrets of the year. Unless it is a special situation, the commander will not know it. The old man had a calm expression on his face. He has seen countless great leaders in his life, and even participated in World War II and experienced the ruthless corners of the complete Cold War. Some people say that he may not know the secret longer than those old people on Capitol Hill. It was right to ask him about the Cold War that year. Since that's the case, why didn't you continue the Apollo program? There are many reasons for the lack of money, or the fear of the unknown. We don't know what exactly is there. Anyway, it's a restricted area. I originally planned to wait until the new generation of spacecraft is successfully developed before talking about it. But now it seems that something has been discovered on the other side. So I can only speak about it now. Waved his hand. The old man said calmly, "What's the use of suing me now? We don't have a corresponding plan at all. How to solve it?" The commander had a headache when he heard it. Smack. Don't let me know about things. Now that something happens, you know you want me to solve it. Isn't that what the commander did? Anyway, you have to figure out a way. We suspect that there are alien relics there. If the next door really got something from there, it would be a little bad. Glanced at the big commander with a look at the man behind the bot. The old man shrugged and said with a smile, "I trademark." The big commander wanted to burst out, but he held back. Touched his nose and thought for a long time before saying, "Could it be that they broke in by accident? After all, we were the only ones who landed on the moon back then. The next door was still playing in the mud at the time, so I didn't know about it at all." According to the information, Utano 2 suddenly terminated the original mission and then turned to that area. And immediately after the loss of contact, the opposite side started Utano 3's moon landing mission. Do you think there is a coincidence? And don't forget, the next door may indeed not be aware of these things, but it does not mean that De Mao is not aware of it. The ghost knows what De Mao, who inherited Mao Zedong's legacy, has something on his hands. There were several spy intrusions in our secret department that year, and a lot of information was lost. The old man reminded him. The legacy of the hairy bear is too great, and no one can guarantee what is in it. Maybe it was passed down from Demau. Otherwise, the Utano 2 mission was executed well. Why did it suddenly change direction? Oh, I thought your secret department never lost anything, but it turns out that there are these problems. It doesn't seem to be very good. Why haven't you been replaced? After listening to the big commander, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he said with some disdain, although there are not many people in this secret department, every one of them has eyes above the top, and everyone looks like Lao Tzu is better than you. This is the result. First, we also spy on Mao Zedong many times. Second, when I asked about the matter, I said bluntly, whoever can do it, don't force it. In the end, I was fined a month's salary. If the chief commander is interested, I can also give this son to you after you retire. The old man still said in an indifferent tone. After hearing this, the commander waved his hand quickly, but he didn't have any interest in this man. The more you know, the more you will die. We all know that most people in the secret department will not be able to die well, and only those who have problems with Lao Tzu will go to this department as an official. Perhaps it was for this reason that the old man in front of him was not kicked out that year. After all, who will play after replacing him? This is a scapegoat. Historically, the Ministry of Secrets has had 3 ministers since its establishment. The first 2 of them all died in prison, which shows how broad the prospects of this department are. Okay, all the information is here, you can decide for yourself, Commander. If you don't understand anything, you can come and ask me, and I will say whatever I can. That's it, let's go. Seems to be lazy to continue chatting. The old man patted the documents on the coffee table and then slowly got up and flashed. I just came to report. How to solve it has nothing to do with him. Chapter 198, Jade Rabbit No. 3. Chapter 198 Jade Rabbit No. 3. The old man walked very casually, but the big commander now has a feeling of wanting to curse. Resisting the anger in his heart, the great commander read these documents back and forth several times. Indeed, according to the old man, this neighbor's approach is indeed a bit strange. Assuming that there is really something wrong in it, then I really have to fight for it. After all, I am not afraid of 10,000, but if it is really the relics of other civilizations, there may be some epoch-making technology hidden. Of course, there is another way of saying about this area at the Hawk Source House. That is the strange magnetic field caused by the special environment. The vast universe, human understanding of it is only a drop in the ocean. In the magical universe, strange things can happen. Forget it, let's hold a meeting first. We have to ask the opinion of the congressman on this matter. If we want to win, we must increase the investment in the early stage. Especially in the development of spacecraft, we must continue to speed up. I am not worried about the Uta-3 launched next door. After all, there are very few things that a lunar rover can do. Even if you find something, it's just empty talk if no one logs in. I want to know the situation over there in detail, and finally I have to return to the man-moon landing. The commander of the Ying-Jiang family is eager to go to the congressman to ask for money, and the Rabbit's Uta-3 launch plan is also advancing nervously. Demau has already learned everything about it, and he has also shown great interest in the possible existence of alien technology. The rocket and the lunar rover are both ready-made and can go directly to the sky with only a few changes. And just in the past few days, the staff of the space agency discovered another strange thing. That is, through observation satellites and lunar orbit, they successfully found the figure of Uta-2 in this area. It's just a little strange that although the connection has been lost, Uta-2 seems to be constantly moving. and the news was confirmed today. After several consecutive days of comparison, the staff of the space agency can finally confirm that Utah 2 did not lose its ability to move. However, it is still impossible to remotely control it through remote sensing satellites. The remote sensing signal sent out is still in a state where it can only be accepted and cannot be replied. The technicians of the space agency gave a possibility after analysis that there was a problem with the signal transmitter of Utah 2. But the internal system and hardware facilities are still very good. When the base cannot be contacted, the built-in intelligence system will take over the control of the spacecraft. According to their settings, this control will try to keep the logger moving in a center range. Is to see if the signal connection with the base can be restored. But if there is really a problem with the signal transmitter, then the lunar rover will not be able to return to normal no matter how far it moves. The end result is a lost little guy wandering the moon non-stop. Waited until the hardware facilities aged and failed and finally died in an unknown place. This conclusion has been recognized by most people. After all, it is not that this situation has never happened. Utah 1 also had a problem of not being able to connect before, but after waiting for a few months, it was connected again. Across 108,000 miles, they can only pray that Utah 2 can find a way to solve the problem on their own. If it doesn't work, then they can only wait for their spacecraft to take off before maintaining it. After all, even the Utah 3, which is about to fly, is just an expedition vehicle and does not have the ability to repair it. Time goes forward day by day. 20 days later, at the beginning of May, with a loud bang, Dama's Proton rocket took Utah 3 into the air and disappeared into the sky as a white light. As a big hair with a lot of launch experience, sending things into space is already a familiar experience. After successfully sending Utah into the predetermined orbit, through the Earth's gravitational slingshot, after a day of adjustment, Utah 3 set foot on the passage to the moon. After another 12-day-long flight of 380,000 kilometers, on May 18 Utah 3 successfully entered the lunar orbit and landed in the predetermined area at 8 p.m. that day. The entire space agency is also working overtime collectively today, and everyone is staring at the screen in front of them extremely nervously. Utah 3 started work immediately after the successful landing. Through the observation of satellites in the sky, Utah 2 is less than 6 hours away from its position, and it has moved a lot to the previous predetermined coordinates in the past few days. As the younger brother of No. 2, No. 3 is matching, the setting is obviously much more tyrannical than the second. One of the final points is that No. 3 has stronger off-road capability and is much stronger in speed. After logging in, No. 3's first task is to catch up with No. 2 and conduct a comprehensive inspection of him with his own camera. Although it can't be repaired, everyone still wants to know what happened to No. 2. Control the direction of No. 3, and under the guidance of the satellite, it went straight to the distance. About 40 minutes after logging in, the strange signal that number 2 received before reappeared. Is still a familiar garbled code, still a familiar arrangement. All the mood suddenly became tense. Fortunately, this signal is just bubbling from time to time, and it doesn't seem to have any destructive power. No. 3 is still moving forward in the predetermined direction. About 6 hours, that is, more than 2 o'clock in the morning, No. 3 successfully arrived at the area where No. 2 was located. Looking from the satellite, No. 2 is not far ahead. The director of the space agency, who was drinking coffee, immediately gave an order to let everyone quickly control No. 3 to move forward, and transmit the situation of No. 2 back through its own camera. 5 minutes later, No. 2, who was wandering aimlessly, could already be seen in front of him. Light as can be seen from the camera of No. 3, No. 2 does not seem to have much problem on the surface. It is grey and looks a little worn out. But this is normal, after all. The environment of the moon understands everything. After seeing No. 2 entering the visible range, the controller immediately sent a stop command to No. 3 through the onboard signal device of No. 3. However, there was still no response. No. 2 seemed to be completely out of control. Not only the remote sensing signals at long distances could not be identified, but also the short-range signals at close range. Seeing that the movement of No. 2 could not be stopped, the director of the space agency next to him pondered for a while and then nodded to the person next to him. The controller who was controlling Jade Rabbit No. 3 gritted his teeth slightly, and quickly tapped his hands on the keyboard. Since there is no way to stop it in the usual way, it can only use other methods. Chapter 199. Chapter 199 People are numb. The speed of building No. 3 is higher than that of No. 2. After several manipulations, No. 3 and No. 2 soon drove on the surface of the moon side by side. Another controller quickly ejected the mechanical claw in No. 3 through the console. Through infrared docking, the mechanical claw quickly determined the position of the emergency stop button of the second lunar rover with the assistance of the local system. This is a means they have reserved. Originally, considering that there will be more and more lunar landers in the future, if there is an accident that requires manual operation by personnel, for safety, this one key pause button is needed to ensure a successful power outage. This button is usually hidden in the splint on the side of the lunar rover, and has its own infrared interface. Originally, this thing was used to unlock, but through modification, the current ground personnel have been able to complete the simplest alignment through this device. Unlock, determine the position. The mechanical claw slammed on the unlocked carapace under the control of the automatic system. Touching it 3 times in a row can be regarded as pressing the small splint open. A red button in the ear is clearly visible, and there is almost no hesitation. After receiving the order from the base, the machine still hit it directly through the infrared alignment method. Although the people on the ground cannot accurately control the mechanical gripper, it doesn't matter if the direction is determined. Anyway, the mechanical claw is big enough to hit the button directly. Sure enough, the red button was directly pressed, and immediately, the speed of Utah No. 2, which was still walking, dropped visibly to the naked eye. After a few seconds, he lay on the ground and stopped moving. Okay, check it out quickly to see what's going on with No. 2. The director of the space agency, who had been watching silently beside him, quickly ordered. Finally stopped No. 2. This method is not enough, and they have nothing to do. The high-precision color camera quickly aimed at the body of No. 2. After several turnarounds through the satellite overhead, the picture was finally transmitted clearly to the big screen in the command center. A group of technicians immediately analyzed the images. Especially the device responsible for receiving the signal has been read back and forth several times. However, to the naked eye, this No. 2 does not seem to have any problems. The antenna is good, and the shell has not been attacked by anything, so the influence of foreign objects can basically be excluded. Since it wasn't hit by some meteorite, it could only be an internal reason. No. 2 is an old car after all, and problems are inevitable after so many years of service. If it is true that the internal communication equipment is faulty, then they can only temporarily abandon the task of repairing No. 2. As for the last picture taken by No. to that day, there is nothing unusual about the current overall situation of No. 2. Unless there is a way to get it from the moon to do a detailed medical examination, there is really not much analysis that everyone can do on the moon. Forget it, let's just let No. to go ahead. After the moon landing base is built in the future, let someone take it home. Now, let No. 3 continue to move towards the predetermined coordinates. What is the original No. 2? The boss of the space agency watched for a long time and knew that the problem of No. 2 could not be solved by the current big I. Touched his chin, and just said that he wanted everyone to continue to use No. 3 to explore this area, but suddenly, the body of No. 2 Jade Rabbit in front jerked a few times. Then the indicator light on the top of the body turned on, and the remote sensing signal that had been interrupted was also connected to No. 2's body again. What's the situation? No. 2 is activated again? That's not right. After the forced shutdown button is pressed, it won't start unless you press it again. I didn't press anything. This number 2 started it by myself. How is this possible? We have designed this kind of program. The surrounding controllers are also confused. This scene is very familiar to them, isn't it? What the landing car looked like when it started. But the problem is that the force button, as the most powerful way to stop the lunar rover, overrides all programs. Once this button is pressed, the power supply in the entire car will be directly disconnected. It is impossible to activate the reboot system without artificial reset. But now, No. 2 woke up right in front of them, and it seems that the situation is still self-examination. This is really a ghost to Nima. Something's wrong. Let No. 3 stay away from No. 2. The director next to him also noticed something was wrong and shouted quickly. The current situation of No. 2 is a bit weird. For safety reasons, let No. 3 stay away first. But this shouting was still a step behind. On the moon, the No. 2 Jade Rabbit, which had just completed its self-check, suddenly burst out with an unknown signal flow. Almost instantly, the base lost control of the No. 3 Jade Rabbit. The screen of the entire base turned directly into a snowflake. Everyone stared at the screen dumbfounded, all of them didn't know what to say. This. Quick! Restart the system and try to connect to No. 3 Jade Rabbit. Seeing that everyone was stunned, the director who reacted first slapped the table and shouted. This trademark is the lunar rover that we just sent. Just gone. With a loud roar, everyone came back to their senses and quickly took control. After half an hour, looking at everything in front of him, his face was a little weird. One good news and one bad news. The bad news is that the No. 3 lunar rover has lost control, just like the previous No. 2, the signal can only go in but not go out. But the good news is that although car No. 3 is gone, car No. 2 is back to normal. Just now, the remote sensing signal has been successfully connected to the built-in system of the second car. The hardware of the entire No. 2 car is normal through the self-check, including the communication equipment that everyone suspected of having a problem before. There is nothing wrong with it. Just through the perspective of No. 2, the original No. 3 car has disappeared into the distance. This trademark ran into a ghost, right? The overriding officer touched his head and couldn't help but scolded. What's all this called? The director staring at the screen next to him is also the first 2. What's the situation? No. 3 lost No. 2 and found it again. Play me? The director's mind was spinning rapidly, and after thinking about it, he still didn't let No. 2 chase No. 3. First, this No. 2 can't catch up. Forcibly increasing the speed is not to overturn, and secondly, judging from the current situation, there is definitely a ghost here. When he didn't know the crux of the problem, he didn't dare to let the second car continue to take risks. This is the only lunar rover left on the moon in China. If one piece is reimbursed, then there will be a big vacuum period in the family's moon landing plan. This loss is currently unbearable for me. Therefore, this single seedling must be kept, and the subsequent detection tasks needed to be completed. As for the Moon Rabbit Carno 3 that has already released itself, they have no other choice but to report the situation. This place is 80% faulty. For the sake of our own moon landing plan, it is really not appropriate to force detection. Let's wait until the moon landing program is launched before making plans. X. Chapter 200 I'm not Baidu. Chapter 200 Lao Tzu is not Baidu. Although the above is cowardly, and dare not continue to let the only lunar lander take an adventure, but it has written down this place. Especially for the previously detected signals, the people of the space agency are required to step up the decryption. Be sure to figure out what's going on here. Sure enough, 80% of the time there is something strange in there. Unfortunately, those received signals are classified as the best secret by the neighbors, and they are not available yet. However, the Grand Commander doesn't care about this now. No matter what is there, since I already know about it, the follow-up moon landing plan will make corresponding changes. It's good to let a real person check it out. If there are any alien relics, as the first to land, it will definitely be in their own pockets. So, the crux of the problem is still on the spacecraft. It is necessary to urge NASA to let them speed up research and development on the premise of ensuring quality. The moon landing has been concealed by everyone, and no information has appeared on the internet. It's just when everyone was working hard for the first moon landing. The bosses of the domestic space agency suddenly found that Zhurong, which is far away on Mars, also received a similar signal. Just last night, the controller responsible for controlling the Zhurong Mars rover suddenly sounded an alarm while routinely controlling Zhurong to complete its mission. Zhurong's signal receiver suddenly detected a strong signal flow. Although the control room of the rover is next door, the operator also knows about the encounter of the Utiluna rover. After discovering this situation, he also made a decisive decision, first parked Zhurong in place, and then immediately called the director. It was already around 12 o'clock in the evening. Director Nu, the boss of the domestic space agency, was awakened just as he was about to go to sleep. Reluctantly answered the phone, and after listening to the report, the drowsiness that was still lingering disappeared immediately. Without saying a word, he jumped out of bed and put on his clothes before rushing to the space agency. Damn. Even if there is a problem with the moon, why is there a problem with the Mars rover? Zhurong account is not to be missed. That is the only seedling on Mars. Especially now that the country has completely shifted its focus to the moon, the original Mars exploration plan in a short period of time has almost been pushed. If there is a problem with Zhurong, their understanding of Mars may be completely interrupted. Even if the Zhurong number has already exceeded the design life, it must be guaranteed as much as possible. It took less than 20 minutes for Director Nu to arrive at the command center of the space agency. At this time, most of the employees in charge of the night shift have assembled in the control room of Zhurong. They are there to assist the manipulator in whatever may happen. How's the situation? Pushing open the door of the room, Director Nu asked breathlessly. There is no problem with the Zhurong number, that signal disappeared after we received it 3 times. The operator who was in charge of controlling Zhurong was drinking coffee, and he hurriedly said when Director Nu rushed in. Have you done a comparison with the signal on the side of the moon? I did, the similarity is 82%. How can you be sure you're not reading this wrong? Director, see for yourself. Seeing Director Nu's face in disbelief, the operator also clicked on a comparison document with a wry smile. The comparison chart between these two things is written in detail above. From the above analysis, both wavelengths and intensities are very similar. My God, what the hell is going on? Taking a closer look, Director Nu couldn't help rubbing his somewhat bald head. How can things on a moon be detected on Mars? Is there really an extraterrestrial civilization? Is the Earth really under the surveillance of other people's homes? But this doesn't make sense. If the Earth is really being watched, then the technology of others is undoubtedly far superior to their own. These signals should not be detected by the ability of the Earth. And it appeared too suddenly. Turn Zhurong back first. Can you find out where the signal came from? There is only a general area, and the specifics will only be known after the past. The operator nodded and circled the map as he spoke. The range is a bit large, but it does come from this direction. Okay, let's keep quiet about this. I'll write a report to the top right away. Actually, I guess the rover of Eagle Source should also be received. The employee rubbed his hands together and suddenly said embarrassedly, "Huh? Why?" From the monitoring point of view, this signal has a very large divergence range. The Eagle Source family has several rovers on Mars, and one of them should be in the surrounding area, so their family should also receive this signal. Although the rover is a highly confidential thing, the general scope of activities of each Mars rover is actually clear to each other. Just as he knew the approximate locations of Yingjiang's rovers, Yingjiang also knew the scope of Zhurong's activities. After listening to what the employee said, Director Nu only felt that one head and two were big. This motherfucker, it's really a bad thing. Yingjiang must have known all about the problem of the moon a few days ago, and now Mars is also coming to participate. The ghost knows whether it will affect the next spaceflight layout of Eagle Source. After all, Yingjin must know more about these things than he does. If there are any secrets in it, then his disadvantage is really big. Let's do this first. You continue to monitor, and I will report it. Director Nu thought about it for a long time and decided to tell the above things first. No matter what, it was beyond his scope of handling. The specifics of what to do will definitely need to be arranged above. And just when Director Nu ran out to make a phone call, there was chaos inside NASA on the other side. Their rover also picked up this signal, which also scared the head of NASA out of the house. No, he reported the information to the chief commander of their family while dealing with matters. The head of the Eagle Etchin family, who was thinking about things, was numb when he saw this document. Originally thought it was something on the moon. Why is Mars coming now? How many things did the damn Secret Service fail to tell him? Without saying a word, he directly called the old man from the Secret Service. However, the old man shook his head calmly after listening. Said that there was no plan to land on Mars that year, so he didn't know what was going on there. If you find a problem, just check it yourself, don't ask yourself anything. I'm not Baidu, so I can talk nonsense about anything.